Chapter 768. Ripples suddenly appeared on the surface of the vast ocean that was sparkling because of the moonlight. It was as if a huge underwater beast was about to surface to breathe. The seawater rose up like a small hill. The top of the hill was as smooth as color glass. The huge black figure slowly rose up from the water. Finally, it broke through the seawater and floated up to the surface. If one didn't look carefully, they would think that it was a sea beast that they had never seen before. It was spindle-shaped and had a smooth surface with chap patterns. However, it didn't have a mouth, eyes, fins, or limbs. It looked like an egg. However, this egg was ridiculously big. It could fit more than 10 people inside. After floating quietly on the surface of the ocean for a while, this egg suddenly split open. The oval cabin cover moved to the side, revealing an exit. Grandpa D jumped out of the cabin and landed on the boat. His golden hair shone under the moonlight. Looking east from here, one would find that the night sky seemed to be darker there. When the moonlight reached there, it seemed to be swallowed and distorted by some power. It was as if it was shining into deep water. 3 more muffled sounds came from behind him, and the other 3 figures also leaped up. They were in human form, but they were covered with armor. However, with the shape of this armor, it was more appropriate to call it armor. Their bodies were slender, especially at the waist. The first one was mainly yellow and white. The second one was purple and green. The third one was mostly red with some white, yellow, and black mixed in. It was slightly taller than Grandpa D. There should be someone inside. Grandpa D looked east for a while and sighed. We have finally reached this step. Whether we can escape from this sea of suffering will depend on the next few days. After saying this, he raised his foot and stomped on the ground. We can't use it next. Qing Shui should have already reached Dragon Island. We will be discovered by her. The person wrapped in the red armor immediately said, "Then, are we going to Dragon Island next?" Grandpa D shook his head. No, we have to wait. When the 10,000-year ancestor Qing Shui and Li Yunxin start fighting, the netherworld energy on this sea will be at its peak. At that time, your armor will be useful. The person in the red armor didn't seem to be convinced. From her voice, it was a woman. She also stomped on the boat and said, "We don't need the 2 of them. I could take care of them myself. Now that I have this treasure, I'm already at the Grand Supreme realm. Why must I wait until then?" Old Master D seemed to treat her extremely well. He was not annoyed, but smiled patiently. "Before we reach the East Sea, before we come into contact with the netherworld energy, can you use this armor? You should know that these 3 armors are the only 3 left." Now that there was some netherworld chi in the sea, it could be used again. Once it's destroyed, we won't have a second chance. The Grand Supreme Realm is sufficient on land, but not here. He paused, but the power of this armor is far more than that. When the time comes, you will understand. 0. Take me with you. Number 1 and number 2 follow behind. The person wrapped in yellow and white armor responded in a low voice. It was a female voice. However, compared to the passionate number 2, 0's voice was colder. The 4 figures submerged into the water, and the huge machine sank to an unknown place. When Li Yunxin and Lu Gongzan returned to Penlai Island, the eastern sky was already slightly bright. However, the brightness was dim, as if the sun was covered by a huge black cloth and could only emit some dim light. The air between the sea and the sky also became sticky. Looking up into the distance, it seemed that a black mist could be seen. There was a dead silence on the sea. However, a few hours ago, there were still many demons on this island. The Purple Knight Immortal was in charge of Penlai, and there were many disciples of the lifeless immortal sect under his command. There were at least tens of thousands of demons left on the island by the Lord of the East Sea. However, these people were turned into ashes in the upheaval last night, without even a scream. Looking down now, the island was as smooth as a mirror, as if it had been like this since ancient times. Li Yunxin landed on the ground, thought of this, and sighed, "So many people died in one night." Lu Gongzan thought for a moment. "More people died on land. I hope this matter will pass, and there will be no more tragedies. When I think about last year, it still feels like a dream." Hearing this, Li Yunxin was stunned. But for some reason, he felt slightly comfortable. I was worried that you would be like me. The realm came too fast, and there was a problem with the state of mind. Now it seems that you are much better than me. He laughed self-deprecatingly. I was not just lamenting about the number of dead people just now. I mean, these tens of thousands of people were killed by a clone of the 10,000-year-old ancestor. Such a realm and power are beyond my imagination. He paused and looked at Lu Gongzan. You know that I have always been a person who does not admit defeat, but I'm not afraid of death. If I can't survive this, you have to live well. Lu Gongzan's face turned serious. Don't say such discouraging words. Li Yunxin smiled again. Let's go. Let's go back and see if Qing Shui has come up with an idea. After saying this, he turned around and walked towards the main hall. But after taking only 3 steps, he suddenly turned around. They didn't know when, but there was an extra figure on the sea. It should be very far away. Penglai Island was very big. Mortals standing on a main peak where the main hall was located could not see the situation on the sea or even on the neighboring peak. But demons had good eyesight, and they could see straight into the black fog of the sea. Even so, if there was a person of ordinary size on the water, they could not see it. What they could see was only a vast expanse of water. But now, Li Yunxin and Lu Gongzan clearly saw a vague figure on the sea, about the size of a normal person. This meant that the figure was actually very big, so big that they could see it from here. At this time, the person who appeared here was definitely not a good person. Almost at the moment when Li Yunxin turned around, the figure suddenly raised its head and let out a vigorous and mournful roar. It was like some kind of animal, but also like a lunatic who had gone through a long period of torture. Because of this roar, the surrounding black fog suddenly became more viscous, as if many tentacles grew out of that thing's body. 10,000 years old ancestor. So fast. Lu Gongzan's face changed, and he said in a low voice. But Li Yunxin shook his head. At this time he should have come, but this one is not. As soon as he finished speaking, the black shadow on the sea soared into the sky. The figure quickly became bigger, and with a bang, it landed on Penglai Island. The whole island trembled because of this. The air was filled with the sound of metal groaning and buzzing. At this time, both of them saw how big that thing was. It stood at the edge of the island, but its body almost reached the sky, as if it could pierce through the clouds. This body size was almost the same as the 2 skeletons Li Yunxin saw at the foot of the cloud mountain. Even though they were separated by half of the island, they still had to raise their heads to barely see its face. Its whole body was dark green, and its head was oval. There was no mouth, nose, or ears on its face, only eyes. More than 1 pair of eyes, slender, long, and blood-red pupils. From its forehead to its chin, there were 6 neatly arranged pairs of eyes, all of which were violent and angry. But not only its head, there were also 10 pairs of eyes on its torso, all the way to its lower abdomen. The eyes on its head were staring at the direction of Li Yunxin and Lu Gongzan, and the eyes on its torso were rolling. Some of them were looking to the left, and some to the right. Some were looking up, and some were looking down. Some were rolling back and forth in the eye sockets, sometimes big, and sometimes small, as if they were convulsing and twisting. This monster's whole body was emitting a strange and ferocious atmosphere. Just by standing there, it seemed that it had gathered all the hostility in the world, and it wanted to destroy all the creatures in the world. Obviously, it was not a creature of the land or the sea, because it was surrounded by a thick aura of the netherworld. Every time its body moved up and down, the aura of the netherworld came and went like a tide. It stared at the direction of the 2 people for a while, then suddenly lowered its body and got down on all 4s like a beast. Li Yunxin immediately activated his supernatural power and set up several prohibitions around him, waiting for the monster to attack. But to his surprise, the monster's target was not him, but the muscles on its arms suddenly bulged, almost bulging into balls. It let out another howl and stabbed its hands into the metal surface of Penglai Island that even Li Yunxin could not destroy. Then it used its strength to tear off a long piece and threw it into the sea. It wants to destroy this island. Lu Gongzan shouted sternly. We can't let it succeed. He was now Long's son, who had mastered the mystical realm, and his strength was extremely strong. Therefore, after he shouted, he didn't wait for Li Yunxin to speak and flew toward the monster like lightning. Li Yunxin did not stop him. He said that the monster was not the 10,000-year ancestor because he felt its aura. Although it was violent and angry, its strength was not at the Grand Supreme level. At most, it was at the peak of the mystic realm. If it was the 10,000-year ancestor, its realm would be much higher. He guessed that the 10,000-year ancestor must have used the same method to refine a helper for him. Now, he sent this helper to be the vanguard to test the situation. But even so, this monster must have spent a lot of effort on the 10,000-year ancestor. Killing it first could also greatly weaken the opponent's strength. Compared to the monster, Lu Gongzan's figure was as small as a speck of dust. A speck of dust shot toward the huge monster. It looked like it was no longer hitting a stone with an egg. But until old Lu was within 10 feet of it, there was no strange phenomenon in the air except for the thick aura of the netherworld. This meant that there were no prohibitions around the monster. This situation was the same as what Li Yunxin had expected. Although his current realm was not as high as old Lu's, because he had merged with the divine weapon and had a great saint's life, his body was not much weaker. Even with his cultivation, it was difficult for him to hurt the material of Penglai Island. But the monster tore it apart with its hands. He guessed that the monster should be the type with a strong body but weak power. Now it was confirmed. A loud explosion sounded between the sea and the sky. The monster's huge body suddenly tilted and was almost knocked down. Lu Gongzan's attack landed on one of the monster's eyes and forced it to take a step back. The power of the attack of the profound realm completely destroyed the eyeball and blew off a small part of its head. Black blood immediately gushed out and shot very high, as if a black javelin had been stabbed into the monster's head. But the black fog around the monster immediately rushed to the wound, as if it had a life of its own. In the blink of an eye, the damage on its head was healed. The monster waved its hand, as if it was swatting away some annoying fly or mosquito, and pressed down on its arms. It tore off a long piece of metal from the gap and threw it into the sea, causing a huge wave to rise. A figure flew back. Li Yunxin immediately flew into the sky and caught him. Lu Gongzan's face was pale, and vine-like black lines appeared on the side of his face. He breathed twice, and the black lines quickly disappeared. Then he said, "That thing is easy to deal with, but the aura of the netherworld, yes." Li Yunxin let go of his hand and stared at the monster in deep thought. He clearly saw what happened just now. Lu Gongzan attacked the monster, but the monster did not pay attention to him and only wanted to destroy the island. In the end, half of its head was blown away by the profound realm Long's son's attack. If Lu Gongzan attacked it a dozen more times, this thing would probably fall apart. But the problem lies in the aura of the netherworld that lingers around it. It's like a person rushing into a poisonous gas to hit someone. Of course, he can hold his hand. If he doesn't use his full strength, he can hold his breath for a very long time. But if he uses his full strength, he'll probably need to breathe again very soon. Lu Gongzan used his full strength in that attack, so he'll need to adjust his breathing very soon. The profound realm Long's son's so-called adjustment is only a split second, without any pause. But even so, the aura of the netherworld has already entered his body. But if he doesn't use his full strength, he'll only be able to tickle that thing, unable to cause any real damage. He can also use treasures to attack it. But a demon's body is much stronger than a cultivator's, and their body is their strongest weapon. Li Yunxin and Lu Gongzan Saint's treasures can be used against normal demons and cultivators, but against this monster protected by the aura of the netherworld, it's a bit difficult. Moreover, once the treasures enter the netherworld, the flow of spiritual energy will be blocked, so it's hard to say if they can still be used. As this thought flashed through his mind, another 4 figures flew over. The one in front was Taoist Qing Shui, the 2 witches, and Zai Daoist followed closely behind. Qing Shui's face has a serious expression. She stopped next to Li Yunxin. Where did this thing come from? Li Yunxin asked curiously. You've been staying on the Dragon Island. The situation around here is completely under your control. Didn't you notice it before? That's the strange part. Daoist Qing Shui said in a low voice. There were no signs at all, as if it suddenly appeared from the bottom of the sea. That's really strange, Li Yunxin said indifferently. The most important thing now is to eliminate it. Daoist Qing Shui said solemnly, we don't know what kind of existence the 10,000-year-old ancestor will be after practicing demonic arts. Now that this thing has come to us, it's our chance. Maybe we can find some clues from it. Among us, Li Xinyu's cultivation is the highest. But she lowered her voice, is the same as Bai Yunxin. Her personality is hard to understand. Once we get into a killing frenzy, we'll tear that monster into pieces, then we'll have fought for nothing. We still need you to do this. You killed the Qilin and Zither monarch on the Dragon Island. You should know the weakness of this kind of monster. You should know when to stop and when to stop. I'll also use the Dragon Island to mobilize the surrounding spiritual energy to help you. Chapter 769. Li Yunxin thought for a while and said, Okay. Priest Qing Shui was stunned for a moment when he agreed so readily. Li Yunxin seemed to know what she was thinking. She smiled and said, You don't think that I will still hide and play with the lives of my friends at this time, do you? I'm going. Help me. After he said this, he flew towards the direction of the monster. The two demonesses and Lu Gongzan exclaimed. Just as they were about to stop her, the Taoist of Clearwater stepped in front of them and said, He knows what he's doing. Don't go. Don't ruin his plan. At this time, a figure jumped out from the sky. It was the 9th young master. He came late and could only see the black gas from afar. When he saw Li Yunxin rushing towards the black gas, he shouted, Li Yunxin, I'm coming to help you. But as soon as he said this, Li Yunxin's figure flashed past him. He stretched out his hand and sent him flying. Go back. Don't cause trouble. This attack was powerful, but it didn't hurt him. The 9th young master didn't even have a chance to resist. He was shot toward them like an arrow and was caught by Lu Gongzan. He was not convinced and wanted to shout again. But when he opened his mouth, his blood rushed to his throat and he swallowed his words. Brother Xian has his own plan. Lu Gongzan frowned. He looked at Priest Qing Shui, then looked at the two demonesses and the 9th young master. Do as he says. Based on the two demonesses' character, one sentence from Li Yunxin wouldn't be able to persuade them. But when they heard Lu Gongzan's words, they hesitated. Old Lu and Li Yunxin were sworn brothers. Even he had said something like that. Perhaps Li Yunxin did have her own plan. After saying this, Lu Gongzan glanced at Taoist Qing Shui. The two banshees saw the look in his eyes and understood what he meant. They should stay here and keep an eye on the Clearwater man, to prevent this person from causing any trouble. Hence, he ignored the shouts of the 9th young master and calmed down. The people of Clearwater were very satisfied with their attitude. He retreated to the side and stood in the air beside the Purple Knight Reverend. Although these people wanted to deal with the 10,000-year ancestor together, they still couldn't completely trust each other. Even in the face of this powerful enemy, they were still divided into two factions. But even so, this situation was much better than pretending to be united, but actually divided. Li Yunxin's speed was extremely fast. In the time it took for them to exchange these two sentences, he had already struck the monster's left forearm. Compared to the monster, he was like a grain of rice stuck to his arm. But this grain of rice's destructive power was shocking. With a loud bang, the netherworld aura in front of the monster was blown away by the terrible impact, revealing a large piece of clear space. The monster's forearm was broken, and its huge body suddenly sank to the left, almost falling down. But it didn't seem to care about such an injury. Its right hand didn't stop. It raised it and threw another piece of metal into the water. Then, it moved a few steps to steady itself and waved its left hand. As it waved its left arm in the air, the netherworld aura rushed into the wound. When the left arm was put down, it was as good as new. This attack didn't succeed. Li Yunxin's figure immediately disappeared into the black fog and couldn't be seen clearly. He seemed to be looking for the monster's weakness. Taoist Qing Shui saw this attack and whispered to the Purple Knight Reverend beside him. If he really wanted to fight, he should have released the demon monkey in the first move. The Purple Knight Reverend looked at Lu Gongzan and the others not far away. Master, do you know what he wants to do? Taoist Qing Shui smiled slightly. He talked with Lu Gongzan in the sky before. Although they set up a lot of restrictions, they definitely didn't expect the Dragon Island's power to be far beyond their imagination. I heard everything they said. Li Yunxin planned to use the method of the 10,000-year ancestor and the Qilin dragon to refine the netherworld himself. Then he would go and deal with the 10,000-year ancestor. The Purple Knight Reverend was stunned. After a while, he said, "Why did he do this? Let's not talk about whether he could win using the 10,000-year ancestor's method. If he couldn't open the door to the Dragon Island and fill the ground with netherworld aura, he wouldn't be able to stay on the ground. He would either be trapped on the Dragon Island or go to the netherworld. Why would he do such a thing?" He told Lu Gongzan that it was to protect his friends. Taoist Qing Shui stared at the monster in the distance. I think it's a bit far-fetched to use such a noble reason on Li Yunxin. But on the other hand, he's always wanted to find him. Refining himself into the netherworld is indeed a good way to go there. He's used to showing off and showing off. He can also gain some gratitude from Lu Gongzan and Li Xinyu. That sounds like his style. So, Li Yunxin really can't do anything now. The Purple Knight Reverend thought about it. Master, don't worry. I hope so. But the Purple Knight Reverend paused. Li Yunxin still has his good points. Taoist Qing Shui smiled and looked at the Purple Knight Reverend. Good points? Tell me, what are they? Compared to many demons and cultivators, he's a loyal person. Now that he has a powerful force, he doesn't show any intention to fight for hegemony or bring chaos to the world. The Purple Knight Reverend sighed. To be honest, there are so many heroes in the world, but there are too few like him. He's one of the rare people who's kept his heart. Someone like him. Even if we can't use him, if we don't have to be enemies, we should let him live. Taoist Qing Shui turned to look at him. I used to have the same thoughts as you. But after interacting with him more, you'll know that Li Yunxin is a dog that can't be tamed. When these words came out of her mouth, her expression was very calm. The Purple Knight Reverend was shocked. Master, you think my evaluation of him is too harsh. Taoist Qing Shui smiled. But it's the truth. He's different from those demons and cultivators. If a person isn't a threat to what he wants to do, he won't provoke them. But at the same time, if he felt threatened by someone, it would be absolutely difficult for him to trust that person. To change his mind, the difficulty is no less than entering the Taishang realm. The Purple Knight Reverend frowned and glanced at a few people not far away. But those few people were not trustworthy to Li Yunxin in the past. But now they? Taoist Qing Shui turned around with a smile and looked at the two female demons, the ninth young master and Lu Gongzan. How many times did Long Jiu live and die in the hands of Li Yunxin? How many times did he get to stand by his side? His life is in the hands of Li Yunxin. But even so, Li Yunxin always sends him away when he's in trouble. Is this called trust? Li Xinyu. How many times did he die in the hands of Li Yunxin? But because of his obsession, he risked his life for him. But look at them fighting side by side. They are very close. But will Li Yunxin tell her his secret? It's only because she's useful that he reluctantly accepted her. In the words of mortals, Li Xinyu is just a useful general to him. Her body has fused with the dragon's soul. Her consciousness will be slowly devoured by the dragon's soul. If she wants to keep her consciousness, she has to give up the dragon's soul. But then Li Xinyu will die. Li Yunxin couldn't be any more familiar with this sort of possession and fusion. Didn't he think of this? But when did he mention it to the female demon? Because if he did, humph. Taoist Qing Shui sneered. If the female demon continues to keep the dragon's soul to help him, he will bear the burden of being ungrateful. If the female demon gives up the dragon's soul, he will lose a great help. With his cultivation, it's not a difficult thing to reconstruct the body of the female demon with some effort. But has he mentioned it before? Because he feels that he has to preserve his strength and protect himself in this dangerous situation. The Purple Knight Reverend frowned. This Taoist Qing Shui continued. Let's talk about that by Yunxin. Now, you can see Li Yunxin's attitude towards her. She's just a passerby, but she saved his life and later helped him several times. Li Xinyu and Bai Yunxin made a ruckus here. Do you know why they're back together now? At this moment, the Purple Knight Reverend had nothing to say. He could only frown. I thought they planned to, because Li Xinyu also knows that he's going to die. Taoist Qing Shui said coldly. I can hear what they say in the sky. Li Xinyu told Bai Yunxin that he doesn't have long to live. When the fish demon is gone, Li Yunxin will naturally belong to the crane demon. Even Bai Yunxin frowned and asked Li Xinyu if there's any way to save her life. The Purple Knight Reverend was slightly moved. This Li Xinyu is really the most infatuated person in the world. So now you should know what kind of person Li Yunxin is. Taoist Qing Shui sighed and said, he's not like those demons and cultivators who harm people, but that's also the scariest thing about him. That's because he has a firm goal. He doesn't have the energy or time to spend on other things. Those people in the netherworld, led by Chun Zhao, don't care about the lives of the people on the ground. They're just like Li Yunxin because they're restraining the Freemasons. The only reason we can get their help is because they need us. Li Yunxin is in cahoots with them. If we want to live, if we want the world not to be destroyed by them, there are only two ways. One was to kill them all, and the other was to seal them in the netherworld, forcing them to fight to the death with the true devil. If there's no Li Yunxin, we're already on the right track with the second option. But now that he's appeared, he wants to go to the Dragon Island and the netherworld. It's very likely that our plan will fail. We can't help the people in the netherworld anymore, and we can't allow the entrance to be opened. Taoist Qing Shui took a deep breath. So he must die. This has nothing to do with personal grievances. You have to be clear about this. You can't have any sympathy for him. The Purple Knight Reverend was silent for a while and said, Master, are you going to kill him now? No. Taoist Qing Shui looked into the black fog. He hasn't used all his abilities yet. Once we act rashly, there won't be a second chance. And now we have to deal with the 10,000-year-old ancestor. The 10,000-year-old ancestor is even more dangerous. At this point, Li Yunxin had already hit the monster 3 times in the black fog. Although he was in the mysterious realm of Shi, because of his special physique, the strength of his attacks wasn't weaker than Lu Gongzhan's. And because he had been cultivating for a long time, he was much more agile than Lu Gongzhan. The monster didn't care about the first attack, but after the second and third attack, it became annoyed. But it also used one hand to destroy the island, and the other to brush off Li Yunxin. Of course, it couldn't hit. Li Yunxin had stayed in the netherworld aura for so long. There should be a danger of the aura entering his body. But both Lu Gongzhan and Taoist Qing Shui knew that Li Yunxin wanted the aura of the netherworld. He originally planned to refine the aura of the netherworld into his body, and now such a monster came to his door. But drawing the aura of the netherworld into his body was like drawing the power of wish into his body in the city of Wei. This process was not only painful, but it would also weaken one's strength. The method of the 10,000-year-old ancestor was to refine slowly in places where the aura of the netherworld was thin. But now, Li Yunxin didn't have such conditions. Moreover, when he was refining himself, he had to split his attention to attack the monster and dodge its counterattack. Therefore, after the first 3 attacks, he was in danger and was almost scratched by the monster's palm. At this moment, Li Yunxin shouted, Qing Shui, help me! His shout seemed to have an echo. Li Xinyu, Bai Yunxin, and the 9th young master had been watching anxiously. If it wasn't for Lu Gongzhan who frowned and stopped them, they would have joined the battle. Now that they heard Li Yunxin's words, they shouted at Taoist Qing Shui together. He asked you to help. Taoist Qing Shui smiled. After waiting for 3 to 4 breaths, he said, Li Yunxin, what do you want me to do? Why the F***CK are you asking me? Maybe it was because he couldn't fight for a long time, or maybe it was because of the extreme pain of refining the aura of the netherworld into his body, Li Yunxin was in a bad mood. The Dragon Island is in your hands. But the power of the 3 islands of Penglai can't be used anymore. Taoist Qing Shui said as she slowly drew something in the air, "If you really want me to help, I can only help you to gather the aura of heaven and earth." After she said this, the air in front of her twisted and a guqin condensed out of thin air. This guqin was the one that Red Madam saw when she fought with her for the first time. "Now, you're surrounded by the aura of the netherworld. I will guide the aura over and let you breathe." After saying this, she lightly plucked the strings of the guqin. The aura of the netherworld around the monster was originally hazy and had no boundary with the aura of heaven and earth. But when the guqin in front of Taoist Qing Shui made a sound, everyone felt that the monster's body suddenly became smaller. But it wasn't because the body became smaller, it was more like they were getting further away from the monster in an instant. The space between the sea and the sky also lit up. The aura of the netherworld around the monster seemed to be put into an invisible box. It had a clear boundary with the aura of heaven and earth, and not a trace of it leaked out. Chapter 770. This trick was used to deal with Red Lady. She couldn't move forward in front of Taoist Qing Shui. No matter how fast she moved forward, she couldn't take half a step forward. In terms of cultivation, Red Lady was stronger than this monster at that time. It took her a lot of effort to break through the shackles. Now it was used on it. When a monster stretched out its hand to tear Penglai Island, it found that it couldn't touch anything. When it was attacked by Lu Gongzan and Li Yunxin, it wasn't very angry. But now that it couldn't touch Penglai Island, it immediately raised its head and let out a terrifying roar. It was like a child whose favorite toy was suddenly taken away. It was furious. Therefore, it immediately straightened its body and lowered its head. The dozens of eyes on its head and torso flashed. It seemed to be looking for where Li Yunxin was and wanted to tear him into pieces. The netherworld aura around the monster was originally a little thin, but now that it was isolated from the sea and sky by Taoist Qing Shui, it immediately became thick. In a space, the rolling black fog was like a thick cloud. Everyone could only see the monster's exposed limbs. They couldn't see anything that was hidden in the black fog. It seemed that because of this, its movements became more agile and no longer looked slow like before. With such a huge body, when it waved its arms, it was so fast that it almost left after images. It could be seen how terrifying its speed was. Seeing this, Li Xinyu shouted, "Are you helping him or harming him?" Taoist Qing Shui ignored her. He raised his hand and plucked on the zither again. He said in a deep voice, "Li Yunxin, I'll lend you this sea and sky." As soon as he finished his words, the space changed again. It was very similar to the coffee that Li Yunxin drank in his previous life. White milk was poured into the dark brown coffee. In the thick netherworld qi, a glimmering spiritual power immediately appeared. The spiritual power swirled and diluted the black fog. Soon, the two forces in the space became clear. Li Yunxin's figure also reappeared. The spiritual power was shining, which was a sign that it was extremely thick. The vast land of the 9 seas, and even the midland, was the foundation of Taoist Qing Shui's incarnation. At this moment, she had used all her strength to transfer the spiritual energy in the vast region and poured it into that space. No one knew how Li Yunxin fell inside. But outside, everyone could feel the sudden emptiness around them. It was as if the air around a mortal had been sucked clean in an instant, leaving nothing behind. When the cultivators on the ground were immersed in the netherworld energy, their movements would be hindered, and their qi would be impeded. Based on this deduction, monsters with netherworld energy in their bodies should have the same feeling in an environment with dense spiritual power. At this moment, the spiritual energy in that space had been destroyed to the extreme, and it was on par with the netherworld qi. With the support of this spiritual power, Li Yunxin was like a tiger that had grown wings. His body also glowed with a brilliant golden light. For a moment, He was evenly matched with the monster and even had the upper hand. When the Purple Knight Enlightened saw this, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Master, he was also a profound realm cultivator, and his understanding of cultivation was among the best in the world." Therefore, he knew what was happening in front of him. When cultivators were cultivating, they all liked to look for places that were rich in natural powers. Those grotto heavens and blessed lands were places with extremely dense spiritual chi. For example, the Cloud Mountain was rich in natural powers, and people who cultivated there would be like tigers that had grown wings. It was thanks to Yun Shan that a genius like Lu Ling could become famous in the past. However, no matter how rich the natural powers were on the ground, there was a limit. However, at the moment, the amount of natural power contained in the space where Li Yunxin was had already gone beyond that limit. Priest Qing Shui's move was so shocking that nearly 1/8 of the entire Midland's natural power had been put into that space. Such a great amount of natural powers. If used by one person, how powerful would he be? It would allow Li Yunxin's body to be filled to the brim, and his realm to be perfect. As long as his body could withstand it, he would be able to break through to a higher realm in the blink of an eye. There was no need for nourishment or consolidation. His foundation was already so solid that it couldn't be any stronger. What was there to be afraid of? It was not impossible for him to break into the peak level of the profound realm, or even the highest realm. However, Li Yunxin's physical body was indeed incomparably strong, and it could be said to be the best in the world. He could really do that. The Purple Knight Immortal was not the only one who felt incredibly horrified when he saw this scene. Even the two demonesses, Lu Gongzan and Ninth Young Master, were horrified. Priest Qing Shui had been saying that she wanted to cooperate with Li Yunxin sincerely, but everyone was doubtful. But now, she suddenly used such a method. How could a person with ulterior motives do this kind of method of giving all the support she had? The Purple Knight Master exclaimed, then lowered his voice. "Master, you said you want to kill him. But now, once he..." Priest Qing Shui's face was expressionless, as if she was under great pressure. Her voice was hoarse when she spoke, like a breeze blowing out from a crack. "That's what I want. Now, if Li Yunxin wants to refine the netherworld, he will definitely die. He is not as strong as the 10,000-year ancestor and the Qilin dragon. If he forcibly draws the spiritual energy into his body, I'm afraid he will die before he can refine it. Why don't I give him a push here and let him reach the peak level of the profound realm first? Then we will take this risk. In the future, we will also have a chance to defeat the 10,000-year ancestor." The Purple Knight Master frowned and thought for a while, then said, "But if he really becomes stronger, no one can restrain him." Priest Qing Shui smiled. "You don't know him. He is a person who is not ashamed to run away when there is a great disparity in strength. But when he still has a chance, he is bolder than anyone else. If I don't give him a push, he might really run away with his people when he sees that the situation is not good. It'll be more dangerous for us to deal with the 10,000-year ancestor. But now that he has reached the peak level of the profound realm, or even the grand high, according to my understanding of him, it will arouse his competitive spirit, and he will fight the 10,000-year ancestor to death. Moreover, if he succeeds in refining the netherworld and defeats the 10,000-year ancestor, it will be easier for us to deal with him. Look at that monster, and you will know." The Purple Knight Master's eyes were fixed on Li Yunxin and the monster. Now that he heard Priest Qing Shui's words, he saw some clues. In that space, there was a clear distinction between black and white qi, and the spiritual power was even more turbulent than the netherworld qi. The black mist was gradually forced to the monster, and the spiritual power gradually surrounded Li Yunxin. While fighting the monster, Li Yunxin madly inhaled and exhaled spiritual power, and his whole body was almost transparent. Priest Qing Shui was right. Li Yunxin was indeed using this extremely rare opportunity to push his realm to the peak level of the profound realm, or even the grand high. In this way, with a stronger foundation, he would be able to refine himself. Chapter 771. The monster's movements were being hindered. As soon as the shining spiritual power touched the monster's body, it was as if it was entangled by thick seaweed. Its movement became slow, and it quickly retreated into the black fog. If Li Yunxin becomes a monster like this, we can use the same method to deal with him. Taoist Qing Shui said softly, "He is a human being. When he is on the ground, he can use many tricks. But if he becomes a netherworld, he will only get weaker and weaker. The sea and sky are not good for him. He won't be able to stay here for long." Zai Zhenren was silent. Taoist Qing Shui's words reminded him of a rumor about a monster called a blood-sucking monster in the West region. It was said that the blood-sucking monster was originally a human being. By chance, it became a monster. Once the monster was formed, it would feed on human blood. It would be extremely strong and as fast as the wind. It was difficult to be killed by weapons. Compared to when it was a human being, it was much more dangerous. But the blood-sucking monster had a weakness. It was afraid of sunlight. To him, mortals who did not have the strength to truss a chicken could move around in the daytime. But he himself would be burned by the sunlight. If he stayed for too long, he would turn into ashes. What Taoist Qing Shui said was similar to the blood-sucking monster's theory. If Li Yunxin successfully refined the netherworld, he would be stronger. But at that time, he wouldn't be able to use the spiritual power between heaven and earth, so it would be easier to deal with him. But he still felt that something was wrong. Li Yunxin was a scheming person. His words couldn't be easily trusted, and the master beside him, although he didn't want to admit it, was very similar to Li Yunxin. Zai Zhenren suspected that what she said to him might not be her real thoughts. He looked at Taoist Qing Shui again and found that she was no longer talking. Her body was motionless, and her sleeves were hanging down as if she was isolated from the world. But her eyes were shining. She stared at the space, as if she had put all her attention into it. Looking at the monster, the extremely rich spiritual power seemed to be alive. It didn't look like Li Yunxin was fighting alone. It was more like the spiritual power itself had a consciousness and was fighting with him. Within the rolling black fog, the monster seemed to be gradually weakening. Originally, when the monster was injured, the black mist would quickly heal it. But now that Taoist Clearwater had poured all his spiritual power into the wound, once Li Yunxin hit it, the spiritual power would surge into the wound and forcefully push the qi of the netherworld away. While Li Yunxin's body was being corroded by the netherworld energy, the monster's body was also being corroded by the spiritual energy. However, the monster's intelligence was far lower than Li Yunxin's, so how could it be a match for him? After another quarter of an hour, the monster finally lost an arm and half of its head. Half of the eyes on the torso were blinded, and black blood spurted out endlessly. However, the more Li Yunxin fought, the more valiant he became. The two horns on his head shone brilliantly, enveloping half of his body in brilliance. That space was isolated from the real world. No one could sense his aura, so they didn't know what realm he was at. But just by looking at him, they could tell that his current speed was more than 100 times faster than when he was fighting the enemy. At first, they could still see his afterimage when he attacked with all his might, but now, not even the afterimage could be seen. They could only see the sudden explosion of black gas and turbulence of spiritual energy when their limbs collided. Every time they collided, the invisible space would slightly tremble, as if it could not withstand such a terrible force, and would collapse in the next moment. However, such power was under the condition that he refined the qi of the netherworld into his body at the same time. Now his body was so bright that it was almost transparent. Therefore, when he occasionally appeared, one could see the faint black gas in the meridians of the ocean of qi. The Taoist Master Zai was also shocked by his advancement. This was an opportunity that many cultivators dreamed of. Therefore, he subconsciously looked at Taoist Clearwater, who was beside him. It was fine if he didn't look, but when he looked, he almost screamed. Just a quarter of an hour ago, Taoist Clearwater was still beautiful. But now, she seemed to have aged a few decades in an instant. Her skin was no longer full and smooth. It became rough, loose, and even faintly spotted. Her figure was no longer straight. Instead, it was slightly hunched, as if she had reached the end of her life, and her fragile bones could no longer bear the weight of life. The Taoist master Zai was stunned. After being stunned for 2 breaths, he said, "My lord, you." Taoist Clearwater did not say anything. At this moment, the Taoist master Zai realized one thing. She was the incarnation of this world, and the essence of this world was the spiritual power. It was not wrong to say that she was the incarnation of the spiritual power, but now she used her supernatural power to put all the spiritual power into that space. Some of it was used for Li Yunxin to fill his body and break through the realm, and the rest of it was used to invade the monster's body, making it unable to heal itself. Wasn't it equivalent to giving her own body to Li Yunxin and the monster? The spiritual power between heaven and earth was related to her life. Her appearance became like this, which meant that the spiritual power in that space was gradually consumed and weakened. She was using her own life to help Li Yunxin and fight with the monster. What was she going to do? When he looked at Taoist Clearwater again, he found that not only was she haggard, but her expression also became dull, as if she was gradually losing her mind. The Taoist master Zai was anxious, but he also knew that he could not disturb Taoist Clearwater at this time. The only thing he could do was to protect her. Once the 2 female monsters, or the 9th young master, or Lu Gongzan had evil intentions. Now was the most vulnerable time for his lord. With this thought in mind, he looked in the direction of those people and met Li Xinyu's gaze. This female monster had merged with the dragon soul, and her cultivation level was extremely high. The Taoist master Zai could sense the abnormality of Taoist Clearwater, so how could Red Lady, who had been on guard against her, not notice it? When the 2 of them met, the Taoist master Zai was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. He felt that his head was about to explode. When cultivators and demons met, they rarely sensed each other's breath, because this was a very offensive and rude action. But now, this Red Lady did not even try to avoid it. Her extremely aggressive and powerful breath pierced the surroundings of the Taoist master Zai and Taoist Clearwater, as if she wanted to know their current situation clearly. In the current situation, it could be regarded as some kind of extremely dangerous signal. She really had evil intentions. The Taoist master Zai immediately widened his eyes in anger. He used his spiritual power to force Red Lady's breath away and shouted in a deep voice, "What are you going to do?" Red Lady sneered and casually turned her face away. She whispered something to Bai Yunxin, Lu Gongzan, and the 9th young master. Then, the gazes of the 4 people turned to look at him once more. The Taoist master, Zai, read a more dangerous message from their faces. He made up his mind, stepped in a void, and blocked in front of Taoist Clearwater. Everyone, think carefully. The outcome of the battle has not been decided, and there is a 10,000-year-old ancestor behind us. If you make a sneak attack at this time, be careful that Li Yunxin will die. Chapter 772. But as soon as he finished speaking, there was a sudden roar in the distance. When Li Yunxin and the monster were fighting, they were confined to a space, as if they were isolated from the world. Even though the space was filled with danger and was extremely fierce, it was difficult for the sound to come out. It was more like thunder exploding in the distance, and only a hoarse voice could be heard leisurely. But now, it was as if the door of a noisy room had suddenly been opened, and a deafening explosion suddenly surged out. Taoist Purple Knight was startled and looked in that direction. He saw that Li Yunxin had already rushed high into the sky, his body shining with golden light, as if he was a descending god. The monster's body was badly mutilated, and its entire head had been blown away. Many of its eyes were black and bloody, and blood flowed like a waterfall. Its lower limbs were also broken, and many slender granules stretched out from the wounds like tentacles, desperately trying to regenerate new limbs. However, the shining golden spiritual energy dispersed the netherworld aura, tightly wrapped around its wounds, and invaded its body. The monster was temporarily unable to regenerate, and its huge body was slowly collapsing. But it looked slow. only because it was seen from afar. In fact, whether it was Daoist Purple Knight or Lu Gongzan, they all felt the strong wind. When the monster's incomparably huge body collapsed, the wind pressure produced by it had already reached them. It seemed that, as long as the Yunshin launched another thunderous attack, victory would be decided. Daoist Purple Knight knew what this meant. At the moment when Li Yunshin's shining figure suddenly pounced down, he raised his hand and set up several restrictions in front of him. Then, he refined more than 10 divine weapons from the void and attacked Red Lady like a storm. An even more terrifying roar came. Li Yunshin's figure collided with the monster. Suddenly, a layer of colorful light shield appeared above the monster's body. That light shield seemed to be composed of many hexagons, and it didn't look like it was condensed with netherworld power, nor did it look like it was condensed with spiritual energy. However, it actually blocked Li Yunshin's attack. At the point where the two enormous forces collided, Li Yunshin's body was covered in dazzling golden scales. The bone spurs on his hands looked sinister, and his fingertips were as sharp as knives. The stalemate lasted for a moment. As if he was tearing something tangible, he slowly tore open a gap in the light escape. Then, like a hot knife through butter, it pierced right through the monster's body. The two halves of the monster swayed for a moment and finally fell into the ocean on both sides. Black waves surged towards Penglai Island. At the same time, Red Madam finally said, "It seems you don't need to worry about his life." As soon as he finished his sentence, he went straight for Daoist Qing Shui, who was behind the Purple Knight Spiritual Master, against the divine weapons that were shot out by the Purple Knight Spiritual Master. Red Lady's cultivation was the highest among these people. However, he still didn't dare to use his physical body to take on the Purple Knight Daoist's divine weapon. However, with a wave of her sleeve, 7 or 8 swords were sent flying, opening a path for herself. But the reason why a heavenly weapon was a heavenly weapon was that it was one with the master's spirituality, and when it was used, it was no different from one's own arm. The rest of the swords immediately turned around and attacked Red Lady's back like a poisonous snake. She had no choice but to turn around and fight. But she wasn't the only one who came to attack. On the other side, Lu Gongzan, Bai Yunshin, and the 9th Young Master had split into 2 groups to attack. The Purple Knight Enlightened's cultivation was profound, and it would be difficult to defeat any one of them in a one-on-one fight. But now, he was facing a formidable lineup. Except for the 9th Young Master, all of them could be considered as the top figures in the world. As a result, in that moment of distraction, Bai Yunshin managed to sneak up behind him, and he took a solid hit from her. The body of a demon was stronger than that of a cultivator, and its body was a heavenly weapon. This palm was merciless. The Purple Knight Enlightened was immediately hit and flew more than 10 feet away. If their target wasn't Daoist Qing Shui, but him, he would probably die on the spot within 3 breaths. But Bai Yunshin, Lu Gongzan, and the 9th Young Master only wanted to capture Daoist Qing Shui, and so did Red Lady. The Purple Knight Enlightened was pushed to Red Lady's side. Red Lady didn't even look at him and turned around to attack again. He had already caught his breath and hurriedly used his spiritual power to block this attack. But in the end, he was still no match for the peak of the Profound Realm and was once again hit more than 10 feet away. He could only watch helplessly, for people surrounded Daoist Qing Shui, and without any hesitation, they waved their palms and attacked. The Purple Knight Enlightened spat out blood and let out a shrill scream. "How dare you!" At this moment, Daoist Qing Shui suddenly opened her eyes. The spiritual power between heaven and earth seemed to have gathered around her at this moment. It was as if a blazing sun had rushed out of her body, and with a loud bang, the 4 people were actually pushed back. Li Yunshin's voice was also heard. "Stop!" Some kind of invisible power. It wasn't majestic or domineering, but it was indeed hard for people to have the will to resist, spread across the sea and the sky. There was a familiar aura in this power, but also a strange sense of danger. It belonged to Li Yunshin. At this moment, he had already returned to his human form. His appearance and clothes were almost the same as before. but there were still some differences. Maybe it was because his aura had become extremely strong. That strength was mixed with something deep and ruthless. Or maybe it was because of his eyes. They used to be golden, but now they had become deep black, like a bottomless whirlpool. Every detail of his body, the tip of his hair, the corner of his clothes, and even the movement of his hands, was mixed with something indescribable. Because of this aura, the four people really stopped. The Purple Knight, enlightened, who had been hit more than 10 feet away, flew back to the front of Taoist Qing Shui, endured his injuries, and set up a sword formation again, and said with a trembling voice, "My lord." Taoist Qing Shui didn't say anything, and closed her eyes again. The spiritual power between the sea and the sky surged into her body, and her old and haggard face slowly became beautiful again. But now, no one cared about her. Li Yunxin's figure flashed in the distance, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of everyone. Lu Gongzhan's eyes widened, and after a long time, he said, "Brother Exing, are already the Grand Supreme?" Li Yunxin smiled. "I'm not sure." Everyone was stunned. He spread his hands. "I've never seen the real Grand Supreme. And I really don't know. Since you don't know, it can't be." Lu Gongzhan thought about it, and seemed to understand what he meant. He couldn't be more familiar with a person's level of cultivation. Even if no one taught him what a state of mind, what a transcendent state, and what a true state was, he should be able to feel that there were some extraordinary changes in his body. For example, his state of mind, his perception, his insight, and the use of supernatural powers and rules. Every time he entered a new state, it was like opening a new window, and he would always know that he saw something he had never seen before. Chapter 773. But since Li Yunxin said he didn't know, it should mean that he didn't get something new and different that could make him realize that he was different from the previous realm. The Grand Supreme realm was extraordinary, and it must be very different from the profound realm. At that point, he should not know. But Red Lady looked at him. "But your aura doesn't seem to be at the peak of the profound realm." She felt that she was very close to Li Yunxin, so she didn't hesitate to check his aura again. She realized that he was different from her. Ordinary cultivators could compare the spiritual energy and supernatural powers in their bodies to water. For example, the intent realm was a trickling stream, while the void realm was a gurgling stream. At the transcendent realm, the spiritual energy was quite strong, like a small river. This small river flowed down and merged into more tributaries, which was the true realm, like a surging river. The profound realm was the profound realm. When the profound realm advanced to the next level, the waters of the great river would rumble and roar, and would flow for thousands of kilometers. This big river would eventually flow into a vast lake. That lake was wide and deep, which was the peak of the profound realm. At this point, the spiritual energy became more and more vigorous, and the big lake became deeper and deeper, until the bottomless realm. Maybe he would open up another unimaginable world and enter the Grand Supreme realm. Red Lady's current cultivation level and Zither June's previous cultivation level were like the bottomless lake. But the current Li Yunxin was very different. Although the lake was big, it had a boundary. But Li Yunxin's aura was like a vast ocean. This ocean was also bottomless, but also boundless. As for the aura in the ocean, it made people uncontrollably afraid. They were afraid that if they accidentally fell into the water, they would sink in the ocean forever and be suppressed by the boundless darkness, never to be reincarnated. Li Yunxin smiled and restrained his aura. Maybe it's because of the influence of the netherworld aura. As he said this, he changed the topic and looked at the water immortal who was asking Lu Gongzhan. "Everything was fine. Why did you start fighting?" Lu Gongzhan was stunned for a while. Others didn't know, but he thought of a possibility. Li Yunxin's aura seemed to have the smell of the netherworld. He really refined the netherworld aura. Now that there were netherworld and spiritual energy coexisting in his body, he should be extremely weak and in extreme pain. But he still had this kind of aura and realm. If he didn't refine the netherworld, he might really be the Grand Supreme realm. His current situation should be caused by the netherworld aura in his body, leading him onto a fork in the road of unknown fortune and misfortune. When he thought of this, his heart ached even more than if he had lost the opportunity to advance to the Grand Supreme Realm. He was speechless for a long time. After a long while, he finally answered, "Brother Exant, I have no choice but to do this. If we guessed wrong, the person might not be trusted, and the consequences would be unimaginable." The person who was said to be Hat, June, was the June said. He swallowed the words that Li Yunxin did not want others to know. "You already have a way to deal with the 10,000-year ancestor. If you didn't take the opportunity to kill him in the future." Li Yunxin sighed with a smile. "Lu, you are the kindest among us. I know what you mean, but now..." He looked at Taoist Qing Shui. "I also thought she might hurt me, but just now, she gave me all the spiritual energy in the sea and sky realm. That's why I have the current realm. At least at this stage, I believe her. If I do anything to her now, I won't be able to forgive myself." He then looked at Ninth Young Master and Li Xianyu, who still had indignant expressions on their faces. He spread his hands and said, "But after we kill the 10,000-year ancestor, if you still don't like her, then we can talk about the next step." After saying this, he nodded slightly to the Purple Knight Taoist. "I was impulsive and caused you some trouble. Don't take it to heart." The Purple Knight Taoist had just calmed his surging qi and blood. But after hearing his words, he almost vomited a mouthful of blood again. Bai Yunxin, who was in the Profound Realm, and Red Lady, who was at the peak of the Profound Realm, both gave him a slap. The fact that he was able to keep his life was already a great fortune, and he had indeed sustained serious injuries. In the end, Li Yunxin only said a few words in return. But Taoist Qing Shui let out a long breath, and the dense spiritual energy around her slowly dissipated. Along with her aura, the spiritual energy in the sea and sky realm also became abundant. "I didn't expect that Li Yunxin would say that," Taoist Qing Shui said softly. "Fine. Since you said that, I will let it go." After saying so, he looked at Red Madam and Bai Yunxin. "Little Demoness, you must remember this. No matter what a man says, in his heart, he hopes that his woman is kind. Otherwise, how can he sleep in peace when he comes home with a cruel little lover when he's out there?" Red Lady raised her eyebrows. "Pa." Taoist Qing Shui didn't mind. She looked at Li Yunxin again. "Just now, I used my spiritual energy to help you, but it was swallowed by the monster again. It's hard to fight now. If I stay here, I will be a burden when the 10,000-year ancestor comes. Why don't I go back to the Dragon Island? You are at the peak of the Profound Realm now, and with the help of a Grand Elder, you should be able to fight back. What do you think?" Bai Yunxin said quietly behind Li Yunxin. "She is afraid. She needs to hide." But Li Yunxin smiled. "Okay. You go to the Dragon Island, and I will fight the enemy outside. But the 10,000-year ancestor will be in pain for a long time without such a vanguard. I don't think he will come so soon." Taoist Qing Shui also smiled. "I hope so. Purple Knight, let's go." After saying this, she immediately went into the main hall of Peng Lai with the Purple Knight Taoist. The Ninth Young Master opened his eyes wide. "Li Yunxin, you are silly. Even if she didn't want to harm us before, she won't believe us after what happened just now. Look at them when they left. They're obviously afraid that we will attack them again. If you ask her to go back, there will be endless trouble." Lu Gongzan also frowned. "We didn't think it through before. But now, Brother Xian, even if you don't attack her, you can't ask her to go back to the Dragon Island." But Li Yunxin didn't say anything. He turned around in the air and faced the direction where the monster came from. He squinted his eyes and stared at the sea. After a while, he said in a deep voice, "You guys go back too. Go to Peng Lai Palace." The Ninth Young Master was happy. "Catch clear water." Li Yunxin took a deep breath. "No, go and avoid trouble. I know how to deal with these monsters now. But if I have to take care of you guys, I'm afraid I won't be able to. You guys go to Peng Lai Palace. Avoid trouble and look after the clear water for me." Everyone was stunned, but Lu Gongzan was the first to react. He noticed a word in Li Yunxin's words. "These?" He frowned. "Brother Xian, these?" At this moment, the sea that had calmed down suddenly became stormy again. After Lu Gongzan asked this question, countless black humanoid figures suddenly appeared on the surface of the sea far away. Every one of them was the same as the monster they killed after a fierce battle. Chapter 774. The seawater was already dyed black by the blood of the first monster. Now, thick dark clouds had once again gathered above the pitch-black ocean. Those were also clouds formed by the aura of the netherworld. If the aura of the netherworld only made people feel a little uncomfortable when the first monster appeared, then now, the entire Penglai sea seemed to have become the world of the netherworld. On the boundless black ocean, hundreds of monsters were moving toward Penglai Island. They were silent, but every step they took seemed to make the entire ocean tremble. Looking from afar, in the endless black fog, the dozens of blood-red eyes on the heads and torsos of the monsters looked like densely packed lanterns. Apart from Li Yunxin, the other four were dumbstruck by the scene. Li Yunxin only used less than half an hour to kill the first monster, and it was a great victory. But that was under the premise that he and Taoist Qin Shui did their best. That monster was extremely difficult to deal with. Red Lady and Lu Gongzan all thought that it was a rare general under the command of ancestor 10,000 years. Otherwise, how could such a powerful existence come from the ocean? If this monster was on Cloud Mountain, it would be at the level of a sect master or a grandmaster. But now, suddenly, hundreds of such existences appeared from the ocean. Their first thought was, this was definitely not the doing of ancestor 10,000 years. Even a 10,000-year-old ancestor would be buried alive if he were to personally come. Taoist Qin Shui. Taoist Qin Shui. She controls the Dragon Island. She can hear everyone's words clearly. The place where the monsters appeared wasn't far from Penglai Island. Qin Shui sensed that they were coming, so he immediately returned to the Dragon Island. Lu Gongzan shouted in a low voice and sighed at the same time, "We did something stupid before." Only the currently Yunxin stood proudly in the sky. His snow-white clothes were fluttering in the strong wind, but there wasn't a trace of panic on his face. "It's not too late," he smiled and said in a low voice. "If Qin Shui wants revenge, he has to kill me first. You guys go to Penglai to avoid the disaster. I'll stay here and deal with them." She must like to see it. Even the ninth young master realized what Li Yunxin was talking about. "Then aren't we the hostages she used to threaten you?" he yelled, "leaving us in Penglai Island and letting you fight for your life here? If that's the case, she's underestimating our ambition." "I know your ambitions." Li Yunxin looked at the ninth young master. "But I also know that I don't like another thing. One of them used his own body to block the door to stop the pursuers and told the other to leave quickly. That person refused to leave and shouted, and then the two of them were killed together. This kind of ending is too stupid. It doesn't suit me." The ninth young master widened his eyes and wanted to say something, but Li Yunxin had already turned his face away. "You talk to them." Lu Gongzan didn't say anything immediately. He knew what Li Yunxin's decision meant. He wanted to refine the netherworld. That monster was strong, but the netherworld aura that escaped from its body was far from enough for him to refine himself. Li Yunxin had said that he planned to start this process when he was fighting against the 10,000-year ancestor. But because of the appearance of the monsters, the plan was brought forward. Now, so many monsters appeared, and the netherworld aura they brought covered the sky and the sun. The entire expanse of the sea seemed to have become a real netherworld. Although there were many of them, each of them was only at the peak of the mysterious realm. Fighting and refining them was actually a little less dangerous than facing the more cunning and powerful 10,000-year ancestor. But it was just a little less. For the currently Yunxin, these people were indeed burdens. If they didn't care about their own lives, even the ninth young master might be able to seriously injure one of the monsters. But even if the four of them killed 4, 5, or even dozens or hundreds of monsters, they would eventually be weakened because they were in the netherworld and couldn't circulate their spiritual power smoothly. Li Yunxin wouldn't just sit and watch them die. He would have to divert his attention to rescue them. that would put him in danger as well. However, Lu Gongzan also knew what it meant for Li Yunxin to refine the netherworld. It meant that he couldn't stay on this land anymore and should go to the netherworld. This might be the last battle they would fight side by side. He pondered for a long time, not knowing how to express his feelings. Logically speaking, he should leave immediately. But how could he leave Li Yunxin here alone? At this moment, Bai Yunxin spoke. Okay, let's go. Don't distract him. The female monster in white didn't speak much from beginning to end, but now she was unusually decisive. I'll go back to Penglai Island and try to contact my adoptive father. Maybe it's not too late. Li Yunxin looked at the ninth young master seriously. Ninth young master, go back. Little Nine wanted to say more, but Lu Gongzan finally said, Ninth young master, listen to brother, Exine. Everyone knew how close the relationship between Li Yunxin and Lu Gongzan was. Now that he said so, the ninth young master was stunned. Although his temperament was like that of a child, he was not stupid after all. After experiencing so many things, he gradually understood the principle of being a human. He finally stopped staring and stayed silent in the air for a while. Then he looked up at the sky and shouted, I only hate myself. He turned around and wanted to leave, but Li Yunxin said, wait. The ninth young master's face lit up. He quickly turned around and said, why? Li Yunxin smiled. Seeing him like this, anyone would feel warmth in their heart. He rummaged around in his sleeve and took out a bead that was surrounded by dense mist. Ninth young master, this is called Misty Lock Toad Palace. Li Yunxin gently waved her hand, and the pearl slowly floated to ninth young master. Although we had our disagreements in the past, we are still friends. Although we had some unhappiness in the past, I know your character, and I like it. I can't ask you to go further now. I don't want to ask you to go further, because you are forthright and don't care about trifles. But in the current world, this kind of character is the most unpopular. The current dragon clan had already declined. When you travel the world in the future, you should have something else without the fame of the dragons. This thing has endless changes and can create all kinds of illusions. In this illusion, you are the master. Hearing Li Yunxin's words, the ninth young master held the bead and said happily, You want to give it to me? I know this thing. I know you have used it before. It is for you. The spell has been attached to the bead. With your intelligence, you can understand it in a few days. And this one, Li Yunxin said, and took out another thing from his sleeve. This thing was not as magical as the Misty Lock Toad Palace, but it was also a treasure that Li Yunxin had plundered from the Cloud Mountain treasure house. It was a sword array made up of 81 small swords. Treasures like sword arrays were very common, because it could be used to attack and defend, and could be controlled with one's mind. It was like having dozens of arms. Li Yunxin had obtained many treasures like this in the past, but he had used most of them. Now, there were not many left. He gave the treasure to the ninth young master and said, I don't have many things with me now. This is one of the few that I can take out. I don't have the spell. It will be best if you can get it in the future. But even if you can't get it, you can use it as an extra 81 arms. If you meet someone with a similar realm as you, bully him to death. If you meet someone you can't beat, hold him back and escape. It is a good thing. The ninth young master held the treasure and slowly realized something. The joy on his face faded, and he stopped talking. Li Yunxin looked at him and smiled. Eat less people. If I had been eaten by you, we wouldn't be friends now. Humans are different from animals. This person might surprise you. The ninth young master frowned deeply. After a long time, he said, Okay, from now on, I won't eat any of them. Li Yunxin looked at Lu Gongzan again. With a wave of his big sleeve, 4 or 5 treasures from Cloud Mountain were sent to him. You already have a lot of treasures. Don't bite off more than you can chew. These are for you. Lu Gongzan didn't say anything. He took the treasures and put them in his sleeve. Li Yunxin looked at him for a while and said, Old Lu, I am most fortunate to meet you in this world. Without you, I wouldn't be who I am today. Lu Gongzan looked at him solemnly and still didn't say anything. He just nodded gently. Li Yunxin looked at Bai Yunxin again. He was about to speak when the silent red lady suddenly said, Give me the rest. After saying this, he looked at Bai Yunxin and said, You have a golden rock as your adoptive father, so you don't lack these things. Bai Yunxin smiled and said, Okay, I won't compete with you. Red Lady looked at Li Yunxin and said, You can ask them to leave, but you can't ask me to leave. I fell in love with you at the first sight of you. Red Lady's clothes were also fluttering in the wind. When speaking, she looked straight at Li Yunxin and didn't let him avoid her eyes. At that time in Dongting, you said that the woman you liked should be independent and strong and an interesting soul. I know I'm a mediocre person and not interesting in your eyes, but I asked myself to be independent and strong. I'm a ghost cultivator. Everything in this body is now entrusted to you. If you die, my obsession will also dissipate. I will also die. In this case, I can't leave. I stay to help you and save myself. If you ask me to leave, I will die in front of you now. Li Yunxin looked at her eyes. Then he laughed and said softly, Okay. He waved his hand. More than a dozen of the remaining treasures of the saints were sent to Li Xianyu. Lu Gongzan sighed and turned to go straight to the hall of Penglai Island. The ninth young master solemnly cupped his hands and saluted to Red Lady. Little sister, take care. At this time, about 400 or 500 powerful monsters had already approached Penglai Island. Because of the huge waves they raised when they moved, the whole huge Penglai Island looked like a small boat in the stormy waves. Red Lady took the magic treasure in her hand and gave a light shout. A powerful breath immediately spread out, reflecting golden light around her, as if a round of blazing sun also rose on her body, exactly the same as when Li Yunxin reached the peak of the mysterious realm. This scene and what they just said were all seen and heard by Taoist Qing Shui. She and Taoist Zai stood in the hall of Penglai Island, but the wall became transparent. She could not only hear and see everything outside, but also clearly observe the appearance of those monsters. There were a total of 441 monsters. They didn't emerge from the ground, but directly condensed in the sea. Previously, they suspected that the first monster was a general created by the 10,000-year ancestor with a secret method, but now they knew it was not the case. No matter how powerful the 10,000-year ancestor was, he couldn't condense a human form with a netherworld aura. When she came to Penglai Island, she used her own cultivation to forcibly raise the realm of the Taoist Zai, which was already an amazing method. But even so, there must be a foundation and a core to rely on. When the art Saint Xiaoning painted Shinryu, he spent a lot of effort to create a core, otherwise she wouldn't exist at all. But the mastermind behind the creation of these monsters, the means used subverted all common sense. In other people's eyes, the monsters themselves were extremely terrifying. But in Taoist Qing Shui's eyes, the monsters appearing out of thin air was the real horror. Such a discovery made her excited. Taoist Zai noticed her abnormality and asked with concern, Master, what's wrong? Taoist Qing Shui sighed in a low voice and covered up her worries with one sentence. My evaluation of Li Yunxin is indeed correct. The Taoists I didn't understand, so he nodded. Taoist Qing Shui sneered. Li Xinyu must have been enlightened by the method I used just now. The power of the dragon soul in her body is far beyond the peak of the profound realm. She didn't know how to use it before, but now she does. I gathered all of my spiritual power, and she released all of the power in the dragon's soul. This was a suicidal way of fighting. Li Yunxin should thank me. When I met Li Xinyu by the EC, I told her if she continues to keep the dragon soul in her body, her consciousness will be devoured by it. If she separates the dragon soul, she won't be able to live. Because in essence, she is already a corpse. It is the dragon soul that allows her, a walking corpse, to exist in this world. Even now, Li Yunxin doesn't have any plans for her. He is still thinking of using her. Li Xianyu, this crazy woman, is willing to be used. She even comforts herself that it is because of love. Taoist Qing Shui sneered. There is no love in this world. When she said the last sentence, her tone gradually turned cold. The Purple Knight Taoist's heart skipped a beat. He was silent for a while and couldn't help but say, Master, you told Li Yunxin about the past with Chun Zhao. I want to know what happened in the end. Taoist Qing Shui glanced at him. In the end? Shun Zhao went to the netherworld. Isn't that the end? She raised her head and stared at Li Yunxin's figure. It's the same as this person. For his so-called pursuit and goal, he used everyone around him, left everyone around him, and went to the netherworld. She was silent for a while and said softly, "It is indeed a good place for them." Chapter 775. Zai Zhenren had never seen her like this. He was hiding in the lifeless, immortal sect. Although he didn't meet Taoist Qing Shui often, he thought he was her confidant because he had an important mission. When he had met her occasionally before, he had seen her graceful bearing, and he had seen her occasionally true nature. But no matter how sincere she was like a goddess in the clouds. All her worries were like floating clouds to her, and they were trampled under her feet. But now, she had revealed another side of her. Because of the previous battle, she lost a lot of spiritual power. The loss of power also made her unable to calm down. She had strong feelings of love and hate, just like a mortal. Zai Zhenren liked this kind of love and hate. This made her not as unreachable as she used to be. He couldn't help but ask, "Master, what's your plan after this battle?" Taoist Qing Shui looked at him. Zai Zhenren couldn't read the meaning in her eyes. "Why do you ask?" He hesitated for a while, looking at the monsters outside who were getting closer and closer. Red Lady who was shining with golden light, and Li Yunxin whose sleeves were fluttering, and then said, "What we have been doing these days is not like Master's style. I used to hide everywhere, push the waves, and control the situation. I've been operating on the land for a long time. I have a solid foundation. But now Master abandoned everything on the land and came to Dragon Island. I'm the only one by her side. My brothers who were with the 10,000-year-old ancestor have all died. I've lost a lot of vitality. But Master doesn't seem to care. It wasn't like this in the past. Thus, I feel that Master seems to have made up his mind. That's why I asked." Zai Zhenren said softly, "Does Master plan to withdraw from these mundane matters in the future?" Taoist Qing Shui smiled mysteriously and looked at him. "What if I really want to withdraw?" Zai Zhenren said in a deep voice, "If that's the case, I'm willing to stay by Master's side." Taoist Qing Shui laughed loudly. But after laughing for a while, she suddenly coughed. This made Zai Zhenren's heart turn cold. He only knew that Taoist Qing Shui had lost some vitality, but he didn't expect it to be this serious. She actually showed signs of decline. She coughed a few times before restraining her smile. She faintly said, "Do you think I can leave this sea alive?" These words were like a clap of thunder that exploded in Taoist Violet Knight's heart. He was stunned for a moment. "What do you mean, Master?" "Li Yunxin will definitely kill me." Taoist Qing Shui said calmly. He refined the netherworld and wanted to go down there. "How can you feel at ease staying on top of me?" Taoist Master Zai was momentarily speechless. He could only frown and stare at her in a daze. Not because of anything else, but because it should have been more than that. She obtained the Dragon Island from Li Yunxin. She already had the upper hand. Even if the 10,000-year-old ancestor turned into a devil, she could stay on the Dragon Island. It would be hard for that old devil to break through. How could something that could suppress the netherworld Qi underground be destroyed so easily? The initiative should have been in her hands. But before this, she had actually helped Li Yunxin fight with all her might, causing her to be heavily injured to such an extent. Taoist Master Violet Knight had thought that his master had her own plans, but now it seemed that she had no other choice and was certain that she would not be able to escape death. Why would she do such a thing? It seemed like she was asking for death. But not long ago, she was clearly in high spirits because she had regained the Dragon Island. His mind was in a mess. He could only say, "Then why didn't Master leave?" Taoist Qing Shui smiled. "I'm leaving." Taoist Masters I wanted to ask again, but Lu Gongzan and the others had already entered the main hall. Taoist Qing Shui's expression became serious. She kept her mouth shut. Her figure flashed and disappeared into the void. She had returned to the Dragon Island. Looking outside of the main hall of Penglai Island, one would see that the sky and the sea had become completely dark. The thick netherworld chi covered the sky. It was almost impossible to see one's fingers in front of them. In the deep darkness, the red light reflected by the hundreds of monsters' blood-red eyes was especially terrifying. The light on Red Lady's body had reached its peak. Li Yunxin was standing beside her. As the monsters got closer, she took a deep breath. "I'm going." When she said this, her voice sounded a bit ethereal. It was sometimes near and far. It was as if one word was said right in front of them, and the next word was said from the other side of the sky. This was because the spiritual power and the netherworld chi had already collided. Another fierce battle had started before the two of them. When these two auras collided, even the space was affected and became slightly distorted. But suddenly, she heard Li Yunxin say in a low voice, "Wait." Red Lady was startled. She quickly heard another sentence. Because of the conflict of spiritual power and the distortion of space, this sentence was even more vague and ethereal. But she was sure that she didn't hear wrongly. "You have to do your best later. You have to die in battle." Li Yunxin didn't look at her. It was more like he was talking to himself. "But when you die, don't be too far away from me. I know about your matter." Red Lady knew that Li Yunxin chose this kind of time to speak to her in such a low and vague tone because he was worried that their conversation would be heard by Taoist Qing Shui. She also knew that since he was worried, she shouldn't ask too much. However, a strong emotion was fermenting in her chest. She couldn't help but look at Li Yunxin. "What do you know?" Li Yunxin turned his face and looked at her. His face was faintly discernible in the increasingly thick black fog. "Do you think I will watch you die? Go." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately turned into a golden light and rushed toward the enemy. Red Lady was stunned for a long time. However, she already understood a lot of things in her heart. Many of her previous doubts and worries disappeared because of these few words of his. Her previous determination to die had weakened a lot, but her fighting spirit was stronger. Li Yunxin's current realm had reached an indescribable level. Although he didn't have the ability of Grand Supreme, he was far from the peak of the Xian realm. Even though he had just reached the initial stage of the realm, his foundation was as stable as if it had been tempered for thousands of years because of the majestic spiritual power that Taoist Qing Shui had given him. As soon as he rushed into the enemy group, he fiercely confronted a monster head-on. That monster was slow and only had time to raise its hand to block, but it was hit right in the chest. More than a dozen pairs of eyes were immediately broken along with its body, and half of its body was blown up. With his current strength, if he encountered the first monster that appeared just now, he could probably end the battle within a dozen breaths. But now, it wasn't just one monster, but hundreds of them. The space between the sea and the sky was full of netherworld energy, and it wasn't as dense as before. Therefore, although the first monster was blown up in half by him, it wasn't killed. Its huge body was overturned in the sea, and soon it was stepped into the water by the monsters behind it. But the power of the netherworld was abundant here, and the monster that lost half of its body would probably recover in a quarter of an hour. However, Li Yunxin didn't seem to care about this. He didn't slow down, and he bravely hit the next monster's body, still smashing half of it. The monsters were slow, but Li Yunxin's body was small, and his speed was fast. In the blink of an eye, he flew far away among the monsters. All the monsters that were about to get close to Panlai Island were smashed by him and fell down with a rumble. Red Lady followed closely behind him. Li Yunxin told her to fight to the death, so she really, without hesitation, and happily walked toward death. Dragon Lady, who was at the peak of the profound realm, didn't hesitate to drive her spiritual power to the extreme. As soon as Li Yunxin rushed over, she launched a fierce attack. Although her attack wasn't as strong as Li Yunxin's, and she couldn't make a noble monster fall down with one blow, she could still beat them back, and they couldn't move forward for a while. Although there were hundreds of monsters coming to Panlai Island, there were only a few dozen leading the charge. After the two of them fought like this, the monsters couldn't move forward anymore. The two of them seemed to have made up their minds not to let them move forward even half a step. Charging from one end to the other, he quickly charged back to the other end. In this way, although a large number of monsters fell down, the netherworld aura gushing out of their bodies became more and more intense. This scene made the Purple Knight Taoist frown slightly, and he couldn't help but whisper, "This is useless." Even if the monsters that were knocked down couldn't move forward, they could always recover in the increasingly intense netherworld aura. But Li Yunxin and Red Lady's energy was limited, and they couldn't outlast them in the end. In this way, they would inevitably be defeated. He turned to look at Lu Gongzan and found that this monster cultivator was now standing straight. Although they were hiding in Penglai Island, they all knew that it was only a temporary shelter, and they didn't want to get in the way of Li Yunxin. But if something really happened to the two who were fighting outside, they would eventually have to go to the battlefield. Therefore, Lu Gongzan, the ninth young master, and Bai Yunxin were now fully alert, as if they were standing at the edge of the Shiraba. Even so, the Purple Knight Taoist still felt something unusual. Lu Gongzan didn't seem to be worried about the problem he had raised. He realized that this meant that Li Yunxin had another way, and Lu Gongzan knew it in his heart. Anyone who cultivated to the profound realm, as long as they were steady, wasn't stupid. Even if he followed Yun Shan's method and cultivated himself to the point where he was neither a human nor a ghost, and looked like a fool, it was only because he was indifferent to the human world. If they really used their brains, none of them would be stupid. So the Purple Knight Taoist thought of a possibility. Li Yunxin really wanted to refine the netherworld aura. Taoist Qing Shui had told him about this before. The reason why his lord tried his best to protect Li Yunxin from death, even to the point of surpassing the peak of the profound realm, was so that he could use the method that the 10,000-year ancestor in Lin Long had used to refine himself into the netherworld aura. In this way, when facing the 10,000-year ancestor, Li Yunxin would have the power to fight. As for what would happen after that, he believed that his lord had his own arrangement. But he didn't expect that Li Yunxin would start to do this while fighting against hundreds of monsters. He did it on purpose to let those monsters be injured but not die, so that they would release the netherworld aura in their bodies after being seriously injured, so that he could refine it. But wasn't he afraid of chi deviation? Chapter 776. Although he was a disciple of Taoist Qing Shui, he didn't have a bad impression of Li Yunxin. Now that they were on the same side, he couldn't help but say in a low voice, "This is not a solution. Brother Lu, he intends to refine the netherworld aura while fighting. Do you think he is taking such a risk?" Lu Gongzan glanced at him and was about to say something. The ninth young master snorted, "It's none of your business. You should worry about your master." Taoist Master Purple Knight didn't mind and said he was able to absorb so much netherworld energy in such a short period of time. Even if we cultivate spiritual energy, using this method is still a tiger and wolf technique, let alone the netherworld. "Brother Lu, are you really not worried?" Lu Gongzan finally said. "He has his reasons. If you and I can think clearly, Li Yunxin wouldn't be Li Yunxin. Immortal, if you want to know what methods he has, you can only waste your effort." "I really don't know." The Purple Knight Immortal sighed. "I'm not," but he only sighed half of the time. Because the situation outside had changed again. They were watching Li Yunxin, Red Lady, and a group of demons fighting in a hall on the mountaintop of Penglai Island, so they had the geographical advantage. Although the monsters were huge, the crowd could still see what was behind them slightly over the heads of the fiends. Originally, there were layers of demonic shadows and dense black gas in the distance. But when the Purple Knight Immortal was halfway through his words, there suddenly burst out a very subtle light. It was as if an extremely thin bolt of lightning had flashed in the midst of the group of demons. The Purple Knight Immortal was slightly stunned. He didn't know whether the light was caused by the disorder of the spiritual power of heaven and earth, or someone was casting a spell. While he was still in a daze, a roar came from behind him. These monsters didn't like to make noise. Only when they were in extreme pain or dying would they let out an inhuman roar. Li Yunxin and Red Lady were fighting in the front. Most of the sounds were from the collision of spiritual power and the netherworld aura. There weren't many monsters' roars. Thus, the sound that came from behind was especially obvious. Lu Gongzan noticed this as well. He furrowed his brows, because after that painful roar, 3 of the monsters at the back suddenly fell. Someone was ambushing the monsters from behind. He exchanged a glance with the Violet Knight, enlightened, realizing that things might not be good. Now, on this stretch of the ocean, who else could defeat the 3-headed monster in an instant? Other than the 10,000-year-old ancestor who is said to have cultivated a demonic art? Even though Li Yunxin's current cultivation level was unfathomable, he could only destroy half of a monster's body with a single palm strike. He was far from being able to defeat 3 in an instant. Before this, they all thought that it was impossible for the 10,000-year-old ancestor to appear on the surface of the ocean at this time. There was only one question: where did these monsters come from? It couldn't have been born from the bottom of the sea. There had to be a mastermind behind the scenes. Now that the monsters appeared again and again, and the mastermind behind the scenes was hiding, there must be a terrible plot. If they were the 10,000-year-old ancestor, they would have waited for the people of Penglai Island to fight with the monsters until both sides suffered heavy losses, and then the mastermind behind the scenes would show up and pick the fruits. But now, they realized that they had overlooked another possibility. The 10,000-year-old ancestor cultivated a demonic body, and what he wanted most was the netherworld aura. Now that there were so many evil spirits here, and someone had to cooperate with him to defeat those monsters, he couldn't help but want a share of the loot. Lu Gongzan immediately turned to look at Bai Yunxin and the 9th young master. Things have changed. We can't wait here anymore. Previously, they hid in the hall to avoid trouble, so that Li Yunxin wouldn't be distracted, so that he could focus on dealing with those monsters. But now that the 10,000-year-old ancestor appeared here, these useless people had a place to use their skills. Although the 10,000-year-old ancestor's temperament had changed, at least he still had his sanity, unlike the muddle-headed monsters. If they went out to help Li Yunxin, they could also guard against the 10,000-year-old ancestor's sneak attacks, so that he could do things with peace of mind. After saying this, Lu Gongzan flew out. But previously, when they approached the wall, a passage would appear. This time, even when he stopped by the wall, there was still no change on the wall. He turned to look at the Purple Knight Immortal, then at the hall, and said in a deep voice, "Priest Qing Shui, let us out." No one responded to him. He raised his hand and slammed it on the wall. With a loud bang, a turbulent wave of air surged in the room, blowing everyone's clothes and causing them to flutter violently. But the wall wasn't destroyed, not even a little bit. He realized that the priest Qing Shui wanted to keep them here, so he frowned and shouted, "If Li Yunxin is defeated outside, do you think Penglai and Dragon Island can survive alone?" The 9th young master didn't have a calm temperament like him. Realizing that the situation wasn't good, he stood up and grabbed the Purple Knight Immortal's throat. On the other hand, Bai Yunxin, who had always been eccentric and even a little violent, had been silent all this time. At this moment, he just looked at them coldly. The 9th young master was no match for the Purple Knight Immortal. The Purple Knight Immortal waved his hand and blocked his attack, then took a step back and hit him with his palm. The Purple Knight Immortal also shouted, "I advise you to calm down. Think carefully. Will the Lord ask you to leave at this time?" Lu Gongzan raised his hand to stop the 9th young master, who was about to step forward. "What do you mean?" The Purple Knight Immortal snorted, "You should know that Li Yunxin asked you to come to the hall to be hostages. If you are here, my lord will believe that he won't run away alone. But now there are more powerful enemies. If you run out, I'm afraid that you will run away together. At that time, can Penglai and Dragon Island still exist?" He looked at Lu Gongzan. "You know better than me whether Li Yunxin would do such a thing." Lu Gongzan was stunned. He wanted to refute, but he realized that his brother Xian was indeed capable of doing such a thing. It wasn't the first time that he ran away when the situation was not good. This was indeed his style. Seeing that he didn't speak, The Purple Knight Immortal softened his tone. I don't hate Li Yunxin. I don't even admire him. But Brother Liu, we have our own masters now. Don't blame me. I think that Li Yunxin is very powerful. Even if he faces the ancestor of the 10,000 years, he might still be able to fight. Didn't you just say that Li Yunxin has his own way of gathering the netherworld aura, and I don't need to worry about him? Lu Gongzan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He said in a muffled voice, I didn't say that. I said it. The ninth young master spat. Then let's just wait and see. The Purple Knight Immortal ignored the ninth young master and only looked at Lu Gongzan. If Li Yunxin really can't hold on, my lord won't let him die in vain. It's just that, at this time, it's all for self-preservation. Didn't all of you besiege my lord for the same reason? Lu Gongzan frowned. He couldn't speak anymore. He could only wave his sleeves and stare at the battle in the distance with his hands behind his back. When something strange happened behind them, Li Yunxin and Red Lady also sensed it. But it wasn't because of his supernatural power. The black fog in this place isolated the spiritual power. It was like a mortal in a thick fog. It was absolutely impossible for him to sense the situation in the distance. But he couldn't see or hear far away. But he could find that these monsters had become a little strange. When Li Yunxin fought the first monster, it looked stupid, like a marionette. Because of this, he could rely on his weapon and Taoist Qing Shui's spiritual power to defeat it and break through the peak of the profound realm. But now, when he fought this group of hundreds of monsters, he felt that they were different. Although their appearance and aura were the same as the first one, their movements were much more flexible. Although the first monster's movement was fast, it was stiff and slightly sluggish. These monsters' movements were smooth, and they even had some simple cooperation with each other. In fact, it was much harder to deal with than the first one. But compared to that time, Li Yunxin had also become stronger. Although they were all getting stronger, the leap from the mysterious realm of Shi to the peak of the profound realm was not something that more flexible movements and simple cooperation could compare with. Therefore, Li Yunxin and Red Lady, who risked everything and lived for death, could even slightly gain the upper hand in the short period of time when the two armies fought. Even though it was difficult to find a chance to completely destroy a monster like in the first battle because of the surrounding monsters, in a short period of time, many monsters had lost the ability to fight. Because of this, he gradually found that as the number of monsters that had lost the ability to move increased, the movements of the monsters were not as flexible as before. They began to become slightly sluggish, and their cooperation with each other was not as smooth as before. Then, he realized that the demons seemed to be connected by some kind of subtle relationship. It seemed that the more the number, the stronger the ability. The fewer the number, the weaker the ability. Logically speaking, such a conclusion should not be confirmed by the information on the battle formation alone. Such an inference was also difficult for ordinary people in this world to come up with. Generally, people had to rely on their own life experience to make inferences. But even the ants and bees that lived in groups in this world had intelligence, and they were not part of a big body. If the natives here were to think about it, they would definitely not think about Li Yunxin. But the problem was that he really knew some such creatures or civilizations. Not in this world, but in the world he came from, in the movies and TV series of that world. A big country on the other side of the Pacific Ocean was constantly invaded by alien civilizations. And 8 out of 10 of the invaders had a core organ or individual that was very important in control of the overall situation, in which all the minions would stop functioning once they died, but they would not pay attention to defense. Li Yunxin had seen too many reunion scenes in which a squad killed the core organ, and the whole world was instantly saved. Therefore, when he discovered the strange changes of the monsters, the first thought that came to his mind was that the appearance and aura of the monsters were too similar, as if they were mass-produced products or a swarm of ants and bees that were difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Just as he was thinking about whether his inference was correct or not, a strange change happened on his side. The movements of the monsters suddenly became more sluggish, and their cooperation also became chaotic, Li Yunxin originally swept past a monster, frantically refining the netherworld aura into his body while avoiding its attack, and at the same time, blasting half of the monster's body away with a palm strike. Thus, the monster's body overflowed with black fog, and like a ghoul or a blood-sucking monster, he rushed to the monster's wound and absorbed all the netherworld aura that gushed out. The black fog in the monster's body could not repair the heavy injury for a while, so it could only collapse and wait for the surrounding netherworld aura to become thinner to repair its body. This process would take a long time, and when he absorbed the netherworld aura, the monsters on both sides would join forces to attack. Although these monsters had some intelligence, their minds were not as flexible as human beings. Red Lady used the momentum of wind and thunder to attract the attention of the monsters, temporarily covering for Li Yunxin. In this way, the two gradually gained the upper hand, and the number of monsters that could stand at the same time gradually decreased. But they also knew that this was not the way to go. Li Yunxin's refining of himself would always have a limit. If that limit was reached, but it was still not enough to form an overwhelming advantage, he would eventually be defeated. But when Lu Gongzan saw the strange change, the two realized that the monsters suddenly could not even join forces to attack anymore. Even two of the monsters' fists collided, and both of them were blasted back a step. Seeing this, Red Lady was overjoyed and shouted, "They can't do it!" But Li Yunxin suddenly rushed up to the sky and looked into the distance. He saw that the thin lightning flashed 5 times in a row. With the obstruction of the netherworld aura, he could not feel the aura behind him and could only watch. But he also understood that there should be a strong reinforcement coming. For example, he and Red Lady, both of them were even stronger strong reinforcements. It's the 10,000-year-old ancestor. He sneered, "Someone is coming to take advantage of us." Red Lady led the two muddle-headed monsters to the side, and then took the time to look up at him. He also wants the netherworld aura? What should we do? Li Yunxin did not say anything, but swooped down again and plunged into the sea. Red Lady followed closely behind him. Now, the seawater was dark and gloomy. The monsters poured into the sea, stirring up a huge amount of sand and sand. However, Red Lady saw that the spear in Li Yunxin's hand was emitting a faint white light. She knew that in the previous battles, it was precisely because of this sharp weapon that he was able to defeat the monsters one by one with an overwhelming force. But he did not use the spear to stab, as if he cherished this thing, but held the spear in his left hand and attacked with his right hand. Once the monsters were destroyed, he would immediately use the spear to penetrate the wounds. So the netherworld aura that gushed out from the monsters' bodies seemed to see its master and lingered around the spear. Therefore, he was able to completely absorb it. But Red Lady had never seen him use this treasure before, and she did not know where it came from. She saw that Li Yunxin went straight to the bottom of the sea and suddenly inserted the spear in his hand into the mud, as if he was sensing something. Then his face changed slightly. "Why are there 3 more? Chapter 777. Red Lady stared blankly. 3 what? 10,000-year-old ancestor. 3 thieves, Li Yunxin said. The wolf-spine raging lion spear had an unusual affinity with the netherworld aura. When the White Hell Lord had given this spear to him, he had guessed that it was not just a divine weapon. It was not just a simple immortal treasure. When he used this spear to stab Zither Monarch to death on Dragon Island, he had already discovered its peculiarity. Once the spear pierced Zither Monarch's body, the netherworld aura in her body was immediately sucked clean. When he wielded this spear in the dark fog, he could even feel the netherworld aura drilling into the spear. The last attack against the monster was also made with the help of this spear. When the hundreds of monsters attacked, they discovered its miraculousness. The reason why the monsters didn't attack Penglai Island was not only because of Li Yunxin and Red Lady's fierce attacks, but also because the monsters seemed to be attracted by this spear. Their main target became Li Yunxin and not Penglai Island. Thus, Li Yunxin could make them unable to attack. At this time, he used this wolf spine raging lion spear to crazily absorb the netherworld aura pouring out of the monsters' bodies and refine himself. Taoist Master Zai was worried that Li Yunxin's foundation would be unstable and that he would be possessed by the devil if he refined it so quickly. But he didn't know that Li Yunxin had such a treasure. This thing only absorbed the netherworld aura and excluded the spiritual aura and other auras. Thus, Li Yunxin had a treasure house full of pure netherworld aura in his hands. Why would he need to worry about his foundation being unstable and his cultivation going berserk? The White Hell King had given him this, who asked him to guard Dragon Island and kill all the demonic creatures that appeared on land. He probably expected the current situation. The netherworld aura might fill the sky and the sea, so he could use this spear to absorb the netherworld aura. But in the end, he underestimated Li Yunxin's determination. He simply refined himself. Now that he had dived to the bottom of the sea and stabbed the spear into the mud, he originally wanted to use the earth chi to sense the aura of the existence behind the demon horde battle formation. He had foreseen the possibility that the 10,000-year ancestor would covet the netherworld aura, so he had asked Lu Gongzan to go to the island to avoid trouble. He wasn't avoiding these big monsters, but the old monster. As soon as the spear pierced into the ground, the entire ocean seemed to turn into a spider web. This web of spider silk was the netherworld chi that covered the sea and sky. The aura of the netherworld gathered towards the wolf's back and lion's spear from all directions. Even though it was only a very subtle trend, it was enough to establish an even more subtle connection. Any movement on the spider web would be faithfully fed back to the center, and he and the gun were the hunters in the center of the spider web. Thus, he could sense that there were 5 other existences at the periphery of the horde of devils. The strongest among them should be a 10,000-year-old ancestor. In Li Yunxin's senses, the 10,000-year-old ancestor's power was like a bottomless well, crazily absorbing netherworld chi. The 3 weaker than him and the 10,000-year-old ancestor were lurking in the northeast of the horde of devils. They were hiding in the deep sea, also absorbing the netherworld chi, just like what Emperor Li did in the Battle of Mount Yanshan. Li Yunxin, the wolf's back and lion's back, and the web woven by the netherworld chi could also sense the existence of the netherworld in their bodies. But another person who didn't belong to their category was also detected by him. The 3 weaker ones in the northeast seemed to be protecting something, because when they moved, they were always very careful to form a triangular formation, and in the middle of the formation, there should be another person. Li Yunxin suddenly pulled the spear out of the mud and said to Red Lady, "Let's go see the 3 thieves first." After saying this, his figure flashed, rumbling straight to the northeast in the dark sea. Li Yunxin and Red Lady dived into the water, and the horde of devils suddenly seemed to be lost. Some turned around and tried to follow his breath, but were stopped by the monsters behind him. They had lost a lot of people, and their cooperation was not as smooth as before. So for a moment, they were flustered and even tripped 3 or 4 of them. At this moment, Li Yunxin and Red Madam, who was following closely behind, could already sense the auras of those 3 existences. Indeed, Grandmaster D and the 3 people who accompanied him were doing something sneaky. They were indeed crazily absorbing the netherworld chi. Different from Li Yunxin and the 10,000-year-old ancestor, they only took advantage of the ready-made advantages and didn't take the initiative to attack. And those monsters actually regarded them as nothing. At least they regarded the 3 people as nothing, as if they thought they were the same kind. Only when Grandmaster D got too close would 1 or 2 of them turn their attention to him. At this time, the 3 people next to him surrounded him, so the monster's attention was quickly diverted. The 4 of them didn't notice the breath of Li Yunxin and Red Lady. It was not only because the netherworld chi also blocked their eyes and ears, but also because 3 of them were undergoing a shocking change, so they had no time to pay attention to them for the time being. Number 0, Number 1, and Number 2 were all becoming bigger. It wasn't that cultivators or demons used supernatural powers to make their bodies become bigger, but that they were growing. The netherworld chi seeped in through the gaps in the armor, and the three bodies suddenly grew bigger. The armor that covered his body seemed to be extremely sturdy and neat, but now it actually extended along with their bodies, as if it had become liquid. At first, they were only the size of ordinary people. But when a 10,000-year-old ancestor appeared, they had already grown to the height of the monster's waists. At this time, the three people under the heavy armor seemed to start to feel pain. Number 0 had always been silent, but even she began to let out a very soft moan. This sound was drowned out by the background noise, but Grandmaster D heard it. "You're almost at your limit." He was now standing on Number 0's shoulder, protected by a layer of invisible power. This layer of power was very similar to the shield created by the first monster that Li Yunxin killed. It was composed of many hexagonal, colorful patches, which didn't look like the style of this world. Number 0 didn't say anything, but Number 3 sneered, "I've already said that I alone is enough. These two pieces of trash are a burden." Number 3 had now grown into a huge monster, even bigger than those monsters. In fact, at a glance, Number 3, Number 0, and Number 2 looked very similar to those monsters. This was referring to their silhouettes. They were also tall but slender, like a normal person who had been stretched by an invisible hand. Number 3 hid under the deep sea, his body bent. This place was very far from Penglai Island, and the sea was much deeper than the coast of the island, so it provided a place for them to hide. If they were near Penglai Island, the sea would probably only reach their knees. And Number 2, who was also called Trash, was actually not a burden. Number 2's body also grew to a huge size, almost the same as Number 3's. But their mental state, or rather, their fighting spirit, was completely different. Number 0 followed Grandpa D's instructions, hiding carefully and absorbing the netherworld energy. He was like an obedient and sensible, good student, dutiful and well-behaved. Number 2 seemed to be cowardly or dispirited. He was like a very intelligent person, but he was not interested in the things in front of him. He wasn't in a hurry to fill his body with the netherworld energy, but he seemed to be very strong in a certain quality. Therefore, even if he didn't work hard, his body was still growing rapidly. Number 3 was the one who was most like a normal person. She was full of fighting spirit and some kind of desire, eager to fill her body with the netherworld energy. Sometimes, she would even ignore Grandpa D's orders and take the initiative to attack and defeat the monsters. But Grandpa D sighed and said patiently, "You can't deal with the 10,000-year ancestor and Li Yunxin alone. You have to learn to cooperate, and you have to learn patience." Number 3 shouted with dissatisfaction, his voice full of expectation and eagerness. "Patience? How long do I have to be patient?" When Li Yunxin and the 10,000-year ancestor fight, Grandpa D said, "When one of them is defeated, that's your chance." But he heard a third voice. "I don't think you can wait until then." Li Yunxin appeared from a black fog. He stood in the deep sea where the black fog was surging. His white clothes were especially eye-catching, making people feel that they were shining. "Long time no see." Grandpa D was shocked. Then he made a movement. He quickly raised his hand and pointed in the air a few times, then looked up at Li Yunxin again. "What a surprise. Where's your female companion?" Li Yunxin tilted his head and stared at him. "She went to attract the monster's attention for us. That way we can have a good talk. Why didn't you stay in Cloud Mountain? Why did you come here to stir up trouble?" Grandpa D smiled slightly. "Compared to the last time I saw you, your state has improved, and you speak with more confidence." When he said these words, none of the three giants beside him made a sound. In fact, Number 0, Number 1, and Number 2 all looked like monsters now. They didn't have the agility of a human and seemed slow and stiff. They were like 3 trees growing at the bottom of the sea. They swayed gently and absorbed the netherworld energy between the sea and the sky as if they were absorbing the energy in the sunlight. Li Yunxin looked at the 3 of them and thought for a while. "So, You pointed at them just now to deprive them of their senses. Did you create this thing? Sort of. Grandpa D admitted without hesitation. Now Li Yunxin didn't give him a chance to speak. Previously, the 10,000-year ancestor told me about something he saw 40,000 years ago. I had a guess. The Dragon Island and the 3 islands of Penglai should belong to some kind of energy equipment that can provide energy for Cloud Mountain. Now that I see you, my guess should be right. Otherwise, an elder like you who has taken over the body of a so-called sage, but has no magical power, would not take the risk to come to Cloud Mountain. Let me guess again. You came for the Dragon Island. You came for the Dragon Island to obtain energy. And to obtain energy to leave this world? Grandpa D raised his eyebrows in surprise. You know so many things? What else do you know? Chapter 778. That's almost all. Li Yunxin looked at him seriously. Did you realize that we are allies now? You didn't give me a chance to speak. Grandpa D looked at Li Yunxin and the 3 huge bodies beside him. Li Yunxin seemed to see through his mind and said in a low voice, These 3 things are not my opponents now. He looked at Grandpa D again. You are not either. He purposely showed his strong aura and forced out the dark netherworld aura from his body. Although the aura in his body belonged to the netherworld like the monsters, the aura in his body had been refined and purified. Moreover, it had a mysterious rhythm when the divine power was used, so it was easy to distinguish who was superior. This kind of aura forced the surrounding seawater away and put the 4 people in a dark ball. He didn't use any prohibition or magic. When he used those methods in the sky above Penglai Island, he did it for the people of Qingshui Road. Now that he needed a real secret space, he used this strong and domineering aura to cut off all connections with the outside world. He could control this power. It was like a cultivator who could consciously control the spiritual power within a few feet or even several feet around him. Therefore, the 3 huge bodies could no longer absorb his netherworld aura and became irritated. They even started to growl faintly. Even Zero, who never made a sound, was no exception. It seemed that because his rational consciousness was temporarily restrained, some kind of wild instinct surfaced in his sea of consciousness. Grandpa D had to raise his hand again and point in the void. The 3 huge bodies quieted down again. Li Yunxin shook his head. No matter how strong a heavenly weapon is, it's just a piece of scrap metal without an expert to use it. You can't use these 3 things as you wish right now. Even if they break through to the peak of the profound realm, they can hardly pose a threat to Ancestor 10,000 years. Our goals don't conflict, but they conflict with Ancestor 10,000 years. He looked at Grandpa D and said, You need the netherworld aura now, and I want to enter the netherworld. But if Ancestor 10,000 years succeeds, he will destroy the Dragon Island and open the netherworld. A lot of energy will be wasted, and this world will be finished. He will still want Yinshan, and you won't be able to leave then. We have to work together and take what we need. Otherwise, everyone will lose. Grandpa D turned around and looked outside the enchantment created by Li Yunxin's netherworld aura. The monsters seemed to be chasing something. They were slowly but surely changing their focus and direction of action. They should be chasing after Red Lady. Li Yunxin handed the gun to her, and she became the focus of the monsters in a short period of time. Further away, the monsters continued to topple. That was the 10,000-year-old ancestor frantically plunging the netherworld energy in their bodies. But unlike those who were knocked down by Li Yunxin, none of those who were knocked down by the 10,000-year ancestor could stand up again. Because Li Yunxin only took the netherworld energy, the 10,000-year-old ancestor, who had merged with the fiend gods from the netherworld, had long given up his own consciousness. Not only was he devouring the netherworld energy, but he was also devouring the monster itself. There's still some time. Gong Di sighed softly and looked at Li Yunxin. How do you want me to cooperate with you? Just like last time, Li Yunxin said, You drive the Cloud Mountain over. Restrain the netherworld energy that is escaping in this area of the sea. Then use the Heaven and Earth Mother Plate on the Cloud Mountain to change the Earth energy here, turning this place into the netherworld on Earth. This way, we can eliminate the disaster and also send you away. Gongdi laughed. Li and Xin, you did a lot of things in the Cloud Mountain last time. You also asked me to cooperate with you. You asked me to look after the Heaven and Earth Mother Plate for you, and told others that you destroyed it. In order to cooperate with your act, I blew up the ecosystem of the 2 layers of the Cloud Mountain. What have I gotten up to now? Have you ever thought of asking me for a share of the things you've done here? If a third person had been here and heard the conversation between the two, he would have been able to instantly understand many of the key points that had previously puzzled him. For example, Li Yunxin was only in the true state at that time. How did he destroy the almost indestructible Heaven and Earth Mother Plate? For example, the elders of the Freemasonry were guarding the Cloud Mountain. Why didn't they stop him when they saw him cause such a big disaster in the Cloud Mountain? Also, when he fought with the Sea Dragon King on the ocean, what kind of method did he use to mobilize the aura between the sea and the sky, making it so that even the Shinryu couldn't interfere? Li Yunxin looked at him seriously and sincerely. Gongdi, you're too heartless to say such things. You're forgetful. Let me remind you of the situation at that time. You Celestials used to pass down magic to the people of this world, making a bunch of fools cultivate according to your magic. You said that in the end, you could break through the void and ascend to heaven, living as long as heaven and earth. But in reality, it's asking people to cultivate their own consciousness, leaving behind only a body that has been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. Then, you used a bolt of lightning to split apart the last bit of their consciousness. You Celestials entered their bodies and became the elders of the Freemasonry. But you don't have divine powers. Only your bodies are stronger. When you were in the Cloud Mountain, you used some skills that seemed impressive. But now that I know about the Dragon Island, I know. Li Yunxin smiled. That wasn't your ability. You used orders to control the Cloud Mountain. That was the Cloud Mountain's ability. But even so, the range of your abilities is only limited to the little Cloud Mountain. Then, seeing that the Xianmen and the Kenzo were getting stronger and were slowly getting out of control, you planned to use your own people to replace them. But you've only done half of it, and you've already realized that it's too late. You haven't told me what it is or why it's too late. You just want to destroy the orthodoxy and the mystical gate and then leave, right? Grandpa D looked at him gloomily. I didn't say anything about that. I guessed it. Li Yunxin glanced outside again. Red Lady could still hold on, so he focused his attention on Grandpa D again. The 10,000-year ancestor said that 40,000 years ago, the Cloud Mountain sent out a message. I guess it was asking for help at that time. But not only did the reinforcements come late, there were also people like Chun Zhao. Not only did they not help you, they even ruined your plans. Taoist Qing Shui and Li Chunfeng also told me about the Great Calamity. If there really is such a thing, I guess what you meant by too late was that a great calamity was coming. You originally planned to replace all the Celestials with the bodies of the saints. But now there isn't enough time. You guys decided to leave first and don't care about the people in the sky. The Xianmen said that there hasn't been any news about the Celestials for the past 2,000 years. They were worried that they were angry. But I guess there are 2 other possibilities. One is that you elders cut off the connection between the Celestials and this world. The other is that your so-called Great Calamity is indeed approaching. The Celestials really can't interfere with this world anymore. Li Yunxin smiled. I'm not a native here. I don't really think of the Cloud Mountain as some immortal creation. This thing is man-made. It might have been created by the powerful civilization that you lost in the past. Now you plan to drive the Cloud Mountain away, but you lack energy. The energy is underground. It might even be the netherworld aura. I only thought about half of these things when I was on the Cloud Mountain, but I know what you guys are afraid of. The demons hate you. The people from Southwood House want to mess with you. After the battle on the Cloud Mountain, the people from the Xianmen might want to return to the Cloud Mountain and take revenge on you. So, you worked with me to disrupt the Qi on the Mother and Earth Plate, which also messed up the spiritual Qi in the world. This way, the cultivators who are most likely to threaten you will definitely not be able to recover, and the threat to you will become smaller and smaller. Such a treasure on the Cloud Mountain was destroyed. Many people will lose interest in the Cloud Mountain. You can continue to safely trap yourselves there and plan your own things. You guys will benefit much more than me. But now, you say that you're helping me. Grandpa D, that's not nice. Grandpa D turned to look at Red Lady. You should go help her, not argue with me here. I don't think she can hold on for much longer. She's a death warrior. Li Yunxin stared at him. She can hold on until she dies. But you guys can't. A serious expression appeared on Grandpa D's face. But it was more like he was using this seriousness to hide the uneasiness in the depths of his emotions. Fine. You still need the Cloud Mountain this time. I promise to work with you. But this is the last time. Not enough, Li Yunxin said. I still need to know what's going on in the Netherworld. What are the true demons and ancient demons? What's Chun Zhao doing down there? What's your relationship with the people down there? It was rare for Grandpa D to look surprised in front of Li Yunxin. He raised his eyebrows and pointed at Red Lady. They gave this to you, but they didn't tell you what it is? Should they have told me? Huh? Grandpa D smiled mockingly. It seems like Li Zhen and Chun Zhao don't really trust you. Otherwise, if you knew the origin of this thing, you would know the answers to your questions. Li Yunxin cupped his hands without holding back. Then please explain to me, Grandpa D. Grandpa D was stunned. He still couldn't get used to Li Yunxin's unprincipled way of doing things. After thinking for a while, he smiled and said, Okay, I'll explain to you. We have to start from a long time ago. He exhaled softly. A long time ago, there was only one huge and powerful existence in the world. This existence is now called the Netherworld Mother. Li Yunxin thought for a while. Is it an ancient demon or a true demon? Ancient demon, Grandpa D said. Gong Di said. The powerful evil demons that have appeared since prehistoric times refer to the Mother Earth of the Netherworld. Li Yunxin shook his head in disbelief. So, the meaning of the ancient demon is so straightforward? You mentioned someone called Li Zhen just now. Don't tell me he's a true demon. Grandpa D shrugged. He's a true demon. These things are for the natives of this world. Whether it's an ancient demon or a true demon, it's fine as long as they find it mysterious. Speechless, Li Yunxin raised his hand. Please continue. Chapter 779. The Nether Earth Mother was originally a muddle-headed existence. Or rather, we felt that it was muddle-headed. After it slept for a long time, another existence slowly grew out of its body. This thing was called the Ancient God in the past. Gong Di suddenly said with a mocking tone. The reason why it was called a god was because it had remarkable abilities and was almost omnipotent. Later on, you know that those who aren't of my race have different intentions. The Nether Earth Mother didn't like that ancient god and wanted to kill it. The ancient god also didn't like humans and wanted to kill them. However, humans and ancient gods knew that Mother Earth wanted to kill them. Thus, this human had to fight with the ancient god and worry that one day, before a victor could be decided, they would all be killed by Mother Earth. Thus, Li Yunxin frowned. Interrupt. He pointed at his feet. You mean to say that the things you mentioned happened here? This world? Exactly. Li Yunxin let out a sigh. You guys defeated the ancient god? You can say so, Gong Di said. It was a Pyrrhic victory. We defeated the ancient god. We thought we had wiped it out completely. However, it was almost a part of the Nether Earth Mother. If Mother Earth didn't die, it wouldn't die. Thus, we dismembered it and suppressed it. You should be able to guess what it was. Li Yunxin thought for a moment. The skeletons in the sea cave and the earth cave. Yes, your spear is actually a part of that ancient god. In my story, this ancient god doesn't sound like a powerful character. However, you have to know that Mother Earth is the source of all things, and the ancient god is the first existence that was born from it. In terms of control, this ancient god is below 1 and above tens of thousands. Your spear is made from its finger bones, so it can subdue all the so-called evil devils other than them. Gong Di raised his hand and pointed outside. These things are derived from the aura of the Nether Earth Mother. The power of the ancient god is far above it. Thus, You use that spear to attack them with an irresistible force. Low-level existences like them will also be attracted by the aura of high-level existences like the ancient god. That's why your little lover can hold him back for now. Li Yunxin blinked. What Grandmaster D said might not be true, but he believed it. The first time he had come into contact with the wolf spine raging lion spear, he had indeed felt the same aura. It was vast and broad, yet it seemed to contain some human emotions, and even contain some anger. It should be the remnant consciousness of the ancient god. So what's going on down there? He pointed downward. What's going on down there? Humph. Grandpa D smiled disdainfully. We have a talk about the true devil, true demon, Li Jun. He can be considered the savior of our world. In other words, he had defeated the ancient gods. However, we paid a huge price when we defeated the ancient gods, and many people died. Then, he went berserk. Li Yunxin was attracted by his story and immediately asked, cultivation? Qi deviation? This world of yours has had these immortal Taoist techniques since the very beginning? Ha ha! Duke D laughed out loud. You can say that. However, Li Jun didn't go berserk because of his cultivation. It was a demon in his heart. This person felt that with great power came great responsibility. In order to save some people, he sacrificed even more people. So he planted a demon in his heart. When he knew that he could do it again, he became so kind that he became unreasonable. You can say that he wanted to atone for his sins. He decided to save everyone's lives this time and kill the mother of the netherworld completely. So he went underground. Since many, many years ago, until now, he has been fighting with the mother of the netherworld. Even now, when we are talking, he is still fighting inside. That woman, Chun Zhao, is also unreasonable. There are some people who are also unreasonable, and they've all followed her underground. But you should know that no one has the obligation to accompany his stubbornness. The catastrophe I'm talking about is the mother of the netherworld. It's hard to tell who will win. Once he loses, all of us will die. To us people on the ground, he has already become a demon, a true demon. He wants to drag us to death together. So you have to leave. Li Yunxin hummed and thought for a while. If I were you, I might do the same. Grandpa D's eyes brightened. I know you're a rational person. Then people like Mu Nanju, Li Yunxin said, because the people underground are fighting with the mother of the netherworld so fiercely that they can't be distracted. So they control some forces on the ground to cause trouble for you and not ask you to leave? Yes, Grandpa D said. Now I have to drag you down with me and ask you to go underground. Li Yunxin thought for a while. Your story is logical and full of emotions. It is very reasonable. Just as Grandpa D was about to speak, he heard him say, but you didn't say one thing clearly. The technology of Cloud Mountain, Dragon Island, and Penglai Island is beyond my imagination. If your previous world had such technology, why did you suppress the remains of the ancient god on this planet? He narrowed his eyes. In other words, even I can think of a more reasonable solution. For example, shoot this ancient god out. Shoot it far into deep space. You do have the ability to do so. As far as I know, some of you are traveling through the stars. There are quite a few of you. Grandpa D gritted his teeth and said, they left us behind. They ran away. Only Li Jun. At this point, he abruptly stopped speaking. Li Yunxin clapped his hands. I understand. You are the group that was left behind. This Li Jun ran back and wanted to take all of you away. So these people in this world, are they your descendants? Reproduced? No, you are in the star realm. What kind of place is the star realm? Even if we don't talk about this, we are friends. He sneered. This Li Jun ran back to save you. It is like a person blocking a knife for you and fighting with a gangster. But not only did you not help, you even planned to escape when he was busy. This is not kind. The people of Mu Nanju did not want you to escape. I don't think it is just because of advancing and retreating together. It should be because of something more serious. Tell me, if Yunshan extracted the netherworld energy from the netherworld and left, what effect would it have on this world? Grandpa D looked at Li Yunxin angrily. You are too suspicious. What effect do you think it will have? It is just that no one is watching the ground for them. Dao Dong and the Xianmen have always said that they should take care of the people. We have done many things in this world. We even set up a ban to not allow cultivators to enter the world and cause trouble. We didn't let these people fight each other. We made this world, with this level of technology, maintain a population of more than 1 billion. What do you think it is for? People. Many people are born and many people die. Those people's souls go to the netherworld. Do you think they are really reincarnated? Only a very small part. More importantly, in the words of cultivators, it is for the true devil to replenish his vital energy so that he can continue to fight with the netherworld mother. That is why Black by Yanjun also had a strict order. Cultivators and demons are not allowed to touch the souls of the world. But what happened now? The passage of the dead souls to the netherworld has been blocked. Even those two can't come to the ground anymore. Look at the devils around you now. This means that the netherworld mother has gained the upper hand. Li Jun doesn't have the souls on the ground anymore. So Mother Earth can even infect the ground with her power. If we don't leave now, are we going to die with them? If we leave, they can quickly make some people to take over the ground again. What effect can it have on them? Li Yunxin frowned. Damn, I finally understand. I was wondering, why are the people of this world so useless? It has been tens of thousands of years. Their technology is still so primitive. Because the more knowledge they have, the more reactionary they are. You want them to be beasts in peace, so it is best for them to be men farming and women weaving for generations. Now that you think about it, you are really a bunch of bastards. Grandpa D frowned and waved his hand. His agitation seemed to be sincere when he said those words just now, so he didn't mind Li Yunxin's cursing. Now that you know all this, you should be clear that even if we aren't good people, Li Jun isn't perfect either. You can leave with us and leave this world that is about to be destroyed. With you? Li Yunxin laughed coldly and shook his head. I don't dare to. I know my own limits. I know what will happen if I make friends with people like you and myself. Then don't think about using the power of Cloud Mountain, Gong Di said with a gloomy expression. At the same time, he looked at the three huge figures beside him and said, Moreover, these three are not people you can deal with. A long time ago, we obtained some of the Netherworld Mother's fragments. Then, using those fragments as the foundation, we created these three things. You can say that they are humans, but you can also say that they are actually gods of the world. The three of them are even higher than the ancient gods. They're the existences closest to Mother Earth. Once they obtain enough Netherworld aura, no human or demon on this earth can be their opponent. I can ask them to forcefully open the Dragon Island. That way, although it will be a little troublesome, we can solve it. Li Yunxin, don't think that I am not a person without feelings. Gong Di said in a low voice, the reason why I didn't use them before was that I still thought that those people underground are my kind. But if you force me, people can do anything for their own lives. Li Yunxin was silent for a while. Actually, there were still many questions. For example, if the so-called Dharma, Tao, really existed in Gong Di's previous world, then the law of that world should be different from that of his world. The higher civilization that was developed based on this should also be different from his world. It should be a mixture of technology and celestial spells. But the Cloud Mountain, Dragon Island, and Penglai that he saw were not like that. They were more like the development route of his world. Almost all of them were formed by cold machines and electric currents. He had a guess in his heart. Maybe everything that he saw now didn't originally exist in Gongdi's world. He didn't tell the whole truth, and he might even hide some key things. Then, whether the Great Tribulation that he mentioned was the Netherworld Mother or not was still open to discussion. Chapter 780. After a few breaths, Li Yunxin said, I'm not sure how much of what you said is true, but if we only look at the present, if you really work together with the ancestor to open the entrance to the netherworld, then the catastrophe is imminent. If that's the case, he pretended to hesitate for a while. Why don't we make a deal? Tell me first. Grandpa D raised his eyebrows. I can return Xiesheng to you first. Grandpa D's eyebrows relaxed again. What use do I have for him? If he's useless, then why did you go through so much trouble to send a signal outside the solar system 40,000 years ago? Li Yunxin tilted his head. Wasn't it just to ask for help? Then, the group that you said slipped away first sent a few messengers to this world to help you. The first one was Chun Zhao. Unfortunately, they became enemies. Then there's this Xiesheng. He's with me now. I gave him to you. Maybe he'll think of a way to get the best of both worlds. You said it yourself. I wonder how good your skills are. As he said this, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Too many things had happened recently. The question of life and death weighed heavily on his mind like before. In the past, he was weak and couldn't control the situation. He could only try his best to reduce the force and survive in the cracks. Now that he was strong, he could control the situation to a certain extent, but he didn't have the advantage of benefiting from both sides. He had to bear all the pressure on himself. Actually, his situation wasn't much better than before. He knew that in such a situation, as long as one still had emotions, they would definitely be affected. It would affect their ability to think carefully. Because of this, he only realized something now. If the great calamity these people were talking about was really referring to the Netherworld Mother, why did the other group of people from Grandpa D's world go to deep space? It seemed like the Netherworld Mother was still a terrifying thing to them back then. He lived on a planet back then. This meant that their technology wasn't unimaginably advanced. They still needed the protection of a planet to live a stable life. So they could actually go to other planets. If this world was really similar to the parallel space of his world, there should be Mars, Venus, and so on. At least when he looked up at the starry sky, almost all the constellations were familiar to him. However, he couldn't see Venus, which was also Venus. At least the difficulty of living on Mars was far less than becoming a space civilization. The technological gap between the two was like the difference between a nomadic people and an industrial civilization. However, a portion of them chose to flee far away. What they're afraid of isn't just the Netherworld Earth Mother, right? Obviously, Grandmaster D was not satisfied with his suggestion. He sneered, "Count on them? Humph." At first, I asked them for help because there were some technical problems on Cloudy Mountain, a mechanical failure. At this point, he no longer avoided talking about that world to Li Yunxin. After that, they didn't come for a long time, so we didn't plan to ask them for help. The Cloud Mountain landed once every 500 years. Those idiots thought that what we needed to replenish was something that could be used to set up formations. But in fact, the sand and wood that are replenished are all used to refine special metals. The amount of rare earths and metals on this land is far beyond your imagination. If it weren't for the fact that some people are afraid of death, I would have already landed Cloudy Mountain, and the progress would be much faster. Li Yunxin blinked his eyes. He felt that there was something wrong with what Grandmaster D said, but he wasn't sure what it was. According to his way of thinking, Grandmaster D was from that world, but it didn't mean that he was proficient in all the technology of that world. For example, he was a medical worker in his world, but it didn't mean that he knew how to cut out an appendix. If the technological level of a civilization was at the level of this world, there might be a so-called all-rounder. The most technologically advanced gadget that the natives of this world made was said to be the celestial observatory of the Lin Nation's astrological platform. He heard from Lu Gongzan that there were tens of thousands of gears used in it, and it was the result of the efforts of several generations of craftsmen. But if one was given enough information, that person should be able to figure it out. Because it wasn't really complicated, it was just complicated by many repetitive things piled up. But in his own world, it was impossible for a person to fix a plane with his bare hands. The modern industrial system involved many complicated levels, and it required a division of labor and cooperation. The complexity of the Cloudy Mountain created in Grandmaster D's world was far above the technological level of his world. Since the malfunction was so serious that they had to choose to seek help from a group of people 40,000 years ago, it was hard for him to imagine that Grandmaster D's group could fix it. even if they had an almost endless lifespan and 40,000 years of time, because he didn't find any maintenance system that matched Cloudy Mountain in this world. The reason why he thought of all this was to try to make a more rational judgment about the danger of the catastrophe that might not be the mother of the Netherworld. This would decide whether he would leave with Grandmaster D or stay behind. In fact, when he heard Grandmaster D's previous suggestion, a thought flashed through his mind. Grandmaster D said that Li Jun, who wanted to save everyone, was obsessed and annoying. But perhaps because Li Yunxin wasn't in Grandmaster D's position, he didn't hate that guy. On the contrary, he quite admired that kind of spirit. Of course, he had to admire it and strongly encourage it. Otherwise, according to his own moral view, if everyone in the world was selfish and had no love in their hearts, how could he enjoy a leisurely life? If everyone was as sinister, cunning, and heartless as him, the cost of living a good life would be too high. If there were more people like Li Jun, people like him could live a better life. Picking up the bowl to eat and putting down the bowl to curse was not a good character. He couldn't be like Grandmaster D, who enjoyed the temporary safety brought by Li Jun while cursing behind his back. Although he didn't have that kind of noble character, he still admired that kind of ability. He was no different from most ordinary people in this world who weren't so noble. But it didn't mean that he had to die with them. If it was really like what Grandmaster D said, that Li Jun and his group were going to die down there, he would take a few friends he made in this world and escape with Grandmaster D, expressing his admiration for the victims in the distant deep space. But on the other hand, if this world could still be saved, he would probably stay. It wasn't because he was moved by the noble character of Li Jun and the group of people down there. It was because in his worldview, there was a clear dividing line between compromising and putting everything on the line. On this side of the dividing line, he could drag out an ignoble existence, endure insults, and even smile when being slapped. For example, when he was with the ninth young master, he knew that the situation couldn't be reversed. Since he had made the choice, he might as well do it to the end. But on the other side, he could be more courageous and daring than most people. He was more daring to bet his life, just like he had done countless times before. He only needed to know one thing, whether there was a chance. Grandmaster D wouldn't give him the answer, but he felt that he could get it from others. As the messenger sent by that world, Xie Sheng should know what happened to Yinshan. Logically speaking, in this situation, there was no time for him to ask someone in detail. It had been 3 or 4 minutes since he talked to Grandmaster D and thought about these things. Red Lady was gradually losing her strength and was surrounded by danger. But the wonderful thing was that Xie Sheng was in his painting. Xie Sheng was trapped in the air opportunity chart of the 9 seas. It was a small world that he could control freely. He was the master of that world. As long as he wanted, he could change 1 second here to 1 year there at any time. Last time when he escaped into the painting to interrogate Xie Sheng, Li Yunxin tortured him until he lost his mind. It would take him a long time to recover. But now, almost 2 months had passed since the last time they met. His mind should have recovered by now. So Li Yunxin smiled at Grandmaster D. Then, why don't we? Halfway through his words, he suddenly frowned and shouted, "Who's sneaking around?" He had always been in character when he tried to act mysterious. His expression suddenly changed, which scared Grandmaster D. He hurriedly followed his gaze and looked to the west. It seemed that someone had been lurking there. Li Yunxin immediately flew over and shouted, "Where are you going?" His current realm and supernatural power were not something that Grandmaster D, who had possessed a body, could compare with. Before Elder Yinshan could see where he went, he had already escaped into the pitch-black sea. He only said, "I'll be back soon." Once he was out of Grandmaster D's perception, Li Yunxin turned around and returned to Red Lady. Now that Red Lady was in the middle of a group of monsters and the netherworld aura was rampant, Li Yunxin felt that the 3 things around Grandmaster D should not be able to detect her exact situation. Before she could speak, he said, "I'll trouble you to hold on for a while longer. Protect me like last time." Last time was when the 2 of them were in the stone mountain formed by the birth of the great sage. Red Lady still remembered what happened at that time. When Li Yunxin wanted to escape into the painting, she waited at the entrance of the cave for a quarter of an hour. At this time, the two of them could be considered to be connected. Hearing his words, she gritted her teeth and said, "Okay." Li Yunxin smiled, and his figure suddenly disappeared. A painting scroll appeared in the void. Red Lady grabbed it, dodged the 3 giant palms of the monsters, and dived into the water. Li Yunxin appeared in his painting scroll, right at the place where he escaped into the painting. The last time he came here, the scene here was no different from the outside. But this time, it was as if he suddenly jumped out of the water from a pool of black, stagnant water. There were no monsters here, and there was no violent, overbearing, and suffocating netherworld aura. It was as if the whole world had been purified in an instant. Between the sea and the sky, there were only the sound of waves, the breeze, and a bright full moon. But Li Yunxin did not have time to appreciate this peaceful scene. With a move of his mind, he teleported hundreds of miles to the northeast. At this place, in the water under his feet, a human figure was fighting against a segmented mermaid in the water. But this time, it was a real fight, not a one-sided hand-to-hand fight with the mermaid. It seemed that during the days when he was away, he had made some progress by fast-forwarding the time in the painting in order to make Xie Sheng experience more torture. This was an unexpected discovery. It turned out that in this painting scroll, one could actually cultivate. But Xie Sheng's progress was far from being able to escape the mermaid's control. The struggle Li Yunxin saw today had probably happened countless times. After a while, he would be exhausted. Now, he did not have the mood and interest to see Xie Sheng suffer again. He raised his hand and pointed at the water, pulling Xie Sheng up. Before the bewilderment on his face faded, he said coldly, "When I caught you before, I thought I got a trump card. I could use you to threaten those reincarnated celestials. But now I realize that you might be of little value. Next, I will ask you a few questions. If you don't answer well from now on, you'll have to stay here forever. And I will cut off the spiritual energy here, making it impossible for you to end this pain." For Li Yunxin, it was only a little more than 2 months since the last time they met. But for Xie Sheng, it was almost the first half of his life. Before Li Yunxin left last time, he had viciously made the time here pass extremely fast. In the 2 months outside, almost 10 years had passed here. Day after day, year after year of almost uninterrupted torture was a terrible devastation to anyone. Under such unimaginably cruel punishment, Xie Sheng still had the will to resist and could seize a chance to cultivate. He was indeed worthy of the title of the Son of Destiny. If his opponent were not Li Yunxin, whose talents were as good as his, and who had accumulated tremendous advantages in the beginning, but some other old monster or old devil, he would probably be lucky enough to deceive his opponent and achieve great accomplishments in his training in this place. Then, when his opponent escaped to this place again, he would catch his opponent off guard and turn the tables around. But even such Xie Sheng, who was first screened out by that civilization, went through all kinds of fruitful training, and then became a cultivator in this world, now became at a loss when he saw Li Yunxin. The torture affected his reason. It made his thinking slow. After a full 3 seconds, when Li Yunxin was about to speak again impatiently, the Son of Destiny squeezed out a sentence from his throat. "You are Li Yunxin." Li Yunxin sighed, raised his hand, and slapped him hard in the face. "I am Li Yunxin. It was I who left you here and made you suffer. Do you remember now? Now let me ask you, what happened when Cloud Mountain sent you a message for help?" Xie Sheng blinked. "Cloud Mountain?" He opened his eyes wide again. I'll tell you everything. At that time, there was a problem with Cloud Mountain's power system, and he was about to fall. Chapter 781. Can't they fix it? Li Yunxin asked immediately. Xie Sheng hesitated for a while, as if his mind was still slow. Li Yunxin shouted, "Don't think. Answer me immediately." They are very difficult," Xie Sheng said. He was being questioned by Li Yunxin and was under his control. If it was anyone else, their psychological defense would have collapsed very quickly. But Xiesheng slowly calmed down, and his consciousness became clearer, showing an unimaginably strong psychological quality. His words became more organized, and he even began to ask rhetorical questions like before. You should know, you are also a person of the civilized world. A problem with a precision machine is not something that can be fixed by a few non-professionals, let alone something like Yunshan. This was exactly what Li Yunxin was worried about. Perhaps there was such a possibility. Grandmaster D thought that they had fixed it. For example, if the windshield of a car was broken, he wanted to find an ordinary piece of glass to replace it. It seemed to be fine, but it was not the same as fixing. Of course, this still needed to be confirmed. So he asked the second question. Why did you leave back then? Why did you want to escape into deep space? What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? Xia Sheng murmured. This time, Li Yunxin did not stare at him to urge him, because he felt that Xie Sheng's momentary confusion was not because he was stalling for time, but because it was indeed a long time ago, and it was a little difficult to think about it. If he did not have this reaction, Li Yunxin would have suspected that he was lying, because it was something that happened tens of thousands of years ago, and it was only known from the information. Thinking about it now, it would indeed make people hesitate for a while. Fortunately, Xie Sheng did not hesitate for long. He blinked nervously, because, Gaia, Netherworld Mother, there is something under the ground. This confirmed what Grandmaster D had said. Li Yunxin immediately shouted, What I'm asking is, why did you run so far away? Xie Sheng looked confused again. But this time, it was not because he could not think of anything, but because he did not understand Li Yunxin's question. He asked, What do you mean? Li Yunxin raised his eyebrows. If you can't stay here, why not go to another planet in the solar system? Xie Sheng had a strange expression on his face. It was as if he couldn't help but want to taunt and ridicule Li Yunxin. But when he thought that he was still in Li Yunxin's hand, he held back. After such a long period of torture, he finally learned something. But she still wasn't tame. She asked in the tone that he was used to, Why don't you stay in the place where you were born for the rest of your life? Like staying in the community you were born in for the rest of your life. That place can also satisfy all your needs. In fact, from a material point of view, it's even more comfortable in the short term. I told you that your world is too backward. You don't understand. Li Yunxin raised her hand and slapped him again. Speak properly, she said in a deep voice. Xie Sheng gritted his teeth. Fine, you can think of it this way. What is the essence of a civilization? It was development, expansion, conquest. Even in the Stone Age, primitive people couldn't stay in caves all the time. If they wanted to expand and conquer, they had to develop. If they wanted to develop, they had to at least have flints as weapons. So they had to migrate to more places with flints. At the level of our civilization, what restricts development and progress is no longer the resources of your backward civilization. It's the conditions. Li Yunxin raised his hand again. But when he heard the word conditions, he put down his hand. What do you mean? Haha, have you seen? Xie Sheng gritted his teeth and laughed. A physics laboratory built with a black hole as big as the sun as the core and 6 stars within 15 light years as the power. A physics laboratory across 11 star systems. Can you imagine that we destroyed half of the spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy in an experiment to verify a theoretical idea? Where can you find such high-energy conditions in the solar system? Xie Sheng shouted. Everything is for development. In order to develop, to set sail, we almost dismantled the entire solar system. Why do you think we have to run so far? Li Yunxin was silent for a while. With his knowledge, it was indeed difficult to imagine the level of technology that Xie Sheng was talking about, if he didn't deliberately exaggerate to protect himself. But it was true that he couldn't see Venus in the starry sky from here. On the night when Bai Yanjun showed up and taught him how to possess dragons, he noticed this. However, but with such a level of development, they sent a person like you to support them? Xie Sheng coldly snorted and asked back. What? Do you think this is your world? After receiving a distress signal, they sent a land aircraft to the scene of the accident? We are more than 2 million light years away from here. We are no longer in the Milky Way galaxy, and we have even passed the Andromeda Nebula. The only way to come back here is through field teleportation. Li Yunxin thought for a moment and suddenly asked an irrelevant question. If the indigenous people of this world are armed with matchlock guns, do you think it is possible to kill all the cultivators and demons in the world? Xiesheng was stunned and then laughed. Haven't you realized? This world has been around for 40,000 years. Why is it still in the farming stage? Of course, Li Yunxin had thought about it, but he ignored Xiesheng and asked another question. What if they have a steam engine? Xiesheng snorted. Why? Do you want to lead this world into an industrial society? Li Yunxin said, then they can use oil. Xiesheng frowned in confusion. After thinking for a while, he suddenly realized, so you already know what those people on Yinshan are going to do. Li Yunxin said calmly. What do you mean? Xiesheng showed a knowing smile. You must have heard that those people on Yinshan want to leave here. You should also know that they want Dragon Island, want the energy underground. If I'm not wrong, you came here in such a hurry to ask me something because things have reached a critical juncture. Maybe Yinshan has already reached the sky above Dragon Island. You can't stop them. You should also know that once Dragon Island extracts the energy underground, the so-called entrance to the netherworld will open. So you came here to ask me if we can use other energy sources, such as oil, to solve this problem? Let me tell you clearly, it's impossible. Oil can't move Yinshan. Only I know what to do to solve this problem. When he said this, Li Yunxin was expressionless. Therefore, Xiesheng realized that he had grasped the key point. The people on Yinshan did send him a message asking for help a long time ago. Along with the message, they also introduced the situation of this world at that time, what methods they planned to use, and what the future might be like. When he came to this world and saw the appearance of this world, he realized that the rule of Yinshan was stable. Of course, the things about Yinshan were inadvertently revealed by Li Yunxin during the interrogations. Xiesheng's ability to integrate information was not inferior to this terrifying enemy in front of him. He quickly deduced the whole picture. Just like what Li Yunxin did in the past, when the enemy interrogated him, he also obtained information from the enemy. This was an unavoidable two-way process. Since Yunshan's rule was stable and powerful, it meant that they had absolute authority over this world. He came to the sea to find his own organization, to find Shinryu. After that, he realized that he went the wrong way. His organization should be on Yinshan. Now that Li Yunxin's questions began to involve the core secrets of this world, it meant that the people on Yinshan had already come into contact with him and even laid their cards on the table. When he met him, he also said something like this, I thought I got a trump card, but it turned out to be a chicken rib. Combining all this information, Xiesheng believed that he knew the truth. The people on Yinshan used a certain method to fix the system that had a problem. This was doubtful. He also said that the problem couldn't be fixed in this world. And the people of Yinshan who believed that they fixed the problem were currently planning to escape this world. But if Yinshan left this world, they would need to extract energy, which would cause a disaster. Li Yunxin didn't want to see such a disaster, which was why he wanted to obtain a solution from Seiji. Xiesheng realized that his chance to escape had finally arrived. In fact, he should have done this long ago. He should have told Li Yunxin the truth of this world and made him realize that this wasn't a good place to stay for long. But before, Li Yunxin wouldn't give him a chance to speak. Li Yunxin was an extremely confident person who would only ask what he wanted to know during every interrogation. Li Yunxin was also an extremely paranoid person who would use frightening torture if he didn't get a satisfactory answer. It was rare for Xiesheng to have a chance to communicate with Li Yunxin like this. Li Yunxin realized just how great the difference between the two civilizations was. It was so great that he couldn't understand many things at all. It was just like how a person from his previous world couldn't tell a caveman that he was using a needle to stab a caveman's body, not to kill them, but to save them. But now, this caveman had obtained a lot of information and was slowly understanding the meaning behind the information. He could let Li Yunxin understand how foolish it was to imprison him here. Thus, he took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He looked at Li Yunxin and said, Now you understand why I'm here. I'm here to save. This world is going to be destroyed in the hands of the Netherworld Mother. He paused here and looked at Li Yunxin's expression. If Li Yunxin's expression didn't have any flaws, or if there was a hint of mockery, it meant that Li Yunxin most likely knew the deeper truth. Then, he had no choice but to tell Li Yunxin about that matter to gain Li Yunxin's trust. He had received training to be able to detect the extremely minute changes in a person's expression. Li Yunxin had remarkable abilities in this world, but ordinary people wouldn't understand this technique. It was also extremely difficult to disguise himself in front of Li Yunxin. In this aspect, Xiesheng thought that he was an expert. Then, he noticed that the corner of Li Yunxin's mouth was slightly raised, and his eyes were slightly enlarged, as if he was relieved of a heavy burden. His answer made him feel at ease. The people on Cloud Mountain must have said something similar to him, and the two had verified each other. Thus, he took back the words he had prepared and continued. But leaving here doesn't mean that we can rest easy. You can't imagine how dangerous and difficult it is to travel in deep space. Cloud Mountain was built tens of thousands of years ago. The people on Cloud Mountain think that it is enough to ensure their safety within the solar system. Maybe, but once we leave the solar system, Cloud Mountain won't be able to hold on. It's too small. The smallest development ship in our world is 10 times its size. It needs to undergo some modifications, and the modification method is with me. If you leave with the people on Cloud Mountain, only death awaits you. You said that I'm useless. You should have heard some of their very confident statements. But what I want to tell you is that their confidence is like the confidence of a knight in the cold weapon era in front of a machine gun. They can't withstand a single blow. Let me out, Xiesheng said. I know that the misunderstanding between you and me is due to cognitive limitations. In the past, your vision was limited to this world. You felt that I came here to seize your power, authority, and status. But now, you should know that I don't need these at all. From the beginning, there was no conflict between you and me. Li Yunxin was still silent for a while. Xiesheng observed his expression, but found nothing. This made him slightly shocked. Then Li Yunxin smiled. Are you observing me? What? You're observing me. Li Yunxin stopped smiling. Right after you said that this world was going to be destroyed by the Netherworld Mother. Xiesheng unconsciously widened his eyes. Maybe it's because you've been tortured by me for too long, and your mind isn't clear. Li Yunxin put his hands behind his back and sighed softly. When you were observing my reaction, you forgot to restrain yourself. At that time, you were very nervous. I could see that. This means that you didn't say anything. If I had shown any other attitude at that time, you would have used another story to fool me. Am I right? The great tribulation you're talking about isn't the Netherworld Mother. Now, I can confirm this. You, Xiesheng opened his mouth. How could you? That's why I said that you're unlucky. Li Yunxin smiled. There's probably no one else in this world who knows our observation method. In the end, you bumped into me. I've never seen a main character with such bad luck as you. Xiesheng tried to make another effort. He quickly told himself to calm down and looked sincere. You've misunderstood. What I want to say, but didn't say, was that there might be other people underground who don't want us to leave. But then I realized this, and you should also know this. Li Yunxin waved his hand. The Great Tribulation won't be this. When I was talking to you just now, I mentioned a few words. He looked at Xiesheng. Matchlock, steam engine, and oil. Your expression and words told me that you're not unfamiliar with these three concepts, and it's not difficult for you to understand them. This means that your civilization has indeed gone through these stages during its development. So what? It's just, Xiesheng exclaimed softly. But he quickly realized something and stopped talking. Li Yunxin smiled. You've thought it through too? In this world today, some laws of physics are different. For example, things like supernatural powers and Taoism. If your world has always been like this, the technological line that you've experienced will definitely take a different path. But you know what I mentioned means that the physical laws of your previous world and my previous world are similar, or even exactly the same. We're taking the same path. So, the current state of this world isn't what it used to be. Something happened, and it's been changed. This change must be very important, so the people on Cloud Mountain aren't afraid that you're in my hands, and they aren't afraid that I'll ask you, because they know that you won't say it. You also know this, so you have a tacit understanding with them when you lied to me. Since you've tried so hard to hide this matter, I think that this matter is related to the real Great Tribulation. Tell me, am I right? Xie Sheng was silent for a long time before he regained his composure. Yes. Li Yunxin looked at him. Every time I ask you, you say that you'll tell me the truth this time. But you're lying to me every time. What do you want me to do to you now? Xie Sheng raised his head. Take away that monster below. Imprison me here alone, and make sure that I'm conscious. Oh? Tell me why I'm doing this. Because even if I can't tell you what the real Great Tribulation is, the Netherworld Mother's threat does exist. You and I have the same understanding of Cloud Mountain's situation. Maybe I can't help you escape the Great Tribulation, but I can at least help you escape from the Netherworld Mother. But if you continue to torture me like this, I might really go crazy. When that happens, if you want to use Cloud Mountain, you won't be able to find someone who can repair it. I know you want to talk about Qin Zhao. She can't do it. She came 2,000 years earlier than me. What she has mastered is already outdated. Li Yunxin thought for a moment. One last question. Why can't I tell you? Xie Sheng was silent for a long time. Then he said, because it concerns the survival of my civilization. Li Yunxin sighed. He could tell that Xie Sheng was telling the truth. This meant that if Xie Sheng didn't want to confess, Qin Zhao might not be able to get anything out of him. This person, although he didn't have a good personality, he was the norm for people in this job. You couldn't expect a secret agent to kill mercilessly and deceive people without blinking an eye. You couldn't expect him to have a kind heart and a soft personality. But among these people, there were some people who could endure unimaginable pain for a dream or goal. Xie Sheng was one of them. You better pray that I can use you. Li Yunxin shook his head, because in this world, death is far from the end. After saying this, he waved his hand at the sea. The mermaid that had been trembling in the water due to his aura immediately turned into a white light and was put into his sleeve. Then, it disappeared, the violent and domineering netherworld chi and the giant palms of a dozen monsters pressed down from all directions. Chapter 782. When Li Yunxin escaped into the painting was still in Red Lady's hand. Now that he appeared, he found that the painting had fallen into the mud at the bottom of the sea. It was so dark that he could not see anything clearly. However, the wolf-spine angry lion spear was inserted next to the painting, emitting a dim light, which made him feel danger. He was shocked. He put the painting into his sleeve with his left hand and pulled out the spear with his right hand. He knew that since Red Lady wanted to protect him, she would not deliberately leave him here. Something must have happened. He was anxious, and in a rage, his spiritual power poured out. The spear was filled with the terrible power in his body, and it immediately buzzed. Even the tip of the spear was forced to move more than 100 feet. Now he knew the origin and power of the spear. As soon as the light came out, the dozens of giant hands that came to catch him immediately turned into rolling black fog, like snow meeting boiling water. A terrible roar burst out, and the whole sea was dispersed by the great force, revealing the bottom of the ocean. Even the huge bodies of those monsters were blasted back more than a dozen steps by the explosion. Li Yunxin jumped up from the bottom of the sea. He first pierced the heads of 2 monsters with his spear, and then swept over their bodies that were like mountains, going straight to the northeast. He sensed the aura of the 3 monsters around Grandpa D. The aura of the 10,000-year-old ancestor was still very far away. He entered the painting and talked to Xie Sheng for no more than a dozen breaths. Red Lady's situation was not so critical that she temporarily put him into the sea. She must have been attacked by someone else. From the time he appeared to the time he saw Grandpa D and the other 3, it only took 3 breaths. Li Yunxin found that the 3 monsters around Grandpa D had become bigger. Even the smallest 0 was now almost the same size as the monsters. The other 2 were even half a body taller than the monsters in the sea. Grandpa D stood high on 0's shoulder, while number 1 and number 2 stood beside him. The three existences exuded a powerful and terrible aura. Even the seemingly ignorant monsters subconsciously stayed away from them. The three existences exuded a powerful and terrifying aura. Even the seemingly ignorant monsters subconsciously distanced themselves from them. Now the ocean was filled with the netherworld chi, and the spiritual chi had been forced away. Currently, the ocean was filled with netherworld chi, and the spiritual chi had been forced to the point where not even a trace was left. Because the person in Zero's palm was as eye-catching as a flame in the night. Wild spiritual power was released, firmly protecting him from being crushed by this monster. But Li Yunxin could also see that such a flourishing momentum could not be maintained for long. In this kind of environment, Red Lady was already at a disadvantage when fighting against the devils. After that, he fought alone for a long time and was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He stopped in front of number 0 and looked at Grandpa D, who was on his shoulder. The Red Lady in his palm seemed to want to say something to him, but now that she was using all her strength to resist the pressure of that monster, she was actually unable to say a single word. Li Yunxin frowned and looked at Grandpa D. "Friend, what do you mean?" Grandmaster D's face was calm. It was a sense of security brought to him by the fact that the three monsters around him had been successfully refined. He even smiled slightly. "You've gone 1 round. Where'd he go?" "Where could I have gone in a dozen breaths?" "I guess you want to ask someone for advice." Grandpa D smiled. "Xiesheng is in your hands. Did you ask him for confirmation?" Li Yunxin glanced at Red Lady. Red Lady shook her head gently. Grandpa D smiled again. "This demoness is very unyielding." She didn't say anything. Li Yunxin slowly relaxed his brows. "Yes, I asked him for confirmation. And the result? It's roughly the same as what you said." Li Yunxin looked at Grandpa D. "I believed you at first, but after seeing your current situation, if what you said is true, why did you use her to threaten me?" Grandpa D shook his head. "It's not a threat. It's a proof of loyalty." He slowly raised his hand and pointed at Red Lady. "Since you believe me and want to go with me, kill her." Li Yunxin raised his eyebrows. "Oh, what kind of loyalty is that? You're a smart person. I don't need to say much." Grandpa D sighed softly. "I know this demoness has gone through fire and water with you. She's loyal to you. Your companions and the people in the underworld should also know. So if you kill her, it's equivalent to breaking up with those people. They will never trust you again." Li Yunxin was silent for a while and turned to look at Red Lady. Red Lady also looked at him. They did not speak, but Li Yunxin understood what she meant. Do as he said. In fact, it was not a big deal to do as he said. He brought Red Lady out to ask her to die so that he could arrange the next step for her. Now he used her to gain Grandpa D's trust. It could be considered killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He exhaled softly, smiled, and slowly raised his hand. His palm was aimed at the demoness in number 0's hand. He did not even need to use all his strength to hit her. She would be like an arrow at the end of its flight. Red Lady clenched her teeth and closed her eyes. But when Li Yunxin aimed at her for a while, he suddenly realized one thing. The 2 fake saints on Mount Yinshan, Su Yusong and Zhuamuja, knew his situation like the back of their hands. Even though they got very detailed information, they still guessed his heart wrong in the end. Later, those 2 died. How much did Grandpa D know about his situation? Grandpa D was not a fool. Now that he wanted to make trouble here, he should have done some homework. So he should know that the former Li Yunxin and the current Li Yunxin were slightly different. For example, Lu Gongzan. So many people wanted to use old Lu to make trouble, which meant that almost the whole world knew that he cared about old Lu. At this point, if he said that his feelings for Lu Gongzan were just for mutual use, no one would believe it. As for Red Lady, even if she was not as good as old Lu, it was unreasonable for him to kill her for a proof of allegiance. Normally, Li Yunxin would not do this. At least, he would not do it without hesitation. Only the abnormal, Li Yunxin, would do this. If this Li Yunxin asked something else from Xiesheng and knew that what Grandpa D said was a lie, then he would grit his teeth and kill Red Lady. That was why he clenched his teeth and killed Red Lady. He was eager to gain Grandmaster D's trust so that he could carry out other conspiracies. Grandpa D's move was smart. Unfortunately, he thought he was too stupid, so he slowly put down his hand and sneered, "Friend, what I hate most in this world is being threatened and coerced. Proof of allegiance? Fuck you. Let her go now. I'll pretend that nothing happened." Grandpa D's face suddenly darkened. The three monsters around him did not feel anything. Obviously, he put them in a dormant state again. He stared at Li Yunxin for a long time without saying a word. Then, he slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. "Your mouth is really annoying." However, after saying that, Zero's palm loosened. Red Lady turned into a red light and flew to Li Yunxin's side. Li Yunxin raised his hand and supported her with a gentle force. "Now you don't want to pledge your allegiance?" Grandpa D did not smile. He looked at them for a while and said, "It depends on whether you are sincere or not. So you want to take them with you? How many people?" Li Yunxin said sarcastically, "Oh, do we need to book tickets? It's not as simple as you think. There are many specific details." Grandpa D frowned and thought for a while. "Since you're going with us, you don't need to use the mother-child plate to restrain the netherworld aura. You have taken the people you care about. You don't need to care about the rest." "No," Li Yunxin said, "I have my plan." "What plan?" Li Yunxin said with a faint smile. "Our relationship is not good enough to share all the information. For example, you will never tell me why the mother-child plate on Mount Yinshan can reconstruct the spiritual power of this world. So don't ask." Hiding the truth could deepen the trust between them. Li Yunxin knew this well. It worked. Grandpa D thought for a while, and his expression became more relaxed. "Okay, but we need to solve the problem in front of us first. I need the netherworld aura. Maybe is not enough now." He looked at the three people beside him. "We need to make them stronger. Only then can we take over the Dragon Island." Li Yunxin understood that he was referring to the netherworld aura in the bodies of the monsters on the ocean. It might not be enough, but it was true that he did not want him to refine himself with the netherworld aura and become stronger. But this was Grandpa D's reasonable precaution. He said simply, "Okay, we will get rid of the 10,000-year-old ancestor first. You take the netherworld aura from the ocean and refine him. Then I will go back to Penglai Island and say that I have no power to fight back. My relationship with Qing Shui is not bad. She will help me. I will lure her out of Penglai. Do you have a way to stop her?" He frowned. "No, there's a better way. First, use the Heaven and Earth Mother Plate to seal this sea. Qing Shui has not refined the netherworld. She will be easier to control. No, I will go with you to Penglai Island with her." Grandpa D pointed at Zero. "You said you caught me. Qing Shui will definitely come out to see me. When the three of us attack her, she will not be able to fight back. You are careful." Li Yunxin smiled. "Okay, then let's get to work. Let me see how strong the three people beside you are. You seal the ocean first. I will go and kill these things. The 10,000-year-old ancestor is addicted to eating there. The longer we delay, the harder it will be to deal with him." After saying this, he shouted, "Little fish, let's go." In the blink of an eye, two figures turned into flowing lights and rushed toward the group of enemies. Grandpa D stood on Zero's shoulder without moving. He squinted and watched for a while. He realized that Li Yunxin was trying his best. Anyone who was stabbed by a spear could not get up again. In just a few dozen breaths of time, 7 or 8 demons had already fallen. He heaved a sigh of relief. Seal the ocean. He liked Li Yunxin's suggestion. It meant that he could return to Yinshan and stay in that safe place. The people on Yinshan were not strong enough. Even if there was one person with 1/10 of Li Yunxin's courage, he did not need to take the risk himself. Grandpa D thought bitterly. Civilians were civilians. They had been regarded as celestial beings and immortals for a long time. They actually thought that they were noble. A little danger would make them worry about their hard-won lives. They did not come, so he had to. The three people behind him were not strong enough. But there was no other way. Dao Dong and Kinzo people were useful, but it was a double-edged sword. They were growing too fast, even if they had been trying to control the speed of their growth. In this world, the power of the cultivators gradually frightened them. They had to abandon them. The three people behind him were a new attempt. They combined the fragments of Mother Earth and the people whose consciousness had been tempered to create this kind of thing. But the consciousness of the people was eroded by the netherworld aura and became difficult to control. They were like teenagers in the mortal world. They lacked self-control and emotional management. So the parent, had to lead them. But now he had Li Yunxin. If Li Yunxin took the lead, the other three could be controlled by him from Yunshan. He didn't need to make decisions by his side anymore. Grandpa D's fingers moved slightly. 0, number 1, and number 2 woke up. Our goal is about to be achieved, he said in a low voice. Now I'm going back to Yunshan. You guys stay here. He told them about the agreement he had reached with Li Yunxin. Number 3 immediately shouted, "We really." Her body was huge now. Her voice was even louder. Fortunately, it was drowned out by the sound of fighting in the distance. Realizing this, she quickly lowered her voice. Are we really going to bring him? I don't like him. We're just giving him a daydream. Grandpa D smiled. After we get the Dragon Island, we'll kill him. But you guys have to cooperate with him to kill the 10,000-year ancestor. Don't do your best. Just support him. Exhausting his power will be beneficial to us. He thought for a while and added, there's another possibility. He also wants to weaken your power. This is very likely to happen. If that's the case, you guys should leave the battlefield first. There are 3 of you. The 10,000-year ancestor will want to break through a little first. When he can't hold on anymore, you guys can go and help him. Remember, preserving your power is the most important. Number 3, remember this. At this moment, Grandpa D was completely different from the aggressive and ruthless Grandpa D he was when he faced Su Yusong and Zhuamuja in the secret room of Cloud Mountain. He seemed to have become a parent. He repeated the words tirelessly, afraid that he would miss out on any details that they might not have thought of. Number 3 was indeed like a rebellious and active child. She said, I know all these. You should tell the 2 of them. Grandpa D smiled. I'm leaving. At this moment, he was no longer afraid of being seen by anyone. He raised his hand and tapped a few times in the air. After waiting for 3 to 4 breaths, a silver light broke through the air from the distant sea surface. This thing suddenly stopped about 100 feet away from the 4 of them. It immediately stirred up the air and caused a terrifying explosion. A huge wave that was tens of meters high was stirred up by it. It seemed to have triggered a tsunami. However, Number 3 only needed to raise his hand, and the raging waves instantly dissipated and were forcefully suppressed. It was an oval-shaped object that was shining with silver light. It was about the length of 2 people and the height of 1 person. Grandpa D took a breath on Number 0's shoulder. He flew more than 300 feet away and landed on the top of that object. Just like the wall in the Hall of Penglai Island, a round hole appeared and closed silently. Grandpa D entered it. Then, with another explosion, it disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 783. As soon as Grandmaster D left, Number 3 seemed to be in charge. She turned to Number 0 and Number 1 and said proudly, Did you hear what I said just now? We have to kill that 10,000-year-old ancestor. By then, don't get in my way. Number 0 finally spoke. It was also a female voice, but it seemed to be gentle and serious. Grandmaster D said that Li Yunxin will be the vanguard. Don't get in his way. Humph, a silent gourd and a coward. Number 3 said disdainfully, I don't need you to care about me. As soon as she said this, the ocean water around her whirled and swayed away. The netherworld aura around her was instantly absorbed. Looking at Number 3 again, he was like a tiger that had entered a flock of sheep, pouncing towards Li Yunxin and Red Madam. Number 0 and Number 1 had to follow him. At this time, Li Yunxin and Red Lady had already reached the center of the monsters. The breath of the female monster was getting weaker and weaker. She had stayed in the netherworld aura for so long and had been fighting fiercely. Even though she was at the peak of the profound realm and had a dragon soul, she couldn't hold on anymore. Her body showed obvious signs of being infected by the netherworld aura. Black blood was crawling on her exposed skin, which made her situation worse. Li Yunxin used the last bit of spiritual power in her body to protect her. After rushing forward for a while, Red Madam said, "Yunxin, I can't make it." Li Yunxin let out a sigh of relief. "Okay, then just do as I told you just now. You will die after your cultivation dissipates. Remember the important points I told you. Don't make any mistakes." Red Lady nodded slightly. "I'm very happy that you said that in front of Grandmaster D." Li Yunxin dodged the 4 pairs of demonic claws that came from his side and swooped down with her to avoid the demonic mountains in front of him. Then he smiled and said, "I'm serious. But if you really want to," Red Lady said, "I don't think that person is trustworthy. He will probably turn against you when we arrive at Penglai Island. Besides, he has gone back to Cloud Mountain now. You can't do anything to him. When it comes to turning hostile, he's not as fast as I am." Li Yunxin sneered. "Before he arrives at Penglai Island, I will kill his 3 men here." Master D himself was not important. Without Daotong and Kenzo, they would lose their claws and become useless. It's the same logic now. Without these 3, he's also a cripple. I only wanted him to use the Heaven and Earth Mother Plate to help me gather the Netherworld Chi here and turn this place into the Netherworld on the ground. As long as this is done, I'm not afraid of them doing anything else on Mount Yinshan. Li Yunxin slapped a monster in front of him. The monster was immediately forced to take 2 steps back. He then lunged forward with the spear in his hand and pierced the monster's head, causing it to collapse. He values his life and our lives too much. Li Yunxin looked at Red Lady and said, "It's time." Red Lady held on to her last breath. "But if he finds out that you have changed your mind, what if he uses the mother-child plate to remove the inhibition formation here?" Li Yunxin smiled. "Don't worry. I don't know about this. I don't feel at ease." Li Yunxin had to say, "There are 2 reasons for this. First, I was the one who taught Master D how to control the mother-child plate." "You taught him?" He dodged another 2 demonic claws and sped up his tone. "They are just empty shells of the gods. Their understanding of the Dharma of this world is not even as good as a cultivator in the transcendent state. Shunmu was the one who taught him the Dharma of painting, so they have no chance to understand it. When I made a deal with him on Mount Yinshan, I taught him some methods to control the mother-child plate using the Dharma of painting. But I didn't understand it myself, so I only taught him some things that I figured out temporarily. He can use what I know, but it's not enough for him to cause trouble. It's like someone only teaches you how to use Dharma to set up the inhibition formation, but doesn't teach you how to remove the inhibition formation. You know nothing about cultivation, so what can you do? So once the netherworld on the ground is formed, he can't do anything about it." Another point, Li Yunxin suddenly jumped above the group of demons and saw a cloud of fog that was darker than the night in the distance. It's the ancestor of the 10,000 years. Once the netherworld is formed, the netherworld aura will be restricted. But that old demon wants to go around the whole world. When I tell him that the restriction is made by the people on Mount Yinshan, he will definitely go to Mount Yinshan. Then Master D won't have time to cause trouble. Okay, then I don't have to worry. After saying this, Red Lady suddenly jumped down, but it looked more like she was falling. The monster directly below rushed over, grabbed her body, and tore her into pieces. But Li Yunxin also jumped down at the same time. A little green light flew out of his palm and locked something. All of this was hidden in the thick and dark netherworld aura. Even if someone was within 3 steps of him, it would be difficult to notice. Red Lady was dead, and number 3 was rushing over from behind. She was huge, and wherever she went, the monsters all retreated as if they were frightened by her momentum. When she approached Li Yunxin, she suddenly stretched out her palm to catch him. But although she was big, she seemed to have brute force like those monsters and was far less flexible than Li Yunxin. Li Yunxin dodged to the side and avoided the palm. But number 3 didn't catch the air and grabbed the head of a monster. She exerted force in her palm, and the monster's head immediately collapsed. The rolling black fog quickly flowed into her body, and she let out a long sigh of satisfaction. Then she turned to look at Li Yunxin. I was just joking. Li Yunxin didn't get angry, and only smiled. I can't take a joke. Number 3 brutally exploded the heads of another 2 monsters. Your helper is dead. Everyone will die, Li Yunxin said, and often when they don't expect it. Number 3 snorted. That's good. We can bring one less person. The 10,000-year ancestor is in front. Let me see what you can do. Li Yunxin raised her eyes and looked forward. There were about 100 monsters between them and the 10,000-year ancestor. He was now at the back of the group of monsters and showed the wolf spine raging lion spear. The monsters that were swarming towards Penglai Island changed their direction, but they couldn't swarm at the moment, and he could dodge them easily. The place where the 10,000-year ancestor was covered in darkness. Now that they were close, they could hear his crazy scream. It didn't sound like a human, but more like some kind of monster. The voice was sharp and shrill, not the same as the previous person. A large area around him had already been cleared. It seemed that even if the monsters were slow in thinking, they would still feel fear. The 10,000-year ancestor's aura was much stronger than Li Yunxin's, and no one knew what level he was at. At this time, 0 and number 2 also came from a back. Li Yunxin suddenly turned and landed on number 3's shoulder. Through the armor, he couldn't see number 3's expression, but from her voice, he could hear that she was shocked and angry. What are you doing? As she said this, she raised her hand to pat Li Yunxin. But Li Yunxin's body flashed, and he stood on her other shoulder. Take a break, he said with a tone like he was teasing a child. I feel that your tone is a bit familiar. Who were you before you turned into this thing? Number 3 was furious. What does it have to do with you? We're comrades now, Li Yunxin said with a smile. Look at you 3. You're like children. The hot-tempered and willful third sister, the calm and quiet eldest sister, and the awkward second brother. Sigh. Now that Grandmaster D asked you 3 to come out and fight, he probably doesn't have anyone to use. In the past, although the people in Daodong and Kinzo were not controlled, there were a lot of people in the mystic realm and true realm. In this world, no one dared to offend them. Now, you 3 have to cooperate with me. I don't know if Grandmaster D regrets seeing you like this. You're a child. You're a teenager. We're celestial beings. Number 3 patted him again, and Li Yunxin crawled to the other side like a mudfish. Celestial beings don't say they're celestial beings. Sigh. He dragged his voice, and suddenly became serious. In a while, you'll have to face the 10,000-year ancestor. I don't know what Grandmaster D told you before he left, but now, you better listen to what I have to say. At this time, 0 and number 2 came to their side. He couldn't see the expressions of the 2 monsters under the heavy armor, but he could see their posture. Their faces were slightly tilted to his side, and he guessed that they heard him. You're strong, and you're big. In terms of Dao skills and supernatural powers, you can't compare to me. But compared to the 10,000-year ancestor, you're not strong. So in layman's terms, you're a burden. Li Yunxin said bluntly, I don't care what Grandmaster D told you, or what expectations he had. I also don't care what you want to prove to him. But in a while, it'll be between adults. The 3 of you better step aside. If the 10,000-year ancestor wants to escape, you have to hold him back. You, number 3 screamed, but 0 interrupted her. Okay. Grandmaster D told us to help you. Number 3 didn't say anything, but he stretched out his palm and then crushed the heads of the 2 monsters. Before Grandmaster D left, he wanted Li Yunxin to leave the netherworld aura for them. But now, the 3 of them didn't have the intention to absorb the netherworld aura wantonly. Maybe it would be useful in the future. Li Yunxin raised his hand again, and 3 misty green lights appeared in his palm. I have another helper, but it's hard to control. I can only summon him in times of danger. Once that helper appears, I need you to restrain the 10,000-year ancestor. He's almost lost his mind now, and I think he's forgotten about the divine power formation. I set up a formation here, and I need 5 formation eyes. But the 3 of you have high realms, so it's barely enough for you to guard the formation. He flipped his hand, and the 3 green lights flew in 3 directions. Each of you guard a formation eye. When you feel the flow of chi, like this, as he spoke, he drew something in the air with his hand. A black fog surged, and 3 tracks appeared in the air. Pour the netherworld aura into this green light. Not much, just a little bit, and I can activate the formation next to the 10,000-year ancestor, trapping him and me firmly. Then, the 3 of you will attack together, and his breath will be stagnant for a while. At that time, I'll attack and injure him severely. He frowned and said seriously, "Remember, you must seize the opportunity. This formation is very exquisite. If one of you hesitates, you won't be able to complete the formation, and you'll have to go through a lot of trouble. The 10,000-year ancestor is getting stronger and stronger, so you must be careful with every step." Number 3 wanted to speak again, but 0 spoke before she could. "We'll remember." Li Yunxi nodded seriously. "I don't want to die here. You don't want to either. Let's get through this first." Chapter 784. After he finished speaking, there were only a dozen or so monsters between him and the 10,000-year ancestor. The 3 people behind him followed his orders and dispersed to the other 3 sides. Intentionally or unintentionally, they also killed the monsters along the way, but still did not absorb the netherworld aura. In this way, a vast space was opened for him and the 10,000-year ancestor. In this space, there were only a dozen or so monsters left. The others were intimidated by the 3 gigantic people and could only surround them, not daring to swarm them. Occasionally, a few would come in from the middle, but the pressure on Li Yunxin was greatly reduced. He flew straight to the 10,000-year ancestor and loudly said, "Ancestor, I didn't expect that when we meet again, you will become like this." The 10,000-year ancestor ignored him, as if his eyes were only on the netherworld aura in the monsters' bodies. He killed those monsters as if they were chickens. As long as the black light attached to the monster's body, the monster's movement would suddenly slow down as if it was struck by lightning. After another 3 to 5 breaths of time, the huge body instantly withered, quickly turning into bones and then dust. Li Yunxin didn't have to expend much effort to kill these monsters, but he did not dare to take a blow from the monster. He used all of his spirit to move and dodge, then find the opponent's flaw and kill with the spear in his hand. It was not as easy as killing the 10,000-year ancestor. The old thing ignored him, and his heart slightly sank. Although he told Red Lady that he had 2 ways to ensure his safety, but both were based on the foundation that the 10,000-year ancestor was still conscious. He had a long talk with this old monster on the stone mountain, so he knew that this old guy was a very rare intelligent person. Refining oneself into a devil and completely losing one's own will, this kind of stupid thing should never happen to him. It must be known that he had been planning for 40,000 years. Even if his temperament had changed greatly and was very different from before, but in a sense he was still himself. The self-will of a mortal at the age of 10 and the self-consciousness of a 30-year-old were also like 2 different people. For the 10,000-year ancestor, this kind of change happened a little faster. As long as he had some reason, he could talk. Li Yunxin loved to have a talk. He also had some confidence that this 10,000-year-old ancestor wouldn't kill him the moment they met, because in reality, the 2 of them had quite a good impression of each other back in the Stone Mountain. Against a decent opponent, it was only right to say a few words before making a move, because there were too few interesting people in the world. When it came to the level of Li Yunxin and the 10,000-year ancestor, it was even rarer. Therefore, he rushed forward again and shouted, "When your doppelganger was in Penglai, you were not as quiet as you are now. Do you still remember who you are?" The 10,000-year ancestor still ignored him. It wasn't until all the remaining monsters were killed as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood that the terrifying darkness stopped. A voice came from the darkness. "I still remember you. Do you want to fight with me or submit to me?" His voice was terrifyingly hoarse when he spoke, as if several masses of air were squeezing and rubbing against each other. If it weren't for the fact that some of the words could be roughly discerned, one would think it was just a shrill wind howl. But after this sentence, the darkness quickly converged, and the body of the 10,000-year ancestor slowly condensed. But it was no longer a human. Instead, it was like a tree merged with a man. He had 2 legs, but his feet turned into something similar to tree roots, with many tentacles spreading out. Both his arms. His body was straight and long, like the trunk of a tree. The head was nowhere to be seen, only more branches stretching upward. Finally, there was a dense black light at the top of each branch, like a fruit. He condensed from the darkness, but his body was bright. Except for those fruits, his whole body glowed with white light, looking extremely holy. But there were traces of flames flowing in his body, which looked like the meridians of this person. His body wasn't big, only 6 or 7 times the length of Li Yunxin. But Li Yunxin could already feel the terrible momentum. That terrible pressure came crashing down wave after wave. Although it was invisible, it was like a strong wind, as if it wanted to blow his body apart. He had to take a deep breath to barely maintain his body. The realm of the 10,000-year ancestor had far exceeded his expectations. He forced himself to calm down and said, but he only managed to say this one word before the voice of the old demon in front of him suddenly resounded in his mind. Your method won't work. The voice was directly imprinted in his mind. This kind of method, cultivators with higher realms would also use it on juniors with lower realms. Aside from being startled, there were almost no adverse effects. But now that the 10,000-year ancestor's voice appeared in his mind, it was like a sledgehammer ruthlessly smashing his head, smashing his chi si, and smashing every inch of his meridians. Caught off guard, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He had to use his demon energy to guard his mind before he could reply in his mind. What method? Humph! The 10,000-year ancestor's hoarse voice snorted coldly. I've already entered the Grand Supreme Realm and obtained a trace of Mother Earth vitality. In this world, I'm already an omniscient God. Since I'm omniscient and omnipotent, I know what you're thinking. You plan to fight me first and pretend to be defeated. Then ask those 3 to fight with me, and while we're both injured, you'll reap the benefits. But now that you've seen me, you should know that your current strength isn't worth mentioning. Even with the help in your ear, it'll be hard for you to defeat me. And as for the 3 after you, although I can't see through them, I can clearly see their realms. Even if they absorb all the netherworld energy in this ocean, they're only at the peak of the profound realm. It'll be even harder for them to injure me. The speed of the conversation through the consciousness was extremely fast. The 10,000-year ancestor's words were only a few thoughts that flashed through his mind. Even the voice of me, that Li Yunxin said, had not dissipated. But he already realized that what the 10,000-year ancestor said was the truth. If they really fought, it was impossible for him to pretend to be seriously injured. The moment this thought appeared in his mind, the 10,000-year ancestor seemed to immediately know. He sneered again. I have a plan. How about I kill those 3 first, then kill Qing Shui on the Dragon Island? After Qing Shui dies, you tell me the method to control the Dragon Island, and I'll keep you as my general. A thought flashed through Li Yunxin's mind. But before he had time to think about it, the 10,000-year ancestor's laughter rang out again. Exactly. You're more tactful than Qing Shui, and there's someone you value. Keeping you is much better than keeping her. Moreover, she's the incarnation of Hai Tian. If I control the Dragon Island, it'll be the same as killing her. She'll definitely resist. Li Yunxin was shocked. When the 10,000-year ancestor said his thoughts, he thought that the other party was guessing and observing. But now that he realized that the old monster, the old ancestor, could indeed see through his thoughts, what the hell was this? Could the Grand Elder really do this? He found it hard to believe. There must be a reason. The 10,000-year ancestor's voice rang out again. Of course there's a reason. Where do you think these demons came from? They're formed by the vital chi of the Netherworld Mother. I've absorbed the Netherworld energy, and you've also absorbed it. I'm already the Grand Elder now, so I naturally have a way to know what you're thinking." Li Yunxin immediately raised his hand and slapped himself. He hastily made himself think of something else, something of no consequence, as another idea was vaguely coming into his mind. That vague thought was the three subordinates of Grandpa D had also refined the netherworld energy in this place. The 10,000-year ancestor knew what he was thinking. Could he also know what they were thinking? A person's thoughts were extremely complicated. No one was clearer than Li Yunxin on this point. They were running back and forth in his mind every second. When a person wanted to focus on thinking about something, he would generally pick up a certain thought and think about it carefully. Ordinary people, even those with strong willpower, would find it extremely difficult to restrain the thoughts in their minds. For example, if you said to a person, "Don't think about the person standing behind you right now," that person would immediately think, "There's someone standing behind me." For example, when Li Yunxin was thinking about a thought, if he subconsciously wanted to hide some thoughts that he didn't want to be known by the 10,000-year ancestor and force himself not to think about them, in reality, he had already failed. Unless he really didn't have those thoughts. Unless he changed his consciousness into a different person. The mortals in this world couldn't do it. Those with divine arts could do it through some secret techniques. But it also meant that the previous him would die and become a completely different person. However, Li Yunxin could do it. But not now. It was extremely difficult to hypnotize himself and make himself possess the thoughts of another person while ensuring that his original consciousness wouldn't be lost forever in the subconscious stream of consciousness. Even in his previous world, the number of people he knew who could do this could be counted on one hand. He needed time. Because of the situation at hand, he made a very decisive decision. Before some vague thoughts could become clear, he took the initiative to close his Snow Mountain and Qi Sea, as well as his 8 extraordinary meridians, and fainted. This decision was based on his premonition, and the premonition was made up of those vague thoughts in his mind that hadn't yet taken shape and weren't seen through by the old monster. Those thoughts that existed between Li Yunxin's subconscious and his what were actually betting on one thing. Betting that this extremely arrogant and self-confident 10,000-year ancestor would disdain to lie to him just now. Betting that the 10,000-year ancestor would really leave him alive so that he could learn the method to control the Dragon Island. As for whether the 10,000-year ancestor would really take him in as a general or kill him on the spot, it was no longer important. Therefore, the 10,000-year ancestor should protect him and not let him be killed by the demon. And because of the 10,000-year ancestor's arrogance and self-confidence, he wouldn't immediately plant any restrictions on him. He fainted. The 10,000-year ancestor should have realized one thing. He was afraid that his thoughts would be spied on. But a person as arrogant as the old monster should also disdain some of his little tricks. He could see through Li Yunxin's thoughts and force Li Yunxin to make him faint in order to avoid being spied on. What else could he do? He was just stalling for a while. Therefore, what the old monster would do next should be. He sneered twice and suddenly pounced on the 3 people brought by Grandmaster D. His first target was number 2. Number 3 was lively and talkative. Number 0 was a man of few words, but he looked calm and steady. Only number 2 didn't say anything from beginning to end. It was as if he was the 2's follower. But Li Yunxin had sensed their aura before and knew that the strongest among the 3 should be this one. Number 3 was slightly weaker than him, and number 0 was the weakest. The old monster's sudden attack seemed to want to kill number 2 first, and then deal with the other 2. But if Li Yunxin was still conscious, he would continue to think about the problem he was thinking about before. Because he also absorbed the netherworld energy, his thoughts could be known by the old monster. Then these 3 also absorbed the netherworld energy. So could the old monster know their thoughts? This question was answered at this time. When the old monster pounced, his body turned into a stream of light. The fiery red meridians in his body shone brightly, almost turning him into a person of fire. The black ball of light on the branches of his body that looked like a fruit turned into a spreading tentacle and went straight for number two's head with a buzz. But he actually dodged it. But the old monster didn't seem surprised, as if he had already expected this situation. Those tentacles missed and immediately turned back to entangle number two's limbs. Once the black gas was attached to his body, it spread out in the blink of an eye and tightly wrapped number two like glue. At this time, the old monster's body also arrived in front of number two. The raging flame inside his body was released and condensed into a sharp awl. In just an instant, it hit number two's chest hundreds of times. It was unknown what material the armor on number two's chest was made of. Unexpectedly, it was able to withstand the old monster's full-force attack. Only spider web-like cracks spread from the point of impact, but it didn't break. Ever since the old monster's divine ability reached the peak, this was the first time he met such a decent opponent. Since the old monster's attacks were carefree, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Your armor is really hard. Unfortunately, it's no match for my 10,000-year-old ancestor's supreme mysterious technique." He laughed wildly 3 times and suddenly arched his body. The light all in front of him became even more dazzling. "I'll let you know what it means to be unable to withstand a single blow." He bound number two and hit him hundreds of times, all in the blink of an eye. When he said these 2 sentences, the other 2 finally reacted. Number 3 shouted, "Trash! Get out of the way!" But just as he finished speaking, the 10,000-year-old ancestor's body suddenly straightened. The dazzling awl pierced through number two's chest and came out from his back. It also smashed the armor outside his body. The old monster laughed. "It's your turn." With that said, he threw number 2 into the sea and faced the rescue of number 0 and number 3. His magical power was great, so he was too lazy to use other methods. Similarly, the black mist-like tentacles attacked first, followed by the awl of light. But with a loud bang, it hit a colorful barrier. Number 3 and number 0 joined hands to use their magical power, firmly blocking the tentacle's path. The awl of light immediately hit the barrier, emitting an extremely sharp and terrifying hum. When the 2 collided, the awl of light in front of the old monster also revealed a colorful light, as if it had the same power as the barrier. The stalemate lasted for 2 breaths of time. The old monster laughed wildly again. "If your strength is not good enough, so what if you have a treasure armor to protect your body? Break for me." After this shout, the awl of light once again broke through the barrier, piercing through number 0's body. Chapter 785. When Li Yunxin regained consciousness, he thought it would last for a while, but in reality, it was very short. The first thing he saw was the scene of the 10,000-year-old ancestor defeating number 0 with ease. The old demon knocked number 0 to the ground and let out a shrill laugh. "I killed demons like slaughtering chickens and dogs, but I didn't think I'd need much strength to kill you. Haha, with this kind of ability, do you think you're worthy of going against me?" As he laughed maniacally, he turned around and used his black mist-like tentacles to grab hold of number 3 once more. He roared, "Your time of death has come." Then, Li Yunxin heard another voice in his ear. "Bad luck, bad luck. You're just as bad luck as my master. I've been here for dozens of days, and I've seen you get caught again and again. Bah, bad luck." It was the great sage who kept yelling in his ear. He seemed to be very impatient. But without Li Yunxin's permission, he couldn't jump out of his own accord. For a moment, he was running around in circles, cursing incessantly. Actively blocking his snow mountain, chi sea, and meridians caused him to lose consciousness. This caused some damage to Li Yunxin's body. It took him a breath's worth of time to come back to his senses. The great sage's voice seemed to come from the horizon, from the clouds. Only now did it seem real. He found himself floating on a raging, howling wave. It seemed that the 10,000-year-old ancestor had used some sort of magic on him when he attacked the 3. A thin layer of black mist wrapped around him and suspended him on the surface of the ocean. He didn't move. This was because he knew that this kind of magic was connected to the caster's mind. If he touched that layer of mist, the 10,000-year-old ancestor would immediately know what was going on. The old demon had just called himself omniscient and omnipotent, but from his methods, it seemed that he wasn't telling the truth. At this point, only number 3 was left fighting the 10,000-year-old ancestor. Although she wasn't as strong as number 2, her fighting spirit and reaction speed were far superior. Number 2 was defeated by the old devil's binding and light all, but number 3 used some kind of secret technique to self-destruct his armor the moment he was caught. His limbs were bare as he escaped, dodging the old devil's attacks. Her physical body under the armor was beyond Li Yunxin's expectations. It was not bulging with muscles. On the contrary, it was light black and extremely smooth. This resistance aroused the old devil's interest, and he laughed wildly, his voice almost drowning out the deafening sound of the waves and the wind. Li Yunxin couldn't help but frown. "Great sage, calm down. I have something urgent to do." The Monkey King angrily shouted, "Quiet down. What urgent matter?" Bang! "You, this unlucky ghost, summoned me, old son, and said that my life is linked to yours." But when he saw the Demon King just now, he was so scared that he fainted. "Aya, how can I, old son, be connected to a coward's life? If I hadn't woken you up, you would have been steamed and eaten by the demons." "I'm not your master." Li Yunxin sighed. "You didn't faint from fear either. It was just a plan to escape. And because our lives are linked, I knew that you would wake me up. Otherwise, how would I dare to do this? Good great sage, don't be impatient. Give me 15 minutes to finish this, and I'll let you out to fight with this demon. You used to think that those little demons were boring, but this should be to your liking, right?" The Monkey King seemed to be scratching his ears. "Really? Really? Really?" Li Yunxin took a deep breath and closed his eyes. "Great sage, don't say anything. My cultivation is more important." The Monkey King really didn't say anything. Li Yunxin took a few more deep breaths and immersed his consciousness. Try to immerse yourself in the sea of subconscious. Usually, when the surface and subconscious are mentioned, words like under and in are often used to describe them. For example, in the subconscious and at the subconscious level. This will give people the illusion that the subconscious is like a deep, vast, and silent ocean. And the surface consciousness that we can recognize is like the air floating above the sea of subconscious. But this is the same as saying sinking into the snow mountain of Qi and sea of Qi, or guarding the Dantian. It's just to give people an intuitive impression and make it easier to understand. In fact, even in this world, if you cut open the body of a demon or a cultivator, you won't be able to see the actual snow mountain or Dantian. The so-called subconscious level is the same. If Li Yunxin were to describe the sum of a person's surface consciousness and subconscious, he would feel that these things are more like a universe, an infinite universe. In this universe, countless streams of consciousness are born and extinguished, shuttling back and forth. They interweave together and are connected to each other, but also relatively independent. It's very difficult to clearly distinguish which consciousness belongs to the subconscious and which belongs to the surface consciousness. In fact, this is very similar to the universe in reality. The matter in the universe that we can observe is only a very small part of the total amount of the universe. Most of it is unknown matter that can't be observed or recognized in his world. In fact, it's hard to even roughly determine what they look like. The stream of consciousness that constitutes the subconscious is hidden in the void of the universe of consciousness. Countless streams of consciousness from the surface are born, discovered, thought about, forgotten, and then return to the void. And these consciousness that can be captured at any time, if a part of it is really captured, becomes a person's current thought. The other part that is temporarily ignored, that has not yet been captured, forms a part of the memory. The 10,000-year ancestor used his magical ability to peep into Li Yunxin's thoughts, and what he peeped into were those that he has captured. What Li Yunxin needs to do now is to hide those memories that can be captured at any time in front of him. The best way is to only remember a part of them. This is extremely difficult. If it was the Li Yunxin of the past, he would never have even the slightest thought of trying, because he thought it was impossible. But after coming to this world, he found that this kind of thing has already happened to some people. For example, Lord Dongting and those Dragon's Son. They can't hear the word possession. Although it is extremely difficult to ask a person to completely ignore a certain word, Li Yunxin feels that it is always possible. However, the situation of Lord Dongting and the Dragon's Son is different. What they ignore is not the simple word possession, but the specific meaning of possession. For example, when Lord Dongting and a cultivator discuss the Tao, if the cultivator talks about someone in the sect is trying to use the method of possession, he can hear the word possession effortlessly. This is because the meaning of possession at this time does not refer to possession of the dragons, but in the ordinary sense, a relatively common thing in the process of cultivation. However, if the cultivator knows some inside information and asks Lord Dongting if possession of the dragons is true, the fish demon will be at a loss. When Li Yunxin first discovered this situation, he was extremely curious and did not know how it can be done. He even wondered if someone had used a terrifying power to change some kind of law, making them forget. But at this moment, he finally understood how it was done. It is not as advanced as changing the law. It is just making a fuss in a person's consciousness. If someone mentions possession of the dragons, Lord Dongting will indeed hear it. When he hears this, before the surface consciousness can react, his subconscious will be aware of it. Then, due to some effect, a certain defense mechanism will be triggered. The subconscious will automatically cut off communication with the surface consciousness on this matter, refusing to provide any information. The surface consciousness responds. It hears it, but it doesn't seem to hear it, knowing nothing. If you have to give a similar example, it is quite common. For example, a person is immersed in something, and someone next to him says something to him. The environment is not noisy. The sound surges the air and vibrates the eardrums. The person is not deaf, so he should have heard it. But at that time, his surface consciousness is immersed in something and ignores the sound. Therefore, he doesn't hear it. After all, the body is just an empty shell. Even the thought of "I am conscious" is also controlled by the consciousness itself. If the brain refuses to acknowledge its existence, then a person will feel that he has no brain. Li Yunxin is now trying to be like Lord Dongting and Dragon's Son, consciously forgetting some things. This is to prepare for the worst case, if he falls into the old demon's control. He knows too much information that must not be known by the 10,000-year ancestor. These streams of consciousness that exist in the surface consciousness are not something he can hide. If the process of him thinking is a scene and the consciousness that he is thinking about is the main character in the scene, the rest of the things that he doesn't want to think about are like passersby. It is difficult for him to control them, but the 10,000-year ancestor can spy on them through the scene. He must truly forget. Like Lord Dongting and Dragon's Son, he built a defense mechanism in his subconscious. Once the old demon's question involves something that he doesn't want to be known, the subconscious will firmly lock the information before the surface consciousness can react. But he also knows that truly forgetting those memories means that he has become someone else. He can't do this in such a short period of time, so he can only settle for the next best thing, blocking some consciousness. For example, when the 10,000-year ancestor spies on his thoughts and tries to find a weakness to control him, he will realize that there are few people in this world that he truly cares about. This kind of feeling can't be hidden. Then, for the time being, I really don't care about them. For example, the 10,000-year ancestor spies on his thoughts, wanting to know if his submission is out of sincerity or if it is just a temporary facade, waiting for an opportunity to strike back. If Li Yunxin really hides such a thought, as long as the old demon asks, "Do you really want to submit to me?" he won't be able to hide it. Then, for the time being, I really want to submit to him. If he wants to do this, he has two advantages. He cultivates. It is very easy for cultivators to meditate. When meditating, the mind is unaware and there is nothing in the thinking lens. In this state, He can choose what he wants and what he hides. The other advantage is himself. When Li Yunxin first came to this world, it was actually easier for him to deal with the 10,000-year ancestor than the current Li Yunxin. At that time, he didn't care about anyone. Any existence in this world, in his eyes, was unfamiliar and could be sacrificed at any time. At that time, he was truly ruthless and wouldn't harm even a hair on his body for anyone. He only wanted to be his former self, and then set up an anchor point for himself to ensure that he won't be lost forever. Li Yunxin took 3 deep breaths, telling himself to enter a meditative state. After about 40 breaths, he slowly opened his eyes. He was originally lying flat on the surface of the sea, inside the restriction left by the 10,000-year ancestor. But when he woke up this time, he immediately sat up. The restriction was triggered, but quickly dispersed and didn't cause any harm to him as he originally expected. At this time, the 10,000-year ancestor and number 3 were fighting. As if he felt that victory was in his grasp, he didn't kill in one blow like before. Instead, he became like a lecher, wanting to break the armor on number 3's torso one by one. Number 3 knew that she couldn't win, so she retreated into the group of monsters. The monsters didn't have any interest in these 2 existences, so they lazily attacked. But even so, it gave number 3 some time to breathe. The 10,000-year ancestor was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. He first killed the monsters, then laughed wildly. Useless! It was useless. That thing on you is useless. Let this old man see what's underneath. After this wild shout, he finally grabbed number 3's left arm. As if he already knew that she was extremely agile, he used all his strength as soon as he grabbed her, and ripped her left arm off. Number 3 suffered a serious injury and let out a shrill cry of pain. She narrowly dodged the old monster's second attack, then shouted, "Trash! What are you waiting for?" The old monster thought that she was talking to Li Yunxin. Half of the tentacles on his body immediately turned towards Li Yunxin. Have you thought it through? Do you want to attack this old man? But Li Yunxin stood in the air above the dark sea, not moving an inch. Ancestor's courage is unparalleled. Since these 3 pieces of trash can't beat you, why would I seek my own death? On the other hand, Ancestor, do you want me to help you? He sneered. You are all my enemies anyway, but a fine bird chooses a tree to nest in. The old monster laughed. At least you know what's good for you. Then, little girl, are you calling? He said as he sent out another palm, hitting number 3's chest. The armor, which was already covered in spiderweb-like cracks, finally fell off completely, revealing the faint black body underneath. Number 3 was sent flying 2 to 3 miles away by his palm, smashing into a large group of monsters before barely getting up. But this time, she wasn't in a hurry to dodge. She suddenly looked up to the sky and roared. When she spoke, it was a female voice. Even among ordinary people, it was quite pleasant to hear. Even though her body had grown to become taller than the monsters, and her appearance was fierce, there was still nothing unusual. But there was something else in this long roar. It was as if there was another ferocious beast hiding inside her body, and now it had awakened from its slumber. This long roar stirred up a terrible gale, causing the waves around her to surge wildly in all directions. As for those monsters in the midst of this wild roar and the sound of the waves, they turned into dust in an instant, as if they were made of flour and ashes. As they died, the power of the netherworld surged out of their bodies. But what was strange was that not only wasn't the black fog blown away, it instead flowed against the wind and gathered inside number 3's body. The 13 pairs of eyes on her head shot out blood-red light in unison, and she gnashed her teeth and shouted in a voice that was a mixture of a ferocious beast and a woman's voice. Old thing, do you think that armor is there to protect me? It's there to restrain me. As soon as she said this, there was an explosion of fury as number 3's body actually appeared above the old monster's head and pounced down. Li Yunxin had expected that these 3 would have something up their sleeves. But he hadn't expected them to be so ferocious. Even with his eyesight, he couldn't clearly see number three's movement trajectory. It was unimaginably fast. Before the old monster could say another word, number three's fists had already arrived. Both the sea and the sky shook violently. Large swathes of rainbow-colored light burst forth between the two. It was as if several pairs of wings had sprouted from number three's back, and they pierced the sky with dazzling black light, even dispersing the thick black fog to reveal a blue sky. The old monster had killed them effortlessly earlier, but now he actually used all his strength. The black tentacles on his body formed a dense net to block number three's fists. Wave after wave of mystic rays were unleashed, forming an almost boundless light shield. Where the two met, the air exploded into roiling clouds of fire. Waves of air surged wildly in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, the bottom of the ocean could be seen. After a stalemate of 2 breaths, something strange happened again. With another 2 earth-shattering roars, number 0 and number 2, who had been knocked down by the old monster earlier, stood up again. The 13 pairs of eyes on their heads were also frighteningly red. Their voices had long since lost all human rationality, leaving only a naked bestial nature. And their standing posture was not upright like a human. Instead, they were on all fours like wild beasts. As soon as they stood up, 2 explosive sounds rang out in the air. The old monster had used all his strength to support the light escape to deal with number 3. But these 2 attacked from the bottom of the sea. The old monster only had time to gather a ball of light under his body. It was easily smashed by these 2 with the force of a thunderbolt. Then there was another mournful roar. It didn't come from a 3, but from the 10,000-year-old ancestor. Number 0 and number 2 grabbed the old monster's tree-like lower limbs and opened their mouths. Their mouths were full of sharp fangs, and they tore off the old monster's lower limbs like raw meat. Then their bodies shook, and they were eaten. The old monster was in pain. The flame-like meridians in his body instantly turned dark red. As a result, the light shield above his head flickered and dimmed rapidly. As a result, number 3 pressed down again, his fists landing solidly on the old monster's head. With just one blow, the old monster was blasted straight into the bottom of the sea, creating a huge pit that gave off endless black light. Looking at the 10,000-year-old ancestor now, his tree-like body had actually shriveled up. The dim, fruit-like balls of light above his head flickered like candles in the wind, as if they would go out at any moment. The 3 monsters immediately climbed down from the edge of the pit, leaped up, and opened their huge mouths to devour the old monster. But the old monster still had the strength to spare, and he summoned a dazzling light shield of restriction to block this joint attack. But the flames in his body dimmed even further, as if they were embers. Number 0 and number 2 seemed to have completely lost their minds. Only number 3 still had some conscience. Seeing that the 3 people's joint attack was in a deadlock, number 3 yelled in a terrible voice, "Li Yunxin, help me." Standing in the air, Li Yunxin smiled, revealing his white teeth. "Sure." Chapter 786. His voice wasn't loud, but the 4 monsters heard him. This was because there were only 5 of them left on the surface of the ocean. There were originally a few hundred monsters left. However, number 3's roar destroyed all the remaining monsters. This was something that even the 10,000-year ancestor couldn't do. The netherworld energy in the hundreds of monsters was also divided by the 3 of them. Now, they were like fierce beasts. They were huge and terrifyingly strong beasts. Li Yunxin finally knew why Di Gong could leave without worry. As soon as he responded, the monkey demon called out in his ear, "Now it's not fun anymore. That demon looks like he's dying. Humph, there's no point in asking me to kill him now." Li Yunxin laughed again. "Great sage, I'm not asking you to kill him now. I'm asking you to kill those 3. Those 3 seem to be stronger than the 10,000-year ancestor. Are you interested?" The monkey demon was stunned. "Are you serious?" He then said, "I'm not afraid. I'm fighting to my heart's content. As for you, the other three demons have a terrifying aura. If I get into a stalemate with them and they come to kill you, I'm not confident that I can stop them." Li Yunxin laughed coldly. As the saying goes, when you're rich, you'll overflow. There's nothing to be afraid of those three. If they could last in their current state, they wouldn't have to be in such a sorry state. Great sage, you can see that the 10,000-year ancestor is about to die. If that's the case, why are they in such a hurry to ask me for help? It's because they know that they can't last long. Let's make a bet. You kill one of them and fight with the other two for a while. In less than 15 minutes, they will show their true colors. The monkey demon was silent, like he was hesitating. Then he snorted, "I heard what you said to them earlier. You agreed to work together to subdue that old demon, but now you're betraying me." "Humph, forget it. You're a demon, that old thing is a demon, and those three are also demons. They look even more sinister, and they're not anything good either. I'll just treat it as killing a demon." He wanted to nag for a while longer, but Li Yunxin had run out of patience. He pointed forward and shouted, "Go!" A ray of golden light shot out from his ear and grew with the wind. In the blink of an eye, the great sage had already revealed his golden body. He rode on an auspicious cloud, circled in midair, and took out the Rui Jingu Bang. In Li Yunxin's ears, his words could be considered polite, but now that he was free, he immediately revealed his ferocious nature. First, he glared at Li Yunxin with his fiery eyes of truth and shouted, "Demon, if you dare to call me, old son, out like this again next time, I'll make sure you pay with your life." Only after cursing did he turn to look at the four mountain-like monsters. Perhaps he felt that he was too young and didn't look imposing, so his tongue was like spring thunder as he shouted, "Grow, grow, 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 grow." In the blink of an eye, the monkey demon's body expanded, becoming as huge as the other four. The three people that Gongdi left behind should have known about the existence of this helper in Li Yunxin's ears. However, when he felt a terrifyingly strong aura appear in the sky and ocean, he was shocked. Number 3 was still conscious, and after the shock, he was delighted. He shouted loudly, "Li Yunxin, tell this thing to attack from below." Before Li Yunxin could reply, the monkey demon shouted angrily, "Hey, which demon dares to ask me to do something? Eat my rod." Before number 3 could figure out who the take this was directed at, the golden staff had already broken through the void with the force of wind and thunder, and was right on her head. Even with Li Yunxin's current realm, his ears felt numb from the loud sound. There were still some dark clouds lingering in the sky, but because of this strike, they were all dispersed, revealing the rising sun of the East Sea. Next to the huge pit where the 10,000-year ancestor fell, there was an even bigger pit. Number 3 was smashed into the ground by the supreme monkey demon monkey who had been holding back for a long time. It seemed that it could not move at all. However, the 10,000-year-old ancestor had already seen through Li Yunxin's plan. He took the opportunity and suddenly exerted his strength. Only a fleeting light shield was left, and he escaped from the ground. The monkey demon was overjoyed that his strike was successful. He leaped up again and waved his rod to attack number 2. At this moment, number 2 and number 0 had lost their senses. Their instincts towards danger were much stronger than number 3's. Before the monkey demon's golden rod could reach him, he flew up and grabbed his head with his 4 claws. The battle between these powerful cultivators was not something that Li Yunxin could participate in. He couldn't even see how the 2 monsters got to the Monkey King. The only thing he could do was to protect himself and stay far away from the battle to ensure that he wouldn't be affected. The 2 monsters were extremely fast. Just by pouncing forward, they created a continuous series of explosions. Wherever they passed, they left 2 trails of fire clouds behind them. It was as if, when they moved, even the air was scorching. However, the monkey demon's figure disappeared in an instant, causing the 2 of them to pounce on empty air. Before they could find where he was, a golden light appeared behind number 2. It turned out that he had turned into a tiny swallow and was flying past number 2's ear. But now, The flying swallow suddenly increased in size and shouted, "Hit!" The golden cudgel seemed to have appeared out of thin air and smashed into number two's head. It was even stronger than his first strike. Number two's entire head was smashed into his body. His body paused in the air for a moment and then fell to the ground. The monkey demon stepped on the auspicious cloud and laughed wildly. Good, good, good. I've always thought that you were a coward. Now I'm calling you a coward. But the realm of these monsters, one strike was not enough to end their lives. When number two fell to the ground, number three had already struggled out of the deep pit and didn't look at number two. He probably knew that number two wouldn't die. Instead, he shouted at Li Yunxin. Li Yunxin, are you crazy? She shouted while stopping number zero, who was about to pounce on him again. But number zero had gone berserk at this time, like a fierce beast. She had to spend a lot of effort to control him. The reason was that 10,000 years old ancestor, who had escaped before, had appeared again, beside Li Yunxin. His torn and devoured legs were growing rapidly, and the flame in his body was shining again. It seemed that he would recover soon. If Li Yunxin was really in cahoots with ancestor 10,000 years old ancestor, with the addition of this powerful monkey demon, the situation would be really bad. So even if they didn't have much time, she had to understand Li Yunxin's intention first, so that number two would have time to recover from the serious injury. Li Yunxin stood on the cloud and sneered, I'm the crazy one to do this with you guys. You guys can't stay in this state for long, and you have too many secrets. Even if I kill ancestor 10,000 years old ancestor here, I can't guarantee that you guys won't attack me after you get the Dragon Island. Take me away? Huh. You can only use this to fool children. Number two's body slowly reacted. His neck wriggled, and many tentacles quickly grew out. It looked like ancestor 10,000 years old ancestor. In just a short while, the head that was destroyed by the Monkey King grew back, but it still couldn't move for a while. Where are the people around you? Number three couldn't understand Li Yunxin's betrayal. At least at this time. Do you think this old monster will let them go? He will use them to threaten you. Do you think that if you stand on his side, you will call them? Li Yunxin yawned. They have nothing to do with me. Number three was stunned. You see, it's actually very simple. Li Yunxin shook his head. Both you and the patriarch are my enemies. However, I clearly know what the old ancestor wants to do, but I have doubts about your motives. The two of you will also use those people to threaten me. The difference is that after you use them to threaten me, the possibility of you killing all of us is far higher than the one beside me. I've thought about it. Since I might die with them if I work with you, I might as well work with the patriarch. At least they're dead, and I'm still alive. After he said this, the entire place fell silent for a breath of time. Number three realized what the problem was. Before they came here, Gongdi had told them some things, mainly about Li Yunxin's past. From those things, even the slowest person could realize that Li Yunxin, who had always been known for being cold and cunning, had slowly started to care about some people in this world. Therefore, he should be able to reach some kind of compromise by starting with those people. But from the looks of it now, were they mistaken? He didn't seem to care about those people's lives at all. Or was everything he had done in this world for a long time just a disguise? Although the old devil beside Li Yunxin was not in human form, he seemed to be staring at him carefully at this time. But in fact, he didn't need to look at him. He could directly pry into Li Yunxin's thoughts. So he realized that when he mentioned them, Lu Gongzan, the ninth young master, by Yunxin, Red Lady, and the others, he really meant what he said. The old devil could easily pry into Li Yunxin's feelings for them. As he knew before, Li Yunxin didn't have a bad impression of these people, and he even had some concerns about them. But when he talked about his decision, those concerns were all cut off. It was like a little toy that ordinary people liked on a daily basis. For example, a dagger, a jade pendant, a tank of koi fish. But these things were nothing more than toys. They could make people feel happy in leisure time, but when it came to life and death, they were not as important as one's own life. If he said to give them up, he could give them up without any qualms. The old devil realized that what Li Yunxin said was true. When he talked about what would happen next, he always put his own life first. Li Yunxin even had a reasonable understanding of this. The fleeting thought that the old devil spied on was if I had a chance of winning, I could fight with these people. But this old devil's skill is too strong, and I have no confidence in winning against him. That being the case, why must I bring about my own destruction? It's better to temporarily sacrifice those people's lives in exchange for my life. I have enough wisdom. I can slowly wait and look for the right time, and then I will avenge them. So, it's better than everyone dying in vain. Life is only for the sake of self-preservation. The old devil was very satisfied with this idea. Chapter 787. Only then did he realize if he didn't have a magical power to read his mind, he would have been deceived by the deep affection he showed in this world. At that time, he would probably be like the three idiots in front of him, thinking that he had grasped his lifeline, only to be stabbed in the back by a knife. Thinking of this, the old monster laughed loudly. Wonderful! A wise man submits to circumstances. You are indeed a wise man. No wonder you can live in such a dangerous world for so long. When I had a long talk with you on Stone Mountain, I was very disappointed. I thought you must be an unparalleled hero on land. I didn't expect you to be so soft-hearted at that time. I heard. Speaking of this, he suddenly paused, showing a strange expression on his face. It seemed that he was not used to the word I. Then he laughed strangely. Ha! There's no you or me in this world. It's just a past appearance. I am me. I was me in the past, and now I am also me. Aha! Hearing his strange laughter, Li Yunxin was a little relieved. The old monster's avatar was quite arrogant in Penglai, but now that he met him again, he became more rational. He thought there was some change, but now he knew that the old monster was still the old monster. He was indeed not the old ancestor of 10,000 years in the past. But when he thought of the word in the past, his heart inexplicably palpitated, as if he had lost something in his body. However, this feeling flashed through his mind like a fleeting light and soon disappeared in the vast sea of consciousness. He frowned slightly, but soon forgot this slight unhappiness. He raised his voice. Ancestor, let's deal with these people first, then we can talk. Great sage. Even as he uttered these words, he heard the dreadful sound of the tide again. The previous battle between the 5 super-strong masters had stirred up waves that pushed away the seawater in this part of the sea. Now that the battle had stopped, the seawater that was pushed away came back. Hundreds of meters tall waves roared over from all directions, carrying dead bodies of aquatic creatures in the sea. Tens of miles long aquatic grasses grew on the bottom of the sea. Looking at them, Ji Hao felt that there were countless monsters hiding in those grasses. However, the great sage didn't reply. Instead, someone else did. Zero, who had already lost his mind, suddenly had a terrifying red glow in his eyes. Originally, he was like a beast on all fours, but now he was standing up like a human. It was as if some kind of power had temporarily restrained her wild nature, allowing her to speak. However, the voice that came from her body was Grandmaster D's. Li Yunxin, what the hell are you doing? Li Yunxin raised his hand and used his will to stop the monkey demon in midair. So you've already returned to Cloud Mountain? I just arrived at Cloud Mountain, and I saw you do something stupid. Zero's consciousness was almost controlled by Grandpa D. His limbs were stiff, but his voice was vivid, as if he was speaking. Have you thought about your escape route when you joined forces with him? The escape route for the people around you. Li Yunxin sat high in the clouds and laughed loudly. Ha! Number 3 asked me that just now. Can't you think of something new? His expression turned cold again. The people around me? Which people? Why should I think of an escape route for them? Grandmaster D was stunned. After a while, he said, the old demon around you won't let them go. Don't you care about them? Li Yunxin curled his lips. You're crazy. Why should I care about them? Oh, I get it. Do you have some misunderstanding about me? He sighed. Do you think that just because I've done something for them and saved their lives a few times, I'll put their lives above mine. Wake up, my friend. It's human nature to survive. Everything we do is to make our lives easier and happier. In the past, I treated them well because it made me happy. You see, it is to be kind to them and to gain their gratitude that pleases me and not the other way round. He sneered. But if the priority is reversed, I'll be stupid if I put myself in a situation where I'll die for them. People are born to only care about themselves. That's human nature. You've lived for so long. Can't you think about this? Grandmaster D's voice sounded almost immediately. He sounded very indignant. Human nature? This is called animal nature. The so-called human nature is different from this kind of animal nature that only cares about itself. Human nature makes people know how to give up and sacrifice themselves for others. F***CK, Li Yunxin spread his hands and turned to look at Ancestor 10,000 years. This idiot just told me that he knows a guy who has boundless love and sacrifices himself for others. He said that guy has a problem with his brain. Now he's talking to me about human nature. Ancestor killed him. Grandmaster D immediately shouted, "If you don't think about the people around you, think about your netherworld." Li Yunxin sneered. "This is exactly what you should think about. After a while, about 15 minutes later, we'll kill you 3 monsters. Then Ancestor will want to open the entrance to the netherworld and turn this land into the netherworld. At that time, you and the people on Mount Yinshan won't be able to leave this place and will have to stay in this world. Do you prefer a world like this or a land of death filled with the netherworld? So, I'm not asking you to limit the netherworld aura to this sea area. It's you, if you still have some brains, who should act now to seal this place and not let it spread out. That way, although Ancestor will still find a way to destroy Mount Yinshan and remove the restriction here after he succeeds, you'll finally have a chance to breathe." Grandmaster D, take your brain with you and do what you should do. After saying this, he waved his hand. Great sage, kill the 3 of them. But at this time, Grandmaster D didn't speak, but Ancestor 10,000 years spoke. The huge waves that had gathered from all directions finally collided with one another, causing the air to be filled with mist and a loud noise. However, the huge beings in the field didn't move at all, completely ignoring this unimaginably terrible impact. In this loud noise, Ancestor 10,000 years Ancestor's voice was imprinted in Li Yunxin's mind. "Before we act, I have one thing to do. You should know." Before Li Yunxin opened his mouth to speak, this thought flashed through his mind quickly and was seen by the old monster beside him. Humph, he saw me plotting against Grandmaster D and those 3 useless things. He also remembered that I used to be famous for my resourcefulness on land. He must be afraid of me. He's afraid that I'll betray him again during the battle and attack him. Ha! That's more like it. Otherwise, what would it look like? Those who aren't afraid of me, Li Yunxin, are idiots. He probably wants to place some kind of restriction on me. Humph, to think of this matter only now, it could be considered as an insult to me. But it's best to think of a way to make him give up on this idea. Once I'm put on a restriction by someone of his realm, it'll be difficult for me to break it with my current power. Alas, what can I think of? This old monster is so unpredictable. He might even turn hostile. Forget it. When have I ever done things my way? Let's wait and see. These thoughts flashed through his mind in the blink of an eye. Even he himself did not have the time to organize these words. However, Ancestor 10,000 years had seen through his thoughts and felt even more satisfied. He imprinted the second sentence in his mind. "I admire people who know when to advance and when to retreat. You can rest assured, people like you are exactly what I want to use. As long as you don't cause trouble, how can I bear to destroy such a fine jade like you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yunxin suddenly felt something in his mind. "I'll put a restriction on your divine sense," Ancestor 10,000 years said in a deep voice. The 10,000-year-old Ancestor said in a deep voice, "The moment you have any devious thoughts, this restriction will destroy your mind. At that time, you won't exist in this world, and I'll only have your body to use. It'll be a pity for both you and me. So don't do anything stupid. Okay, now you go and clean up those 3 bastards." These conversations only happened in an instant. Even the water mist caused by the huge waves was still rising. When Li Yunxin realized that the ancestor 10,000 years had really put a restriction on him, it only took him a moment to think about it. But since things had already come to this, there was no point in thinking too much, not to mention that he had already expected this. Thus, he only smiled faintly. Then, as the ancestor wishes, great sage. This was the third time he called the Monkey King to make a move. While they were confronting each other, the Monkey King only stood in the air, carrying the Rui Jingu Bang on his shoulder. The two pairs of feathers on his head didn't move at all, giving off a transcendent appearance. When he heard the third call, he just lazily put down the golden rod and glanced at Li Yunxin. "Who are you now?" Li Yunxin was startled. Then he raised his eyebrows. "Do it." But the Monkey King smiled coldly. "When I, old son, first came, you weren't like this. At that time, although you were a demon, you were still somewhat human. But now," he also raised his eyebrows and shouted sternly, "you've all become demons." Li Yunxin narrowed his eyes and stared at him for a while. Then he said coldly, "It seems that I gave you some face in the past. You're so arrogant that you don't know whose words count between us. Now, let me remind you again," he said coldly, "you were summoned by me. Before I summoned you, you didn't exist in this world. In the past, I said that you and I were bound by life and death, and I tolerated and coaxed you because I had a good impression of you in my previous life. But if you have the illusion that you can turn from guest to host because of this, I think you should understand another thing. I can refine the godly weapons into my body, and I can also take them out. Or I can refine myself into the netherworld body, and I can refine you into my current appearance. At that time, you'll just be a monkey demon. Without your mind and consciousness, your actions, sitting, and sleeping will all be under my control. Let me ask you again, do you want to fight?" Chapter 788. The Monkey King's body emitted a terrifying aura. The pair of feathers on his head seemed to have turned into iron, and his fiery golden eyes shone brightly. He looked at Li Yunxin from top to bottom and suddenly smiled. The ferocious aura on his body disappeared. This change caused everyone present to be slightly shocked. But the next moment, the monkey demon shouted, "Fine, I'll do what you want. Watch out." After this thunderous roar, he swung his cudgel at number 2, who had just recovered and was about to stand up. They fought. At this moment, the voice of the 10,000-year ancestor sounded in Li Yunxin's consciousness again. "You can't use your assistant anymore." Li Yunxin was also confused, because what the 10,000-year ancestor said was the truth. In the past, the monkey demon would also bicker and be reluctant. But as long as Li Yunxin wanted to, he couldn't resist. The monkey demons couldn't resist didn't mean that he didn't want to, but his body moved. Instead, if there was an analogy, it was very similar to the principle of drug addiction. For example, a person who was addicted to smoking. He knew that smoking was harmful to his health and others. But when he was addicted to smoking and wanted to smoke, the desire seemed to really become his. He couldn't control himself and took out another cigarette. But in fact, because the concentration of the poison in his body had decreased, his brain developed a strong desire for something that could replenish the poison. A person's thoughts were all controlled by his brain. In a sense, he didn't have independent will. The brain is just a part of my body, not me. This was actually a huge illusion. Therefore, this desire controlled his mind and made him feel that he wanted. Li Yunxin's life was intertwined with the Monkey King, so it was like this to control the Monkey King. Even if the monkey demon didn't want to make a move a moment ago, he felt that he wanted to make a move as soon as Li Yunxin thought about it. He would always find excuses such as, "I don't want to lower myself to his level," or "It's fun to challenge the strong." However, even though Li Yunxin had ordered him to attack 3 times, the monkey demon did not act immediately. This meant that his mental power didn't work on the monkey demon. At least, it didn't work that well. When the 10,000-year ancestor's question appeared in Li Yunxin's mind, he immediately had such a thought. What the hell? What's going on? There were no problems in the past. What went wrong? Because I refined myself into the netherworld? No, that's not the reason. There seemed to be a problem somewhere. Somewhere. Why can't I remember? Damn it. Could it be that refining the netherworld has the effect of lowering one's intelligence? I'm a genius. No. I've refined his life into my own, so there's no way anything could go wrong. It should be because of the netherworld energy in his body. Yes, netherworld chi. It interferes with the flow of thoughts between him and me. Forget it. Although it's not very useful, at least it can still be used. But since this thing isn't useful anymore, if I keep him by my side, this old demon will be afraid. I might as well take this opportunity to get rid of him. What a pity. After these thoughts flashed through his mind, he managed to form a sentence. Something must have gone wrong in his mind. The 10,000-year ancestor laughed in his mind. Forget it. I know what you're thinking now. Am I the kind of master who can't tolerate others? If you think this monkey demon is still useful, then keep him for yourself. Just watch over him. Another thought flashed through Li Yunxin's mind. The 10,000-year ancestor laughed again. That's right. In the future, you'll know that I'm not just quite magnanimous. Li Yunxin sighed softly. He really didn't need to say anything else. His thoughts were completely exposed in front of the old demon. There was no way he could hide anything from him. After the old demon said these words, the great sage struck out a second time. Grandmaster D seemed to have given control of his body to Zero. Once they sensed the Monkey King's attack, the three monsters immediately attacked together. The great sage was a Grand Supreme Realm expert, but the three monsters were also Grand Supreme Realm experts. 3 against 1. Even if the Monkey King had some tricks and divine weapons, it gradually showed signs of losing. Not to mention Grand Supreme Realm experts. Even in a battle between profound realm experts, as long as one side wanted to escape, they could usually survive. However, this Monkey King seemed to be ordered by Li Yunxin to fight to the death here without retreating. After a dozen or so breaths, it was finally hit by number 2 with all its strength. For the first time, it spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the monkey demon flew back dozens of feet, then suddenly stopped. It spat out the remaining blood in its mouth and shouted, "Awesome! Awesome! Again!" Then it pounced again. Li Yunxin and the 10,000-year ancestor stood high in the clouds. There was no sadness or happiness on their faces, as if the battle not far away had nothing to do with them. The 3 monsters attacked Li Yunxin together, probably because they were afraid of the 10,000-year ancestor. The 10,000-year ancestor looked at it and said with a smile, "I'm afraid that helper of yours is going to lose." Li Yunxin only said coldly, "I was meant to be used." As they spoke, the monkey demon fought with the 3 monsters hundreds of times, but still couldn't gain the upper hand. At this moment, the 3 monsters suddenly rushed into the sky and stopped moving. They formed a triangle. Number 2 was at the top, and number 0 and number 3 were below. Perhaps they had used some kind of formation, but in an instant, the 3 of them were surrounded by light. A circular halo appeared outside the triangle. Under this halo, many tiny tentacles of light quickly grew out. Looking at those tentacles now, they were shockingly similar to the old devils. They quickly spread and entangled in one place. In the end, between the sea and the sky, an incomparably huge tree of light was formed. It was extremely similar to the old devil's current appearance. Li Yunxin was shocked. He realized that there must be some secret behind this appearance. In the cultivation of Taoist techniques, there was a saying that different paths lead to the same destination. It couldn't be a coincidence that the tree of light formed by the 3 monsters was similar to the old devil's appearance. It should be as if their power had already touched upon some kind of origin, which was why they were shockingly similar. He deduced that the power of the 3 monsters wouldn't last for long. Now that he saw them use this method, he said in a low voice, their peak state should be over soon. As long as he can hold on for a little longer, The he mentioned was naturally the Monkey King. If the Monkey King was at his peak state, he would definitely destroy the three monsters before they could form a formation. But now he was in a sorry state. After fighting hundreds of times, he had suffered several serious injuries, and the golden armor on his body was already damaged. Thus, his speed and power were not as good as before. When he rushed into the sky, the Tree of Light had already taken shape. However, he had no intention of avoiding the battle and shouted, "Eat my staff!" Chapter 789. This strike was aimed at Zero, who was at the bottom of the formation. However, the fierce and terrifying strike was blocked when it was dozens of feet away from her. Suddenly, countless lights and shadows appeared and disappeared around the light tree. The lights and shadows changed very quickly. They weren't exactly shapes, but more like patterns. But when one looked at those patterns, one would have an illusion that they were boundless and contained everything. All rules, order, and even things that didn't exist in this world or in the universe were included in them. However, this kind of pattern was just one of the most inconspicuous patterns among the countless patterns of life and death. When the Monkey King struck with his rod, the golden rod suddenly appeared behind him, above his head, and under his feet. Even countless shadows that looked like him appeared at the same time and surrounded him. There was a loud rumble. The rod didn't hit Zero, but hit himself. The unparalleled hero, the invincible Demon King, fell and sank to the bottom of the sea. The old demon's expression changed. He didn't even have the mood to use his magical power. He asked first, "What is this?" Then he asked, "Is your assistant dead?" The monkey demon suffered a heavy blow, and the injury was also returned to Li Yunshin. His face was as pale as paper. He gritted his teeth and said, "Not yet." Before he finished speaking, he spat out a mouthful of golden blood. But before the golden blood fell into the sea, the surface of the sea rippled again. The great sage jumped out of the water and stood on the surface of the sea. He didn't look at the light tree and the monster in the sky. He only held the golden rod and stared at Li Yunshin. "So are you satisfied?" But the armor on his body was broken, revealing the demon body underneath. The demon body was soaked by the seawater, looking pitiful and embarrassed. The 10,000-year ancestor knew that the monkey demon's injury was so serious that it couldn't be any worse. With a great divine ability, it was as easy and natural as breathing. But the moment he was hit, even the seawater couldn't be expelled. Li Yunshin looked at him for a breath and waved his hand. The monkey demon turned into a golden light and went into his ear. Then he became silent. The old demon beside him said, "Your assistant knows how to do his best. If it were me, I would treat him well." Li Yunshin took a deep breath. "It's just for use." The old monster laughed strangely. "This time you don't mean what you say. Good, now let me meet them." The old devil's current cultivation might be higher than a great sage, but it was limited. However, the reason why he wanted to charge forward and fight so heroically was because the Tree of Light in the sky had changed again. Li Yunshin's guess was correct. As expected, the three monsters couldn't last long. After the Monkey King was seriously injured, the light tree started to show signs of defeat. Just like the 10,000-year-old ancestor who had suffered a heavy blow, the light quickly dimmed. The halo behind the three of them flickered, like a lamp that was about to break. They probably knew that they couldn't drag on any longer, so they used this ultimate move. By the time the old devil reached the sky, the Tree of Light was already dispersing faster and faster. Number 3, who was still conscious, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Take you away again, demon." But although her words were harsh, the power began to quickly fade from her and the other two monsters' bodies. The Tree of Light finally shook, turned into a stream of light, and dissipated. The three huge bodies in the sky fell into the sea. At this time, the old devil shouted, "I'm afraid you're the ones who will die." He didn't move at all. Only a black light flashed between the three, and a waterfall of blood sprayed down from the sky. The old devil used his chi to attack again. The three bodies were all thrown into the sea, and the bottom of the sea was blasted out again. Li Yunxin was seriously injured and couldn't see the bottom of the sea clearly. He could only see the old devil's huge body landing next to them, absorbing all the netherworld chi in their bodies. The huge body quickly withered, turning into a mummy with only skin and bones. But for some reason, the old devil stopped in his tracks. He stared at the three motionless bodies for a while, then let out a creepy laugh. Hee hee. I see, Li Yunxin, come here. Li Yunxin sighed and slowly flew over. He heard the old devil shout again. I won't kill this person, you kill him. He was close now, and finally saw the situation clearly. Three withered bodies were lying on the bottom of the sea, like three stretching mountains. But at the end of the mountain range formed by number three's body, under her huge head, where the neck used to be, slowly, a human figure appeared. It was the size of a normal person, as if it was spat out by the body. Li Yunxin moved forward a bit more, and saw the person's face clearly. He also finally realized why he felt that number three's tone was a little familiar. It was Xian Shilio. He froze for a moment, then landed on the body and stood next to Xian Shilio. The woman was naked, and there were still tentacle-like things on her limbs, head, and back that were connected to the huge body. It seemed that they had been fused with the body, and her mind had been controlling it. During the battle on Cloud Mountain, Xian Shilio's and Lu Ling's bodies were taken away by Su Yusong. Later, Red Lady, who had obtained the dragon soul and advanced to the peak of the profound realm, threatened Su Yusong with Zhuo Muji's life and asked him to throw away all his treasures. Their bodies, which were trapped in the restriction, were also among those treasures. After that, he didn't know what happened to them. But now, Li Yunxin realized it was time for the elders on Cloud Mountain to make use of the waste and refine this thing. It was indeed making the best use of it. The Freemasonry's method of refining souls was brilliant. This kind of cultivator's body was perfect for it. It could erase her memory and turn her into a new tool. Although her memory was gone, some of her temperament was still there. Number three's lively appearance. Wasn't it Xian Shilio's demeanor in the past? Then he remembered that Xian Shilio used to love him a lot. As soon as he thought of this, the old devil laughed strangely. Yes, I know a little about what happened to you on the land. Ha ha! It's fate that you met her today. If you want to submit to me, kill her for me to see. I want to see you. Before he finished speaking, Xian Shilio suddenly opened her eyes. The first person she saw was Li Yunxin. Li Yunxin was also looking down at her. At this time, the ocean water that had been blasted away earlier rolled back with a rumble, and even the bottom of the sea shook violently because of the loud noise. In the background, Xian Shilio suddenly widened her eyes and opened her mouth to say something. Li Yunxin didn't hear what she said. She tried to raise her hand again, as if she wanted to touch the corner of Li Yunxin's clothes. But the latter gently flicked his finger. The slender body immediately exploded into a ball of blood. Chapter 790. The old monster froze for a moment, then laughed again. Wonderful. Your ruthless nature is really wonderful. I'm just helping her out. Li Yunxin said expressionlessly. Things that have been refined by those people are no longer the original person. The old monster stared at him with interest. I heard that this girl used to love you. Li Yunxin sneered, interrupted his words, and fled to another body. She loves me. What does that have to do with me? After saying this, he landed on Zero's neck. He stared at the naked body that was also spat out for a while, and whispered, sure enough, this one was Lu Ling. He flicked his finger again, killing the refined Lu Ling before he could regain consciousness. At this time, the old monster was silent. He seemed to be more interested in Li Yunxin. After a while, when Li Yunxin came to the second body, she only whispered, I don't know this one. Then, she crushed the skull of the naked youth. She said, this old man thought that you would have some feelings of friendship in your heart. I didn't expect, that when you killed these two girls, your heart was as still as water, without a trace of pity. Li Yunxin flew high into the sky before the giant waves crashed into one place. She said indifferently, "That's why I'm able to live in this world until now. I didn't die here like them. Should we go to Penglai now?" At this time, the giant waves surged under them, and there were countless huge whirlpools. Each one was enough to swallow a village. But above them, there was a blue sky with a few floating clouds. It was hard for anyone to imagine that just a few hours ago, there was black fog rolling like a ghost town on Earth. The old monster didn't move. He seemed to look at Li Yunxin again, and suddenly said, "Bah, you're even more ruthless than me. You're really not human." Li Yunxin frowned. "Isn't that you?" However, the old monster knew what he was thinking and scolded. "I am moody, so what? Do you know what an expert is? A true expert has the right to judge everyone in the world, but no one can judge him. Even though this old man is equally heartless, I still insist on scolding you. What can you do about it?" Li Yunxin sighed. "It's up to you. Just don't delay our business." The old devil scolded again. "You are my dog now, but you're even more impatient than me? Why is it this slave again? I will tear you apart alive." As he cursed, he really stretched out his tentacles and bound Li Yunxin tightly. Then he exerted great strength. Li Yunxin was seriously injured. Fortunately, he had used the divine weapon to modify his body, making him extremely strong. The old devil's tentacles exerted their strength, but they were unable to tear him apart. Only now did he realize that this old killer really wanted to kill him. But why? He was shocked and was about to say something, but the tentacles suddenly retracted. He immediately retreated dozens of feet away and shouted angrily, "Are you King crazy?" The tree-like old devil stood silently in the air for a while before speaking, but his tone was much gentler. Just now, it was just the inner demon acting up. "It's fine." Li Yunxin frowned. The old devil immediately said, "Humph, you are smart. That's right. I refined the netherworld, leaving behind some hidden dangers. In times of danger, my mind is still normal. But when the danger is gone, the netherworld demon power in my body will act up." "Haha, you think so too?" "Indeed. I am also worried that this so-called inner demon will turn into another consciousness in my body. But I can still control it now. I will slowly refine it after we get to Dragon Island." The inner demon that the old devil mentioned was something that Li Yunxin suddenly realized just now. The 10,000-year-old ancestor that appeared in Penglai was almost completely irrational. But in the previous battle, he became smart and calm. And just now, he suddenly wanted to kill him as if he had lost his mind. This meant that the power in this old ancestor's body was unstable. After all, his current body was refined from the skeleton in the sea cave and the netherworld demon power that gushed out from the ground. And that skeleton originally had a consciousness. It should be, even if he refined it for 40,000 years, he still couldn't completely erase the consciousness and still left some marks in his body. Once the 10,000-year-old ancestor's mind relaxed, those consciousnesses would float, causing his temperament to change greatly. Damn, this is 1,000 times more dangerous than a pure temperamental. The old devil obviously didn't want to talk about himself. He quickly changed the topic. "You said that the netherworld array that Cloud Mountain wants to create, why hasn't there been any movement?" Li Yunxin looked at him from afar for a while, then cautiously said, "Don't you like it more?" "Bah!" The old devil spat. "How can this old man be afraid of trouble? Instead of always being on guard against those people, it's better do it this time. 40,000 years ago, when this old man saw Cloud Mountain on the sea, I swore in my heart that I would make it mine. Now is the right time to take a look at their divine ability, then kill them." Li Yunxin reminded him, "I'm afraid that at that time, it will take even more effort. I previously taught Grandmaster D how to control." The old devil laughed strangely. "I know what you're thinking. You want to tell this old man that you now know how to control Dragon Island and how to use Cloud Mountain to control the earth energy between heaven and earth. So you want to make this old man even more reluctant to kill you. Hee hee, you become so timid now? Just because of my attack just now? There's a difference between being timid and being cautious. Li Yunxin said, "Old ancestor, you better think of a way to guarantee my safety. I mean, the current you is naturally rational and won't want to kill me. But when the heart demon flares up, you can't control it. If you kill me, it will ruin your great plan. You want to become the god of the netherworld, so you don't want your great plan to fail at the last step. As far as I'm concerned, it's not worth dying in vain." The old devil smiled. Just as he was about to speak, an extremely subtle change suddenly occurred between the sea and the sky. It was still the turbid and whistling seawater and the blue sky. But there seemed to be something else in the air, causing their eardrums to swell slightly. Soon after, they felt that their connection with the whole world was cut off by something. This kind of connection was actually an extremely subtle thing. In this world, things like divination and prophecy did indeed exist, but it was useless for cultivators, but it was very useful for mortals. With a certain method, a method that Li Yunxin didn't understand the details of, one could temporarily peep into a person's fate. He believed that this was because some of the laws of this world were different. At their level of cultivation, in the words of mortals, the great Tao of heaven and earth flowed together. Thus, they could often sense some subtle connections in the world. This connection wasn't limited to distance or time. Now, it was precisely this thing that had been cut off. Li Yunxin's expression turned cold at first, but soon after, he felt relieved and said in a low voice, "Grandmaster D has taken out this restriction, but I don't know how big it is." You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.